Good evening and welcome. Let yourself arrive here slowly with nothing left to do and nowhere else to be. You've made it to the end of the day, however that day went, however heavy it felt. And now there is only this, the simple act of lying down and letting yourself be held. Find the place where you'll rest tonight, your bed most likely, and let yourself settle onto it fully. Let the mattress take your weight. Let the pillow take the weight of your head. There is nothing you need to carry now, not even yourself. This is a guided session of what neuroscientists call non-sleep deep rest, NSDR for short, a plain, secular, practical way of letting an overstimulated nervous system slow down and settle. Maybe you searched for something like what is NSDR or non-sleep deep rest for burnout. Maybe you typed how to rest when you're exhausted, but your mind won't stop, or how to recover when you're running on empty, or how to fall asleep when you're too tired to sleep. If any of that is what brought you here, then you're in the right place. Tonight we have all the time in the world. This session is built to stay with you through the whole night, from depleted to rested to asleep and onward until morning. Let me say one thing gently once and then set it aside. This is a guided rest practice, not medical advice. If you have ongoing trouble with sleep or with your health, a doctor is the right person to see. This session is here to help you rest, not to treat anything. So take what serves you and let the rest simply pass by. And now, let that be the last thing your thinking mind has to hold. Everything from here is easy. Everything from here is just noticing and letting go. Burnout has a particular feeling to it. You know it well if it's why you're here. It's the tiredness that sleep alone doesn't seem to touch. The sense of being wired and worn out at the same time. The body exhausted, and yet the mind still circling, still scanning, still braced for the next thing. It can feel as though some part of you forgot how to power down. As though the engine keeps idling high even when the car is parked, even when the day is over, even when there's nothing left to do. That's what tonight is for. Not to force anything, not to fix you because you are not broken, but simply to give your nervous system the long, unhurried permission it has been missing. The permission to stop scanning, the permission to be still, the permission to sink. Research suggests that this kind of deliberate rest, this slow moving of attention through the body while you breathe out long and slow, can help shift the nervous system out of its effortful, alert state and into a state of genuine rest, a state that sits right alongside sleep. Many people find it leaves them feeling restored, even on nights when true sleep is slow to come. And because we have the whole night ahead of us, there is no pressure to arrive anywhere by any particular time. You can drift into sleep whenever sleep is ready for you. My voice will simply keep going, a quiet, steady companion in the dark. And if you wake in the small hours, it will still be here, still slow, still calm, ready to help you sink again. So let's begin the way the body itself likes to begin, with the breath. Let your eyes close if they aren't already, and let them stay closed, soft and unforced for the whole of this session. There's nothing you need to see. The dark behind your eyelids is enough. Now bring a little of your attention to your breathing, not to change it yet, just to notice it. The air moving in, the air moving out, the gentle rise somewhere in your chest or your belly, the small natural pause at the end of each breath. You don't have to do anything special. Just let yourself feel that you are breathing and that you have been breathing quietly all day without needing to be told. And now we'll shape the breath just a little, in a way the body already knows how to use. Take an easy breath in through your nose, comfortable, not deep, not strained. And then right at the top, take one small sip of air more, a little extra breath on top of the first. And now let it go. A long, slow, complete exhale, letting the air empty out unhurried all the way to the end. That's the whole of it, an easy breath in, a small sip more on top, and then a long, slow release. Let's do that again, gently, breathe in through the nose, a little more on top, and slowly, slowly let it out all the way down. Here is the simple reason we do this. The long exhale is the body's own built-in signal to slow down. When the out-breath is longer than the in-breath, the heart quietly eases its pace, and the nervous system begins to shift from effort toward rest. You don't have to make that happen. You only have to let the exhale be long, and the body does the rest by itself. It already knows how. It has always known how. Tonight, we're just giving it the room. Let's take a few more of those full breaths together, the double inhale and the long release. And then we'll let the breathing settle into something even simpler. Breathe in and a little sip more, and out, long, slow, complete. Again, in and a touch more on top, and let it fall away, slowly, all the way to the bottom of the breath. And once more, easy in, small sip, and the long, slow exhale, releasing, softening, sinking. Good, now you can let go of the double breath entirely. Let your breathing return to something natural and quiet, but keep just this one gentle intention. Let each exhale be a little longer than each inhale. That's all. Breathe in whenever your body wants the air, and let it out slowly without hurry, a little longer each time. As though every out-breath were a small settling, a small letting go, a small sinking deeper into the surface beneath you. Breathe in and slowly out. In and slowly out. And let that easy rhythm carry on by itself now, in the background, without your effort. You don't need to count. You don't need to manage it. The breath will keep going on its own, the way it always has. You've simply reminded it to slow, and it will remember on its own all through the night. Feel, if you can, how each long exhale loosens something, a small unclenching, a small release of a holding you may not even have known you were doing. The day asked you to hold a great deal, to stay upright, to stay ready, to keep track of 100 things. And now, breath by breath, you can set that holding down, not all at once, just a little more with each slow exhale. The way a tide goes out, unhurried, taking the water down the sand grain by grain. Now that the breath is slow, we're going to begin the long, quiet heart of this practice, the slow rotation of attention through the body. This is the part that will carry us deep into the night. Here is all it is. You move your attention gently from one part of the body to the next, simply noticing each part and letting it grow heavy and still. You don't have to move a single muscle. In fact, moving is the opposite of what we want. The body stays completely still, resting, while only your attention travels. Like a soft, warm light moving slowly over landscape in the dark, resting on each place just long enough to let it settle, and then drifting on. There is nothing to get right. If your attention doesn't feel much in a particular place, that's perfectly fine. Just the gentle turning toward each region is enough. And if your mind wanders off, as minds do, that's fine too. That's not a mistake, it's just what minds do. The moment you notice you've wandered, you're already back, and you simply rejoin my voice, wherever it happens to be, without any judgment at all. We have hours ahead of us. There is no way to fall behind. So let's begin, slowly, gently, with no effort anywhere. Bring your attention to your mouth, just the mouth. Let your lips be soft. Let them part just slightly if that's more comfortable, so there's no pressing of one lip against the other. Let the mouth be completely at ease. Nothing to say, nothing to hold, just soft and quiet and still. And now let your attention move to your jaw. The jaw carries so much. So often, without knowing it, we hold the day in the jaw, clenching, bracing, gripping, so let it go now. Let the jaw be loose. Let the back teeth come slightly apart so they aren't touching, and feel the whole hinge of the jaw just in front of your ears soften and release, letting the lower jaw hang heavy, easy, completely unclenched. Let that softness spread now into your cheeks. Feel the cheeks grow heavy and slack, all the small muscles they're letting go. No expression to hold, nothing to show anyone. Just the cheeks resting, soft and weighted, sinking gently toward the surface beneath you. And now your attention drifts up to your eyes. Behind your closed eyelids, let the eyes themselves grow still. All day the eyes have been moving, searching, tracking, taking in more than you could ever count, and now they can rest. Let the eyes be soft in their sockets. Let them stop searching. Let them sink back, heavy and quiet, as though they were settling down into warm water. The tiny muscles all around them releasing, one by one. The eyelids resting light as a fallen leaf, with no effort to keep them closed and no effort to open them, just resting. Let your attention move up to your forehead now. Let the forehead grow smooth and wide and heavy. Any gathering there, any faint furrow between the brows, any tension you've been carrying just above the eyes. Let it spread out and smooth away, as though a warm hand had passed slowly across your brow and left it perfectly calm. The forehead broad and open and still. And now up further to your scalp, the whole crown of your head. Feel the scalp soften across the top of the skull. Even here there is holding, and even here it can let go. Let the scalp relax all the way around, as though the whole head were growing heavier against the pillow, sinking a little deeper, held completely, needing to do nothing at all. Let your attention drift out now to your ears and the sides of your head. Notice the quality of the sound around you, whatever small sounds are there, near or far, and rather than pushing them away, just let them come and go. Sounds can pass through the room, through the night, without disturbing your rest at all. Let your ears simply receive whatever arrives and let it drift on by. My voice among those sounds, needing no effort to follow. You can let the meaning of the words matter less and less, and just let the sound of the voice carry you, like a current you're floating on in the dark. Now let your attention gather at your neck and your throat. All the muscles of the neck have worked all day to hold your head up, to turn it this way and that. Now the surface beneath you is holding your head instead, so let the neck release its work entirely. Let it be soft at the front, at the throat, soft along the sides, soft and long at the back, where it meets the pillow. Feel the whole neck let go of its holding, and let the head rest its full weight down, completely supported, completely at ease. Feel how the whole of your head and face has softened now. Mouth, jaw, cheeks, eyes, forehead, scalp, ears, neck, all of it heavy, all of it quiet, all of it sinking. This is the beginning of the body powering down, and there's no hurry. We have the whole night. Now let your attention move down to your left shoulder, just the left shoulder. Feel it resting against the surface beneath you. Let it drop. Let it widen. Let it release down and back, away from the ear, as though it were finally setting down a weight it had been holding for a long, long time. The shoulder heavy, the shoulders still. And let that heaviness begin to flow slowly down your left arm, down into the upper arm, feeling it grow warm and weighted, resting completely, down to the elbow, letting the elbow soften and give up its bend, and on, down the forearm, slow and heavy and easy. Let your attention travel all the way to your left wrist, and then out into your left hand, the palm soft and open, the back of the hand resting, and now out into the fingers one by one, the thumb, heavy, the first finger, the second, the third, and the little finger, each one resting, each one warm, each one perfectly still. Let the whole left hand be as heavy as a hand can be, every finger let go of, nothing to grip, nothing to reach for. Just the hand, resting, done for the day. And now let your attention cross slowly to your right shoulder, just the right shoulder. Feel it against the surface beneath you and let it, too, drop and widen and soften, releasing down and back, setting down whatever it has been carrying, the right shoulder heavy, the right shoulder still. And let that same slow heaviness flow down your right arm now, into the upper arm, warm and weighted, down to the elbow, letting the bend soften and give, and on down the forearm, slow, unhurried, easy. Down to the right wrist, and out into the right hand, the palm soft and open, the back of the hand at rest, and out into the fingers one at a time, the thumb, heavy, the first finger, the second, the third, and the little finger, each one resting, each one still. The whole right hand grown heavy and quiet, with nothing left to hold. Both arms now resting at your sides, both hands heavy and open, Feel how far down they've settled, how the effort has drained out of them, all the way to the fingertips, both shoulders low and wide and released, the whole upper body beginning to let go of the long day's work. Let your attention move now to your chest, the broad front of your chest, rising and falling so gently with each slow breath. You don't need to breathe into it or change anything. Just let the chest be soft. With every long exhale, feel it settle a little lower, a little easier. Any tightness there loosening its grip and spreading out and fading. The chest quiet, unguarded, at rest. And let your attention sink down to your belly, the soft middle of you. Let the belly be completely relaxed. Let it be soft and round and unheld, rising a little as the breath comes in, falling as the breath goes slowly out. So often the belly is held tight all day long, braced, pulled in, guarding. Now let it be entirely soft. Let it be heavy. With each slow exhale, feel the belly release a little more, sinking gently toward your spine, toward the surface beneath you, at ease. Unhurried, letting go. And now let your attention move around behind you to your back, the whole broad expanse of your back, pressing gently into the surface that holds you. You cannot see your back, and most of the day you barely feel it, but it has been working quietly all along, holding you upright, carrying you from place to place. Now let it be done with all of that. Let your attention travel slowly across it, from the top, between the shoulder blades, where so much quiet tension gathers and hides. And let that whole region soften and spread, and give its weight to the floor or the bed beneath you. Feel the two shoulder blades themselves, broad and flat, letting go, settling back, and the long muscles that run alongside your spine on either side of it, releasing their hold, one small band at a time, the upper back, the middle of the back, and lower down toward the small of your back where it curves, letting even that quiet curve ease and lengthen and rest. The whole back, wide and heavy and supported, giving itself completely to what holds it. Nothing to hold up now, nothing to brace. The surface beneath you is doing all of that work, and it will keep doing it, and you can simply let go into it. Feel how the back and the surface meet, how there is a long line of contact there, warm and solid and certain, and how, the more you notice it, the more your back seems to soften and melt down into that support, sinking, settling, at rest. And let your attention come now to your hips, the wide, strong basin of your hips, the deep architecture at the center of your body. Let the hips grow heavy. Let them settle down and outward, releasing the sockets where the legs join, letting the whole weight of your lower body pour down into the surface. The hips carry you through every step of the day, and they carry it silently, without complaint. Now let them be still. Let them be heavy. Let them widen and soften and rest, giving up every bit of their holding, sinking down into the quiet. And from the hips, let that heaviness begin to travel slowly down your left leg, just the left leg now, into the big muscle at the front of the thigh, letting it grow warm and weighted and loose, and into the back of the thigh, pressing gently into the surface beneath you, softening there. Let the whole left thigh be heavy, so heavy that you could not lift it even if you tried, and you do not need to try. It simply rests entirely at ease. Let your attention move down to the left knee, that patient hinge that bends and straightens 10,000 times a day. Let it be completely still now. Let it soften, let it open, let it give up its work. And on slowly down into the calf, the long muscle at the back of the lower leg, so often tight, so often braced. Let it lengthen and loosen and grow heavy, warm all the way through, and down the front of the shin, the whole lower leg resting, done, quiet. Let your attention travel now to your left ankle. Let it loosen, let it fall open a little to the side, the way an ankle does when it is truly at rest, and out into your left foot, the heel pressing gently down, the arch softening, the wide sole of the foot releasing, and out to the toes, all 5 of them letting go. No need to curl them or hold them or point them anywhere. Just the toes resting warm still. The whole left leg, from hip to toe, heavy and warm and completely at rest, as though it was sinking slowly into soft ground. And now let your attention cross, unhurried, to your right hip and your right leg. Let that same slow warmth and weight begin to travel down, into the big muscle at the front of the right thigh, growing loose and heavy, into the back of the thigh, pressing down and softening. The whole right thigh at ease, too heavy to lift and nothing asking it to. Down to the right knee now, letting the hinge go quiet and still, letting it soften and open and rest. And down into the right calf, the long muscle loosening and lengthening, growing warm all the way through. Down the shin, the whole lower leg heavy and quiet and let go of. To the right ankle, loosening, falling gently open, and out into the right foot, the heel resting down, the arch releasing, the sole of the foot softening and spreading, and out into the toes one by one, each one letting go, each one warm, each one perfectly still. The whole right leg from hip to toe, grown heavy and warm and utterly at rest. Both legs now long and heavy and still, both feet warm and released. Feel how they lie there, needing nothing from you, going nowhere, doing nothing. Just resting, the way the whole day was leading toward this rest, without your ever quite knowing it. And now for a little while, let go of moving your attention from place to place. Let it widen instead to hold the whole of you at once. The whole body lying here, held and supported and heavy from head to foot. The face soft, the jaw loose, the shoulders low and wide, both arms, both hands resting, the chest and the belly rising and falling with the slow breath, the back melted into its support, the hips, the legs, the feet, all of it heavy, all of it at ease. One long, quiet, resting body, and you, simply here inside it, noticing, letting it be. There is nowhere else you need to be right now, nothing that needs deciding, no next thing that must be reached for or solved or carried. This span of time is set apart from all of that. This is what non-sleep deep rest is, for a stretch of quiet where the nervous system is allowed to step down out of its readiness, out of its alertness, and simply idle. Research suggests that even without sleep, this kind of deep, deliberate rest can leave the body and mind feeling restored, as though something that had been running too fast were finally allowed to slow. And you don't have to make that happen. You only have to lie here and let it. Let the breath go on, slow and long, in its own easy rhythm. You are not steering it now. It has found its own quiet pace, the pace of a body that feels safe, a body that has decided it can power down. Each exhale a little longer than the breath before, each one carrying you a little further into the stillness. Let me draw your attention now to the places where your body meets what holds it, not to change anything, only to notice. There is the back of your head resting, a small, warm point of contact where the weight of your head is given away. Notice it. Notice how you don't hold your head up at all right now. Something else is holding it entirely and has been all along. And down at your shoulders, two broad places of contact where the weight of your upper body settles into the surface. Notice them. And your arms, lying their whole length along the surface, warm lines of contact from shoulder to elbow to wrist to hand, and the backs of your hands, or your palms, wherever they rest, touching gently, given over. And the long, wide place where your back meets its support, the largest place of contact of all. Feel how much of you rests there, how much weight is handed over along that whole broad line, and your hips, sunk down and heavy into the surface, and the backs of your legs resting their length down, and your heels, two small firm points where the very ends of you touch the world and let go. Feel all of those places of contact at once, if you can, the head, the shoulders, the arms, the back, the hips, the legs, the heels, a whole constellation of quiet points where your body meets what holds it and gives itself over. And notice how at every single one of those points, there is nothing for you to do. The holding is not yours to do. It is being done for you completely, and it will go on being done for as long as you lie here. You can let every one of those points soften a little more, sink a little deeper, trust the support a little further. And between those points of contact, feel the parts of you that touch nothing at all. The small hollow at the back of your neck, the gentle arch behind your lower back, if there is one, the space beneath your knees, perhaps. Let those unsupported places be easy too. Let them hang soft and relaxed in the quiet, unbraced, unbothered, resting in their own way. Now let the whole body grow heavier still. Imagine, if it helps, that with each slow breath out, you become just slightly heavier, as though a soft, warm weight was settling evenly over the whole length of you, gently pressing you down into the surface. Not a weight that traps you, but a weight that comforts, the way a heavy blanket comforts on a cold night, pressing you kindly, evenly from your forehead to your feet. With the next long exhale, the head grows heavier, sinking a little further into what holds it. With the one after that, the shoulders grow heavier, spreading wider, settling lower. The arms grow heavier until they feel almost as though they belong to the surface more than to you. The chest and the belly grow heavier, rising and falling more and more slowly, more and more faintly. The back grows heavier, melting further into its long line of support. The hips heavier, sinking deep. The legs heavier, the feet heavier, until every part of you has given up its lightness, given up its readiness to move, and simply lies here, weighted, warm, and still. This is the body learning, in its own slow and wordless way, that it is safe to let go, safe to stop holding, safe to power down. All through the day it stays a little ready to stand, to react, to carry, to catch itself, a low hum of readiness that never quite switches off. And here now in this quiet, you are letting it switch off degree by degree. There is nothing to be ready for. There is nothing coming that you must meet. There is only this, the weight, the warmth, the breath, the stillness, and it asks nothing of you at all. Let gravity do everything now. Gravity, which has been pulling on you your whole life, quietly, patiently, and which you have spent your whole waking life resisting, standing up against it, holding yourself up out of it, working, always working to stay upright. Now, for this little while, you can stop resisting it entirely. You can let gravity win. You can let it draw every part of you down into the surface, down into rest. And there is a deep relief in that letting go, in finally lying down into the pull instead of standing up against it. A relief the body recognizes even when the mind has forgotten it was there. Let yourself sink. Let the whole weight of you pour slowly downward and be caught and held. There is no bottom you will fall through. The surface is solid and certain beneath you, and it will hold every ounce of you for as long as you rest here. So you can let go completely. You can hand over the whole weight of your body and the whole weight of your day and simply sink. And if you came here tonight with something in mind, some small wish for how this rest might carry you, perhaps a wish for easier sleep, for a calmer, steadier day tomorrow, for the simple feeling of being restored, you might just once and very lightly let a few quiet words for it drift through you now. Not a command, not a task, just a soft phrase released into the stillness and then let go of, the way you might let a leaf fall onto still water and watch it settle. You can let it move through you once, and then let it dissolve and ask nothing more of it. Or you can let this moment pass by untouched, wanting nothing, reaching for nothing, and simply rest. Either way is right. Either way, you are exactly where you need to be, doing exactly enough by doing almost nothing at all. Let the words fade if there were any, and let the quiet close softly back over the place where they were, and return to the simple fact of the breath, moving slowly, and the body lying heavy, and the deep, unhurried stillness that is holding you now. The mind may still be drifting a little, turning over this thought or that, and that is perfectly all right. You don't need to stop it. You don't need to empty your mind or make it be silent. Let the thoughts come and go as they please, like slow clouds passing high above, while the body stays here, resting, heavy and still. You can watch a thought arrive and drift and dissolve without following it anywhere. And each time you notice you've drifted off after one, you can simply, gently come back to the weight of your body and the slow tide of the breath. There is no wrong way to do this. There is only the coming back, soft and easy, again and again, as many times as it takes. And with each return, the body settles a little lower, the breath grows a little slower, and the whole of you eases a little further down into the quiet. Let the warmth spread and even out now until it fills the whole body, from the crown of your head down to the soles of your feet. An easy, gentle warmth, the warmth of a body that is finally, fully at rest. Feel it in your face, soft and loose, in your throat and your neck, open and easy, down through both arms to the very tips of the fingers, across the broad, quiet field of your chest and belly, all along your back, sunk into its support. Through your hips and down both legs to the ends of your toes. One continuous warmth, one continuous weight, one continuous stillness, holding all of you at once. There is no edge now between one part of you and another, no line where the arm ends and the surface begins. Just a single, warm, resting field, breathing slowly, growing heavier with each breath out, and quieter and calmer and more still. Stay here, there is nowhere to go and nothing to do but stay here, in the weight and the warmth and the slow, long breath, letting each exhale carry you a little deeper into the rest, letting the whole body sink a little further into the quiet, letting the day and everything in it grow distant and soft and far away. And the breath goes on, slow and long, all on its own, in and slowly, slowly out, in and slowly out, each one a little quieter than the last, each one settling you deeper into the stillness that is holding you now. And now, while the body rests in that even warmth, let the attention drift for a while to the simple sensation of the air itself. The air in the room, cool and quiet, moving in a slow, unhurried way against the skin. You may not have noticed it until now. The faint coolness of the air where it meets your face. The temperature of the room resting lightly on the backs of your hands, on the surface of your forehead, at the edges of the ears. There is nothing to do with this. It is only another thing to notice, softly, and then let go of. The cool air outside and the warm, heavy body within, and the slow breath moving between them, carrying the coolness in and letting the warmth flow out. A slow exchange that has been going on quietly your whole life, needing nothing from you, asking for no effort at all. Let the breath keep to its own slow rhythm now, without you steering it. The way a tide moves in and out along a shoreline in the dark, all on its own, needing no one to lift it or lower it. In and a long way out, in and a long, slow way out. And each time the breath goes out, imagine the smallest loosening somewhere in the body. A place you didn't know was still holding, quietly letting go, the outer corner of an eye, a small muscle along the jaw. A fine thread of tension in the palm of a hand, releasing and softening and joining the rest of the body in its stillness. This is the practice the researchers call non-sleep deep rest. This slow, patient turning of the attention through the body and this long, unhurried breath. And what it does, as far as we can tell, is simple and honest. It gives the nervous system a clear, quiet signal that there is nothing here to guard against, nothing to brace for, nothing to solve in this moment. And the body, receiving that signal again and again, begins to believe it. The heart slows a little, the breath slows. The fine machinery of alertness, which has been running all day, begins to power down, gear by gear, into rest. Many people find that even a stretch of this kind of deep rest can leave them feeling restored, as though they had set something heavy down and walked on without it. You don't have to make that happen. You only have to lie here and let it. Oh, let it. Let the slow breath go on, and let the attention rest now on the weight of the body against its support. But in a new way this time. Instead of moving through the body part by part, let the attention widen out and rest on all the places where the body meets the surface beneath it all at once. The places where you press down and where the surface presses quietly back up, holding you. Feel how the weight of you is gathered there along those contact points. The back of the head resting. The shoulders wide and heavy, the length of the spine and the ribs settled, the backs of the arms, the seat of the hips which carry so much of the body's weight, the backs of the thighs, the calves, the heels resting like two smooth stones. All along that meeting place, the body gives its weight and the surface takes it without effort, without complaint. A quiet agreement between the body and the thing that holds it, that has nothing to do with you and asks nothing of you. You are held, that is the whole of it. You are held completely, and you can stop holding yourself. Notice if there is any part of you still doing a small, quiet job of holding itself up, still keeping some faint readiness in a muscle in case it should be needed. And let that part hand its weight over to the surface, to gravity, to the patient thing beneath you that is already carrying all the rest. There is nothing your muscles need to keep aloft now. The floor, the bed, the ground beneath you will hold every ounce of you for as long as you lie here. Let it. Let the last small holdings on go slack, one by one, and give yourself over entirely to the support. And now let a slow, warm heaviness begin to move through the body again, like something poured. Beginning, this time low down in the feet. Imagine the feet growing dense and heavy and warm, the toes uncurling, the arches softening, the heels sinking, a heaviness with a warmth folded into it, spreading up now slowly into the ankles, and the lower legs, filling from the bottom like two vessels filling with something warm and slow. Into the knees, the backs of the knees going soft. Up into the long muscles of the thighs, which loosen and spread and give their weight. A rising tide of heaviness, moving up the legs at the pace of the breath, in no hurry at all. Let it rise into the hips now, and the base of the spine, that place where the body carries so much of its quiet effort through the day. Let it fill and grow heavy and warm and still. Up into the belly, which softens and falls with each breath out. Up into the low back, easing where it meets the surface. Into the broad muscles across the middle of the back, letting go of a day's worth of small holdings. Into the chest, rising and falling slowly, the ribs loosening, the space around the heart growing wide and easy. The heaviness fills the whole trunk of the body now, warm and slow, and pools there, quiet. And it flows out along the shoulders and spills down the arms, down the upper arms heavy, past the elbows, down the forearms, into the wrists, the hands, all the way out to the ends of the fingers, until the hands lie there full and heavy and warm, too heavy to lift and with no reason to lift them. And up at last into the neck and the jaw and the face, the warm heaviness rising into the cheeks, softening them, into the eyes, which grow heavy and still behind their closed lids. Across the forehead, smoothing it, over the crown of the head, until the whole body, from the soles of the feet to the top of the head, is full to the brim with that slow, warm weight, and lies here completely still, completely supported, completely at rest. Rest in that fullness for a while. There is nowhere else you need to be. The breath rises and falls, slow and long, and the warm weight holds steady, and the room is quiet around you, and the night, or the day, goes on outside without needing anything from you at all. You have stepped out of the current of things, just for now, into this still pool of rest, and you can stay here as long as you like. Now let the attention grow soft and wide, and rest for a while on the sounds around you, whatever sounds happen to be there. Perhaps there is a faint hum somewhere in the building, the small sounds a room makes, a sound far off outside, softened by distance and by walls. You don't need to listen for anything, and you don't need to shut anything out. Let the sounds simply arrive and pass through you and go, the way the thoughts do, the way the breath does. A sound comes, and you notice it, and you let it be exactly what it is, and it fades, and another comes, and that fades too. Each sound, instead of pulling you up toward wakefulness, can settle you a little deeper, a reminder that you are here, resting, while the world makes its small noises at the edge of the quiet and asks nothing of you. Let even the sounds become part of the rest. And if underneath the sounds there is a kind of silence, the quiet space that the sounds move through, you can rest your attention there instead, in the stillness behind the noise. There is a spaciousness in it, a roominess, like the dark inside a large and quiet room. Let your attention settle back into that spaciousness and let it be restful and open and undemanding. Nothing to reach for out there, nothing to strain toward. Just the wide, quiet space, holding the sounds and holding you easily, both at once. Let the breath go on, slow and long, in and a long way out, and notice now how much slower it has become than when you first lay down. You didn't have to make it slow. It slowed on its own, the way a swinging thing slows and comes to rest when nothing keeps pushing it. This is the body finding its own way down into rest, and it knows the way. It has always known the way. All you have done is stop getting in its way. Stop pushing, stop steering, stop holding. And let it carry you, at its own slow pace, down toward the quiet. And as it carries you, let the sense of your own edges begin to soften and blur. Just now you felt every contact point, every place where the body met the surface. Let those lines begin to lose their sharpness. Let the boundary between the warm, heavy body and the surface that holds it begin to grow vague and dim, the way the line between the shore and the water grows hard to find in low light. Where does the weight of the shoulder end and the holding of the surface begin? You need an answer. Just let the question loosen the edge, until the body and the thing that holds it feel like one continuous, resting whole. A single field of warmth and weight, breathing slowly in the dark. There is a particular ease that comes when the body stops defending its own outline, when it no longer needs to know exactly where it ends. Let yourself have that ease now. Let the sense of being a separate, effortful, bounded thing grow soft and unimportant for a while, and let yourself spread out into simple restfulness, wide and quiet, held on every side. You are not smaller than the room. You are not tense against it. You are resting in it, part of it, at ease within it, the way a stone rests at the bottom of a still pond, with the water closed gently over it and no effort anywhere. Let the breath grow even quieter now. Perhaps it has become so slow and so light that at the far end of each exhale there is a small, easy pause, a stillness before the next breath begins, a place where nothing at all is happening and nothing needs to. Don't reach for that pause and don't avoid it. Just let it be there when it comes, that little pool of stillness at the bottom of the breath, and let it be restful. Each time the breath goes out and comes to rest, you settle a fraction lower, into a stillness that has been waiting for you all along, patient and deep and kind. And through all of this, the mind may go on drifting, a thought about tomorrow, a fragment of something from today, an image with no name rising up and turning over and sinking away. Let it. You are not trying to have an empty mind. An empty mind is not the point, and it is not the door to this rest. The door is simply the willingness to let whatever arises come and go without chasing it, without pushing it off. To let the mind do its slow, drifting thing up there, like weather, while the body rests down here, heavy and warm and still, entirely uninvolved. The thoughts can carry on their small business without you. You are down here, in the weight and the breath, going nowhere, wanting nothing, resting. Notice how the whole texture of you has changed since you first settled. In the beginning, there may have been a faint restlessness, a low hum of readiness, the body not yet quite convinced it was allowed to stop. And now, breath by breath, that hum has quieted. The readiness has drained away. The body has begun to believe, in its slow and wordless way, that it is safe to power all the way down, that nothing here requires its vigilance. That it may, for these long, quiet hours, simply be held and rest and do nothing. Feel how far down toward that trust you have already come, and know there is further still to go, further down into the quiet, and all the time in the world to drift there. Let the warmth deepen once more and grow even and complete, so that no part of the body feels colder or more awake than any other. The face as heavy and warm as the hands as heavy as the feet, the whole of you at one even temperature of rest, one even weight, one even stillness. And let the breath keep moving through it, slow and long and soft, the one gentle motion in a body otherwise perfectly still, rising and falling, rising and slowly falling. Each fall settling you a little deeper, each rise asking nothing, the whole slow tide of it carrying you further and further from the busy shore of the day, out into the wide, dark, quiet water of rest, where there is nothing to do but float and be held and slowly, softly drift. And now, from this floating place, let the attention drift back to the body one more time, gently, without effort, the way you might let your gaze settle on something across a quiet room. not to work at it, not to change anything, only to visit each part of yourself once more softly and leave a little more rest behind as you go. Begin at the crown of the head, the highest point of you resting against the surface, and let it be heavy there. Let the scalp loosen, all the fine muscles that no one ever thinks of, the ones that hold the expression of a long day, letting go of their holding now, spreading and softening across the whole top of the skull. Feel how the head is fully supported, its whole weight given over, nothing keeping it upright, nothing to keep upright, just the round, heavy quiet of it sinking down. And let that quiet pour down over the forehead like something warm and slow. The forehead is a place that gathers so much of the day into itself, a small worry held there between the brows, a faint tightening you carry for hours without noticing. Let it smooth now. Let the space between the eyebrows widen and go blank and easy, the skin there as untroubled as still water. There is nothing to figure out here, nothing to solve tonight. The forehead can be perfectly smooth, perfectly at rest, wide and cool and calm. Down over the eyes now, and let the eyes be the heaviest thing of all. Let them settle back, soft in their sockets, the lids resting closed with no effort to keep them closed, the tiny muscles that aim and focus the eyes all through the day finally released from their aiming. There is nothing for the eyes to look at now, nothing to track, nothing to watch for. They can roll slightly down and back into a dark and comfortable stillness, and rest there, heavy as two smooth stones, warm and quiet beneath their lids. And let the cheeks soften and hang. Let the whole broad plane of the face give up its shape a little, the way a face does only in the deepest rest, when no one is watching and nothing is expected of it. Feel the small muscles around the mouth let go, the corners of the lips neither smiling nor frowning, simply resting, slightly parted perhaps, the jaw loosening on its hinge so the lower teeth drift away from the upper, a small gap of ease opening there. The tongue rests soft and wide in the floor of the mouth. Even the throat is quiet, the slow swallow of it unhurried, nothing to say, nothing to hold. The whole face has become a still pool, warm and slack and heavy, resting on the front of the skull like calm water resting in a bowl. Let the attention slide down the sides of the neck now and around behind it, to that place where the head meets the surface, where so much weight is quietly carried. Feel the neck lengthen and ease, the deep muscles along the spine's top releasing their long grip. And let the release travel outward, across the tops of the shoulders, into that broad shelf of muscle that rises toward the ears whenever the day grows heavy. Let it fall now. Let the shoulders drop away from the ears, sliding down and back, widening across the surface, spreading like something set down at last after being carried too far. There is a particular relief in the shoulders letting go, a sense of the whole upper body growing wider and lower and calmer, and you can rest inside that relief now and let it deepen. From the left shoulder, let a slow warmth begin to travel down the left arm, unhurried, the way warmth moves through water, gradual and even. Down through the upper arm, the muscle there going soft and heavy against the surface, into the crook of the elbow and past it, down the forearm, every fine cord of it loosening, into the wrist, the hand, and out along the fingers, one at a time, the thumb and the first finger, and the middle, and the fourth, and the smallest, each of them growing heavy and warm and slightly curled, resting exactly as they've fallen, asking for nothing, doing nothing. The left hand is completely at rest now, a warm and heavy weight at the end of a warm and heavy arm, and you can feel the faint pulse of blood in the palm, the quiet life of the hand simply ticking over, deep and slow. And now the same on the right. From the right shoulder, that slow warmth begins its journey down, patient, complete, through the upper arm, into the elbow, along the forearm, all the small muscles unclenching that grip and lift and carry all day long. Into the right wrist, into the palm, out along the 5 fingers of the right hand, each one heavy, each one warm, each one released. Both arms now lie along the sides of the body like 2 warm ropes laid down in the sun, no tension left in them anywhere, no readiness to move, no lifting left to do. They are simply resting, heavy and complete, and you are resting with them. Let the warmth gather now in the center of the chest, and let the breath move through it, slow and soft, the ribs rising just a little and falling a little more. With every fall of the chest, feel the front of the body soften, the breastbone settling, the whole front wall of you easing down toward the spine, toward the surface beneath you. There is no need to breathe deeply now, no need to breathe in any particular way. The breath has found its own slow rhythm, quieter than thought, and it will go on without you faithfully all through the night, asking nothing of you at all. You can simply rest within it, a passenger on the slow tide of your own breathing, carried up a little, carried down a little more, further into the quiet each time. And let the belly be soft. This too is a place that holds the day, drawn in and braced without our knowing. Let it release. Let it be round and easy and warm, rising gently as the breath comes in, falling gently as it goes, the whole soft weight of the middle of the body sinking down. Feel how, as the belly softens, something deeper softens with it, some inner readiness you didn't know you were holding, letting go now, spreading out, growing calm. The core of you, the deep middle, warm and heavy and still. Now let the attention travel down and underneath, to the whole length of the back, where it meets the surface. This is the part of you that gives its weight most completely, that you rarely feel until you lie down and let it be felt. Sense the broad muscles on either side of the spine and let them widen and flatten and give. Sense the small of the back, the natural hollow there, and let it ease toward the surface without forcing, the long muscles relaxing until the whole spine feels longer, looser, laid down like a heavy chain settling link by link into soft ground. From the base of the neck all the way down to the base of the spine, the back releases its work and sinks and rests. And into the hips now, those deep sockets where the legs are joined to the body, places that carry us and turn us all day long. Let them loosen. Let the weight of the pelvis spread wide and settle, heavy and grounded, sinking down into whatever holds it. Feel the release travel down into the deep muscles of the hips and the seat, muscles that almost never let go entirely, softening now, warm and heavy, the whole base of the body giving over its weight completely and resting there, low and still. From the left hip, let the warmth begin its slow descent down the left leg, into the big muscle at the front of the thigh, softening, spreading, growing heavy against the surface. Around and underneath into the back of the thigh, the long muscles they're letting go of their old readiness to stand and to move. Down into the knee, and let the knee be soft and unlocked and heavy. Into the calf, that muscle uncoiling slowly, the tension of 1,000 steps draining out of it. Down through the ankle, into the heel where it presses against the surface, warm and dull and heavy. Across the arch of the foot, into the ball of the foot, and out along the toes, all 5 of them, loosening, spreading slightly, warm, at rest. The left leg is now one long warm weight from hip to toe, doing nothing, holding nothing, sinking down. And the same warmth begins now in the right hip and pours slowly down the right leg. Through the thigh, front and back, the big muscles releasing their grip. Down into the right knee, unlocked and soft. Along the calf, the tension unwinding, the muscle going quiet. Into the ankle and the heel and the sole of the foot, warm against the surface. Out along the 5 toes of the right foot, each one heavy, each one at ease. Both legs now lie long and warm and utterly still, 2 great heavy weights sunk into the surface beneath you, no lifting left in them, no standing, no going anywhere at all. Only rest. Only the deep, warm heaviness of legs that have carried you faithfully all day and are, at last, allowed to stop. And now let go of the parts and feel the whole. The entire body at once, from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes, one single, continuous field of warmth and weight and quiet. Not a collection of pieces any longer, but one whole thing resting. Feel the outline of yourself grow soft and uncertain, the edges of the body harder to locate now, the place where you end, and the surface beginning to blur, to warm, to merge. This is the body letting go of its own boundaries, softening its long, watchful sense of where it stops. And it is a good sign, this blurring, a sign that the nervous system is doing exactly what it came here to do, stepping down out of its alertness, out of its guarding, into the deep and simple rest it has been waiting for. Let your awareness rest for a while on the places where the body touches what holds it, the back of the head and the surface beneath it, the shoulders and the surface, the arms, the hands, wherever they lie, the long line of the back, the hips taking the most weight of all, the backs of the legs, the heels. Notice each of these points of contact, not with effort but softly, one flowing into the next, and notice how at each one the body is being met and supported and held. You are not holding yourself up anywhere, not anywhere at all. Every ounce of you is being carried by something solid and patient beneath you, and it will go on carrying you for as long as you lie here, without tiring, without asking anything back. There is nothing for you to do but let it. Let the surface hold you. Let it take the whole weight. And feel how, when you truly stop holding, some last thin thread of effort you didn't even know was there quietly lets go, and you settle another fraction deeper into being held. Somewhere out beyond this quiet, there is a whole world still turning, the small sounds of the night, the far-off movements of other lives, the machinery of the ordinary world going about its business. Let it all carry on out there without you for these hours. You have set it down. You have stepped out of the current of the day and into this still, warm eddy at the side of it, and here the current cannot reach you, and nothing is required, and no one needs anything from you at all. You are off duty now in the deepest sense, the long watchfulness laid down, the readiness spent, the whole apparatus of doing and deciding and managing switched quietly off for the night. This is what this kind of rest is for. Not sleep exactly, not yet, but the doorway that stands just beside sleep, the body deeply still, the mind loosely drifting, the nervous system unwinding down into a calm as complete as sleep's own, and often the road that leads straight into it. And if the mind wants to wander now, let it wander somewhere gentle. Let it settle, if it likes, on the simple image of a warm and quiet place, a room at the end of the day with the lamps low and the door closed against the cold, or stretch of sand still holding the heat of the afternoon, or a wide field of tall grass lying down under a soft and darkening sky. It doesn't matter where. Somewhere warm, somewhere safe, somewhere with nothing in it that wants anything of you. Rest your drifting mind there lightly, the way you'd rest a hand on something smooth, and let the warmth of that imagined place blend with the real warmth of the body, until you can hardly tell one from the other, until the whole of you, inside and out, is one warm and quiet and settled thing, sinking slowly down into the dark. Let the breath grow softer still. There is no measuring it now, no shaping it. It has become as automatic and unminded as the tide, moving on its own in the deep quiet of you, so slow and so shallow it barely stirs the stillness. And with each small, soft exhale, that faint pause returns at the end of the breath, that little pool of nothing where the body simply waits, at ease, before the next slow breath begins. You can rest in those pauses now, longer and longer, each one a small taste of the deep quiet you are drifting toward, each one soft and complete and kind. There is nothing at the bottom of the breath but rest, and you have all night to sink into it. Feel, if you can, the slow and steady beat of the heart, somewhere deep in the warm center of the chest, unhurried now, calmed by all these long, soft exhales, keeping its patient time in the dark. It asks nothing of you either. It has kept its rhythm faithfully through every hour of your life, through all the days and all the nights, and it keeps it now quiet and sure while you rest. Let its slow, even beat be a kind of anchor, not something to hold on to, but something to rest beside, a steady, quiet pulse at the heart of the stillness, reminding the whole body, beat by beat, that all is well, that there is nothing to fear, that it is safe to let go and be carried down into rest. And so let yourself be carried, not going anywhere, and yet drifting, the way a small boat drifts on still water when the rope is loosed. No destination, no hurry, just a slow and easy movement further out from shore, out onto the wide dark calm where the surface is smooth and the depths are warm and the lights of the far-off day grow smaller and dimmer behind you, further out and lower down and quieter with every breath. There is no bottom you have to reach. There is no place you have to arrive. There is only this slow, soft drifting, deeper and deeper into the warm, dark water of rest, held all the way, safe all the way, sinking gently, letting go, and going down into the quiet. And down here, where the drifting has taken you, notice how quiet the world has become around the edges of your resting body. Whatever small sounds remain in the room or beyond the walls, they have lost their hold on you. A car passing somewhere far off, the faint settling of the house, the hush of air moving through the room. These are not interruptions now, not things that ask for your attention. They are simply part of the wide, soft quiet, arriving and passing like distant weather, touching nothing in you. You do not have to listen to them. You do not have to shut them out. Let them come and let them go at the far rim of your awareness, each one a little softer than the last, until even sound itself seems to be settling down for the night, lying down in the dark alongside you. And if a sound does come sharper than the rest, notice how little it matters now. It rises and it fades, and the quiet closes over the place where it was, the way still water closes over a dropped stone, smooth again in a moment, undisturbed. That is how steady the rest has become in you. Nothing that arrives from outside can reach the deep calm center where you are resting. It is too far down, too well held, too quiet. You have set yourself below the level of small disturbances, into a stillness that simply lets the world go on without you for a while, and that is exactly as it should be. Let the sense of the room itself begin to loosen and soften. A little while ago, you might have felt the size and shape of the space around you, the walls, the ceiling, the corners, the near and the far of things. Let all of that grow vague now, grow dim, the way the walls of a room dissolve into darkness when the last light goes out. You don't need to know where anything is. You don't need to hold the shape of the room in your mind. Let it blur, let it recede, let the edges of everything grow soft and uncertain and unimportant, until there is no room, no walls, no near or far, only the warm dark, and you resting in it, held without any edges at all. And in that soft, edgeless dark, feel how the boundary of your own body has begun to blur as well. A little while ago you could trace it clearly, hear the skin, hear the air, hear where you end and the world begins. But rest has a way of thinning that line. Notice how, in the deepest of the stillness, it grows harder to feel exactly where the body stops. The hands resting there, so heavy and so still, seem to spread a little at their edges, to melt just slightly into the warmth around them. The line between the back of you and the surface that holds you grows faint, uncertain, until you could hardly say where one ends and the other begins. You are simply a warm and settled presence in the dark, without hard outlines, without sharp borders, dissolving gently at every edge into the wide, soft quiet that holds you. There is nothing to fear in that softening. It is only rest going deeper. It is only the body loosening its grip on the sharp business of the day, the constant, tiring work of knowing exactly where you are and exactly what surrounds you and exactly what to do about it. All of that can be set down now. You do not need to keep track of yourself so carefully. You do not need to hold your own outline. Let it blur, let it go soft. Let the whole clear, effortful map of you fade into the dark and simply be here, warm and dim and formless and at peace, as the rest carries you further down. And notice, too, how time itself has begun to loosen its hold. When the day was on you, time was a sharp and pressing thing, the next hour, the next task, the minutes counted out and never quite enough. But here, in the deep quiet, that pressure has drained away. There is no next hour. There is no clock ticking somewhere with a claim on you. There is only this breath, and the soft pause at the end of it, and then the next, each one whole and unhurried and complete in itself, asking nothing of the one before or the one after. Time has spread out and gone slow and shapeless, the way it does in the last unremembered moments before sleep, when one soft breath blurs into another, and you could not say how long you have been lying here, and it does not matter in the least. Let that be a relief to you, the way time has let go. You have all the night in front of you, wide and dark and unhurried, and nothing in it that has to be done. Nowhere you have to be, nothing you have to finish. The night is not a distance to cross. It is a wide, warm, quiet place to rest in, and you have only just begun to sink into it. So there is no rush at all. Whatever slow drifting is happening in you, let it take exactly as long as it takes. Let the minutes pool and thicken and lose their edges, and simply rest inside them, unhurried, unmeasured, held in a night that has no schedule and asks nothing of you, but that you let it hold you. And as time softens, let the small thoughts that still drift through begin to soften with it. Perhaps, even now in the quiet, a thought or two still floats up, some scrap of the day, some small thing left unfinished, some little worry drifting in on its own from somewhere. That is all right. That is what a mind does, even a resting one. Notice how, down here, those thoughts have less weight than they did. They rise up thin and faint, half-formed, and they drift a little way across the quiet, and then they thin out and dissolve before they can take any real hold, like breath on cold glass, there for a moment and then gently gone. You do not have to chase them, and you do not have to push them away. You can simply let them float up and float off, watching them go the way you might watch a slow leaf turn on the surface of still water, with no wish to catch it, no wish to follow it. It drifts and it passes, and the quiet remains. For every thought that comes, there is the wide calm underneath it, unchanged. The thoughts are only the surface, and the surface is very still tonight, and even the small movements that cross it cannot reach the deep calm below. So let the thoughts come as they please. Let them be as few or as many as they are. You are not up on the surface with them anymore. You are down in the quiet depths, warm and settled and far below, where the small weather of the mind cannot reach you, watching it all from a great soft distance, and caring about none of it, and sinking, still, slowly further down. Now let a new warmth find you, a soft, spreading warmth that seems to rise up from somewhere deep in the middle of the body, in the warm center behind the breastbone and low in the belly, and to move outward slowly through all the resting limbs. It is the warmth of a body that has finally been allowed to rest, the warmth that gathers when nothing is being held tight anymore, when the muscles have loosened, and the blood moves easily and slowly through them, unhurried, warming everything it passes. Feel it in the chest first, that gentle inner heat, and then feel it spreading down along the heavy arms, all the way to the fingertips, filling the hands with a soft, warm heaviness, up into the throat and the jaw and the loosened face, down through the belly and the hips and the long resting legs, all the way to the feet, until the whole body is warm through and through, warm from the inside, like something left to rest in the last low light of a fire. Let that warmth be a kind of comfort you can rest inside of. There is nothing to do to make it happen and nothing to do to keep it. It comes on its own, the body's own quiet warmth, gathering wherever you have let go. And everywhere it reaches, the letting go goes a little deeper. The warm hands grow heavier. The warm shoulders sink a little further. The warm face softens a little more. Warmth and rest feeding each other, around and around, slower and slower, drawing you down. And in that warmth, let a feeling of simple safety settle over you, thick and soft as a heavy blanket. This is a safe place, this quiet dark where you are resting. Nothing here needs guarding against. Nothing here is coming for you. For these long night hours, you can lay down the old, deep watchfulness that a body carries through its days, that faint, constant readiness, the part of you that stays a little braced, a little alert, a little prepared, even when nothing is wrong. You can set it down now. It has kept its watch long enough. Here in the dark, held and warm, there is nothing it needs to do. Let it rest too. Let the very deepest part of you, the part that has stood guard through every hour, finally understand that it is safe to close its eyes, safe to loosen its grip, safe to let the whole body sink all the way down into rest without keeping any part of itself in reserve. That is the deepest letting go there is, the moment when even the watcher rests. And you are drifting toward it now, closer with every warm, soft breath, closer with every heavy, sinking limb. There is no danger anywhere near you. There is only the warm dark, and the quiet, and the slow, steady beat somewhere deep in you keeping its faithful time, and the breath moving on its own, and the whole of you settling, safe and warm and held, further and further down into the deep, still rest of the night. Let the darkness itself become something soft now, not an emptiness, not an absence, but a presence, a gentle covering, dark and warm and kind. Think of how the dark of a deep night can feel like a shelter, folding quietly over everything, hiding away all the sharp, bright, busy shapes of the day, softening the whole world into shadow and letting it rest. That same dark is folded over you now. It is behind your closed eyes and all around your resting body, mild and even and endless, and it asks nothing of you. You can let yourself sink right into it, the way you'd sink into the deepest and most comfortable dark of the very middle of the night, when everything is still and nothing stirs and the whole world sleeps. Let it cover you over gently, let it take you in. And notice how the space behind your closed eyes, which so often flickers with the leftover light and motion of the day, has begun to grow quieter and darker and more still. The pictures that drift there are fewer now and dimmer and slower, soft shapes rising and dissolving in a wide, dark field, less and less distinct, further and further apart. Let them fade. Let the darkness behind the eyes grow deep and smooth and unbroken, a soft, dark field with nothing in it that needs looking at, nothing that needs following, nothing at all to see. There is such rest in that, in letting the eyes and the mind behind the eyes stop reaching for something to look at and simply rest in the quiet dark, seeing nothing, wanting nothing, held in the soft blank peace of it. The eyes themselves, resting so still beneath their lids, can grow heavier now and calmer and more deeply at ease. All the small quick movements they make through the busy day, the darting, the searching, the fixing on this and then on that, all of it has stilled. They are quiet now, resting deep in their sockets, soft and unmoving and heavy, turned inward toward the dark. Let them be as heavy as they wish to be. Let all the effort drain out of them and pool into stillness. And as the eyes grow still and heavy, feel how it draws the whole face down with them into rest, and how the whole restful heaviness of the face draws the mind, in turn, down toward the quiet, everything sinking together now, gently, in the warm and sheltering dark. You are so far down now, so warm and so quiet and so heavy, that even the effort of following these words has begun to feel like more than you need to do. So let that go too. You do not have to hold on to the words. You do not have to follow their meaning or keep track of where they laid. Let them wash over you like a low and steady murmur, like the soft, distant sound of quiet voices in another room, or slow water over stones far off. A sound with no demand in it, a sound you can rest inside of and let move past you, carrying no message you have to catch, only the warm, low tone of it, only the steady, quiet company of it in the dark. If the words blur into that murmur and lose their edges and slip away entirely for a while, that is well. That is the rest doing its own deep work in you, past the reach of any words. Let go even of listening, let go even of that. There is nothing left for you to do now but sink and be held and grow ever more quiet. Every part of you that a little while ago you moved your slow attention through, the loosened jaw, the soft cheeks, the heavy eyes, the wide still forehead, the resting scalp, the quiet neck, the two heavy arms lying open and still, the slow warm chest, the soft belly, the broad back sunk into the surface, the settled hips, the two long heavy legs, all the way down to the far quiet feet. All of it is resting now, all at once, all together, one warm and heavy and unmoving whole. Sinking as one thing into the deep, soft dark, there is no part of you left standing watch. There is no part of you still braced. You are, all of you, at rest. And so let the drifting carry you on, slower now and softer now, into the deep middle hours of the night. There is nothing to reach for, there is nothing to hold. There is only the warm dark and the soft quiet and the long, slow breath moving gently on its own, and the whole of you sinking, unhurried and unafraid, further and further down into the deep, still rest that has been waiting for you all along, down where it is warm, down where it is quiet, down where there is nothing at all but rest, and the soft dark holding you, and the slow night turning quietly around you while you let go, and go on drifting gently down. And as you drift there, so far down now in the quiet, you may begin to notice a kind of warmth that has been gathering in you without your doing anything to make it. It rises up out of the stillness, the way heat rises slowly from ground that has been in the sun all day, and gives it back after dark, unhurried, steady, from somewhere deep inside. You did not have to build this warmth. It comes on its own, once the body stops its holding, once the small muscles everywhere let go of their long habit of readiness. This is simply what a nervous system does when it finally believes it is safe. The blood moves more easily out toward the surface of you, out toward the hands and the face and the skin, and a soft, even warmth spreads through you like the warmth of a low fire that has burned down past its flames to a steady bed of coals. No crackle in it, no leaping, only the deep and even glow of something settled, giving off its quiet heat into the dark. Let that warmth find you wherever you are cool. Let it move without any push from you into the places that were tense not long ago and are only now beginning to trust the stillness. A slow warmth in the palms of the hands, resting open. A slow warmth across the broad of the back, where it meets the surface beneath you. A slow warmth low in the belly, rising and falling faintly with the breath, like the warmth held under a blanket that has been over you a long while and has taken on the heat of your own body and gives it back to you softly. There is nothing to do with this warmth, but let it be here. It is not going anywhere. It is all night. And notice, if you notice anything at all now, how the edges of you have begun to soften. When you first lay down, you could have drawn the outline of yourself quite clearly. Here is where I end. Here is where the air begins. Here is the cool line of the sheet against my arm. But down here, this far into the rest, those lines have started to blur and grow uncertain, the way the shoreline blurs in the last of the light, when you can no longer say precisely where the wet sand stops and the dark water starts. It is a good blurring. It means the constant small work your mind was doing to hold your borders, to keep track of exactly where you were, has quietly set itself down. You do not need those borders now. There is no edge you have to defend. Let yourself spread a little past your own outline, out into the warmth and the dark, the way heat spreads past the coals, the way a low sound spreads past the thing that made it and fills the whole room, and then is simply part of the room. Somewhere out beyond you, the night is going on about its slow business. The house, if you are in a house, has settled into its own deep quiet, those small ticks and sighs a building makes as the day's warmth leaves it and the wood eases and the walls cool by a degree and then another, all of it settling closer to rest, just as you are. And past the walls, the night air lies still and cool over everything, over the roofs and the roads and the fields and the far dark hills, over sleeping streets where nothing moves but the slow blink of a light and the drift of the cold air pooling in the low places. All of it turning without hurry, without effort, through the deep middle of the night, the long unwatched hours when the world sets down its work and lets the dark hold it. You are a small warm part of that great settling. You do not have to keep yourself apart from it. You can let yourself belong to it, one more quiet thing at rest under the wide dark, held exactly as the hills are held, asking nothing, needed for nothing, simply resting where you have come to rest. And your breath, all this while, has gone on without you. Somewhere back at the beginning you gave it long, slow exhales on purpose, guided it, lengthened it, made each out-breath a little longer than the one before as a signal to the body that it was safe to slow. But you do not have to do that anymore. It has learned the pace on its own now, and it keeps it on its own, far below the level where you would ever need to think about it. The breath moving in, unhurried and turning and moving slowly out and pausing in that soft, empty space at the bottom of the out-breath where there is nothing to do and nowhere to be. And then, when it is ready, and only when it is ready, drawing gently in again. Like a tide that has been coming and going against the same shore for longer than anyone has been alive to watch it, needing no one to lift it, no one to draw it back, moving only by the deep, slow pull of things far larger and older than any effort of yours. You are simply riding on it now. Let it carry you in and slowly out, and the soft, still pause, and in again. You have nothing to add to it. It knows the way. If a thought should drift up through all this quiet, and one may, even now, even this far down, the mind is a restless thing and does not always fall still all at once. Let it come and let it go the way you would let a slow cloud cross a patch of night sky. You do not chase the cloud. You do not try to hold it in place or push it along faster. You simply watch it drift across, thinning as it goes, and then it has passed, and the dark sky is there behind it as it always was, wide and still and untroubled, and another may cross later, and that is well too. You are not the clouds. You are the wide, dark quiet they drift across, and that quiet is not disturbed by them, and it does not have to do anything about them at all. Let the thoughts thin like that and drift and pass and leave the dark behind them unmarked and calm. Notice now, if there is any noticing left in you, how heavy the body has become against whatever holds it. Not the sharp heaviness of something you are straining to lift, but the deep, easy heaviness of something that has stopped resisting the ground entirely. The heaviness of wet sand settling in still water, of a stone at the bottom of a slow river that no current will ever move again, of a thing that has found the lowest place it can reach and has finally, completely come to rest there. Every part of you is giving its full weight down now. The backs of the legs are heavy. The hips are heavy, sunk and spread and still. The whole long spine has let itself down, one soft link at a time, into the surface beneath it, and the shoulders have dropped back and open and heavy, and even the small bones of the hands, even the last joints of the fingers, have grown heavy and let go, curled soft and still and asking nothing. There is a real relief in this weight. For so much of the day, the body holds itself up against gravity, tirelessly, without ever being thanked for it, 1,000 small muscles firing and easing and firing again, just to keep you upright and moving through the world. Now every one of them can stop. Gravity has taken the whole load. There is nothing left for you to hold up, not your head, not your limbs, not yourself, not anything at all. Let the ground take it. That is what the ground is for. It has been waiting under you your whole life to take exactly this weight, and it will not tire, and it will not let you fall any further than the place where you already are. And down here where the weight has taken over, and the warmth has spread, and the breath keeps its own slow tide, you might sense that the mind itself has grown quieter than it has been in a long while, not empty, not switched off, but slow, the way a stream slows and widens and grows still as it comes at last into a broad, calm pool where the water barely seems to move. The thoughts that raced over the shallows further up, tumbling and bright and quick, have spread out here into something wide and dim and unhurried, hardly moving, hardly catching the light at all. This is a real thing that is happening in you gently in its own time. The rest is doing what the rest does. The parts of you that spent the whole day scanning and planning and bracing and deciding are being allowed for these long dark hours to stand down. And there is a kind of restoration in that standing down that no amount of pushing forward could ever give. The deep, quiet work of a nervous system finally let all the way off its guard, doing quietly, on its own, the mending it can only do when you stop asking anything of it. You do not have to understand it or feel it working. You only have to let it happen. And it is happening. It is happening now. Let yourself grow even a little heavier if there is any part of you still holding even the smallest weight of itself. Sometimes there is one place that keeps a last thread of readiness after all the rest has let go, a faint tension somewhere behind the eyes, or held in the hinge of the jaw, or gathered small between the brows, or drawn up in the shoulders, some quiet outpost that did not get the word that the day is over. If you find such a place, do not fight it. Just bring the soft, warm attention there, the way you would rest a warm hand over a cold spot, and let it know it can stop now, that everyone else has already set their burden down, that it is the only one still standing, and there is no longer anything to stand for. And feel it, when it is ready, let the thread go slack. Feel that last held place soften and warm and sink, and join the rest of you in the deep still weight. And now there is nowhere in you that is braced. Now the whole of you, corner to corner, end to end, is at ease in the dark. Out past your closed and resting eyes the night keeps turning, slow and patient and enormous, the way it has turned over every sleeper who has ever lived, through all the long dark that came before this one and all the dark that will come after. There is something steadying in that, down here in the quiet, to be one small resting body among the countless resting bodies the night is holding right now, all across the sleeping half of the world, in beds and on floors and in quiet rooms far from here, all of them let down at last out of the day, all of them breathing their slow breath into the same wide dark. You are not keeping any lonely watch. The night is not yours alone to get through. It is the common rest of everything that tires and everything that mends, and you have been given your place in it, your own warm, still place, and you can take that place now fully and hold nothing back, and let the great slow turning of the dark carry you the way it carries all the rest, asking nothing of you, requiring nothing of you, only letting you be held. And so there is less and less now that has your name on it. The day that is behind you has finished asking. Whatever it wanted from you, it has stopped asking for the night. The day that will come has not begun to ask yet, and it will not ask for hours, and when it does, it will find you rested, and it can wait until then. In between the two, in this long dark hollow where nothing is asked of you at all, there is only rest, only the warm weight of you settled into the dark, only the slow tide of the breath, only the low steady murmur of these words that you no longer need to follow, drifting past you like the quiet sound of the settling night, meaning nothing you have to hold, carrying you nowhere you have to go, only keeping you soft low company in the dark while you sink, and let the deep hours turn around you. Feel once more without effort how completely you are supported. There is not one part of you that has to hold up another. The surface beneath you takes the head, and the head is heavy and given over. It takes the whole warm length of the back, and the back has spread and let go into it. It takes the hips, the heavy slack legs, the open resting arms, the soft still hands, all of it, every ounce, laid fully down and fully carried. You could not fall. There is no further down to fall to. You have already arrived at the low still place, the resting place, the bottom of the long slow evening, and now there is nothing left to do but stay here, warm and heavy and quiet, and let it hold you, and let the breath come and go, and let the mind grow dim and wide and slow, and let the warmth keep spreading gently through you into all the quiet corners, and let the dark be soft, and let the night be long, and let yourself, at last and all the way, simply rest. Down here where the warmth pools and the weight settles and the breath keeps its own old slow rhythm without you, let even the sense of time begin to loosen and drift. Up in the day, time is a hard, bright line you are always being pulled along. This, then the next thing, the minutes counted and spent and gone. But down here that line has softened into something wide and dim and slow, more like the deep water of that broad, still pool than like any line at all, hardly moving, going nowhere it is in a hurry to reach. You do not have to keep track of it. You do not have to know how long you have been resting or how long is left. The night will keep its own time, and it will not lose you. Let the hours be as long and as shapeless as they wish. Let one slow breath be all the time there is, and then let even that thought soften and drift off, until there is no measuring left in you at all. Only the warm dark, only the quiet, only the endless soft present of the deep night, holding you and asking nothing, while you go on drifting gently, and let the slow tide of the breath carry you further down still, into the warm, into the still, into the deep unhurried rest that has all the night in the world to give you. And as you rest there, so completely given over, let the attention drift back once more to the simple fact of the breath. Not to change it, not to deepen it, only to keep it soft company the way you might sit beside a slow fire late at night, doing nothing, only watching the low light move. The breath comes in on its own, unhurried, and the breath goes out, longer and slower, and each time it leaves it seems to carry a little more of you down into the warmth. You do not have to breathe. Something older and steadier than your effort is doing it for you now, the way it has done it through every night of your life without ever once needing you to remember. Let it. Let the out-breath be long and let it be easy, and notice, if you like, how at the very end of each one there is a small still pause, a quiet gap where nothing moves at all, where the body simply waits at rest before the next breath arrives of its own accord. That little pause is a place of great peace. You do not have to reach for the next breath. It will come. Let yourself rest in the gap and trust that it will come. And now, gently, without any effort, let the warmth in the body find a new way of being noticed, not region by region this time, but as a slow, soft glow that seems to rise from somewhere deep in the center of you, low in the belly where the breath still turns, and spreads outward the way heat spreads through a room long after the lamp is lit. Feel it there first, that quiet inner warmth, unforced, settled, and then let it move without your steering it up under the ribs into the broad, quiet space of the chest, softening everything it touches. There is no hurry in it. It moves like warmth moves through still water, slowly, evenly, finding its own level. Let it spread up along the collarbones and into the tops of the shoulders, easing them further down. Let it flow out along the arms like warmth flowing along a bar of iron left near the fire, slow and even and complete, all the way to the wrists, all the way into the palms, until even the hands feel gently lit from within, heavy and warm and utterly still. Let that same low warmth spill downward too, into the belly, into the hips, filling the heavy basin of them, pooling there the way warm water pools in the lowest part of a bath. And from the hips, let it run down the length of the legs, slow and unhurried, warming the long muscles of the thighs, warming behind the knees, warming the calves, spreading down into the ankles and out into the feet until the soles of the feet feel warm and soft and far away. The whole body, warmed from the inside, glowing faintly like a stone that has lain all afternoon in the sun and gives its heat back slowly to the dark. Nothing to do with this warmth but feel it and let it hold you and let it deepen the rest. I want you now to let a new image come softly and to let it carry you further down. Picture, if it pleases you, that you are lying in a small wooden room, high under the roof of an old house, on a night when the snow is falling. You cannot see the snow, but you can sense it, the particular deep hush that comes over the world when snow is falling in the dark, the way every sound is wrapped and softened and laid to rest. There is a warm, heavy blanket over you, and the weight of it is the weight of your own body sinking down, and beyond the walls, the snow keeps falling, slow and silent, and without any end, settling over the roofs and the roads and the wide sleeping fields, laying its soft gray-white quiet over everything, deepening the hush hour by hour. You are warm inside it. You are held inside it. And the snow asks nothing of you at all. It only falls and settles and deepens the stillness and lets the whole world lie down under it and rest. Let the sound of these words be a little like that snow falling softly, settling over you, meaning nothing you must catch, only deepening the quiet. You do not need to listen. You could let every word drift down past you unheard and lose nothing, because the words are not carrying information you must gather. They are only keeping the hush company, only laying another soft layer over the stillness, the way the snow lays layer over layer through the long dark, until the drifts grow deep and smooth, and the whole night is muffled and gentle and slow. Let them fall. Let them cover you. Let the quiet grow deeper under them, breath by breath. And in that deep snow-hushed quiet, let the body grow heavier still. It is a strange and pleasant thing, how heavy the body can become when it is finally, fully allowed to let go, How the arm you were faintly aware of a moment ago becomes so heavy and so far away that you would have to travel a long way back up out of this warmth to move it, and there is no reason at all to travel back. Let it be heavy. Let the legs be heavy, so heavy they seem to press down into the surface and be gently swallowed by it. Let the back be heavy and wide and spread. Let the head be heaviest of all, sunk down into its resting place, too heavy to lift, too content to try. This heaviness is not a burden, it is the opposite of a burden. It is the body finally setting down every weight it has been carrying all day without your noticing. The small held tensions in the jaw, the readiness kept coiled in the shoulders, the bracing you did not know you were doing in the belly and the hips. All of it set down, all of it given over to the surface beneath you and to the slow, patient pull of the earth, which holds everything and asks for nothing and never tires of holding. Research into this kind of deep rest suggests that when the body settles this far and the long exhale keeps its slow rhythm, the nervous system quietly shifts its whole way of being, moving out of the alert, forward-leaning state it lives in through the busy day and down into the older state of repair and restoration. The state in which the heart slows and the muscles release, and the mind grows dim and the body, given the chance, begins to mend the small wear of the day. You do not have to make this happen. You could not make it happen by trying, any more than you could make the snow fall faster by wishing it. It happens on its own, in its own time. As a gift, the body gives itself the moment you stop standing in its way. And you have stopped. You have lain down and stopped, and now the old quiet machinery of rest is turning gently within you, slowing the heart, softening the blood, letting the warmth spread, doing its patient work while you drift and ask nothing and simply let it. Let your attention drift now softly to the smallest and most easily forgotten places, the ones we almost never notice until we go looking, and which hold so much quiet tension all through the day. The small muscles around the eyes that do so much fine work from the moment you wake, tracking and focusing and squinting against the light. Let them be utterly still now behind the closed lids, the eyes resting back and heavy in their sockets, soft, unmoving, aimed at nothing. The tiny muscles of the tongue, always half ready to shape a word, let the tongue lie loose and heavy in the floor of the mouth, resting, saying nothing, needing to say nothing. The narrow band of muscle across the brow that lifts and furrows through 1,000 small expressions a day, let it go smooth and slack and wide, the forehead broadening, the space between the eyebrows opening and softening like a fist, slowly uncurling into an open hand. And the hinge of the jaw just in front of the ears, where so many people hold the whole day clenched without ever knowing, let it release, let the teeth part a little, let the whole lower jaw hang heavy and loose and free. When these small hidden places let go, something large lets go with them. Feel how the whole face seems to soften and settle and grow peaceful, and how that peace runs downward through the neck and out into the rest of you, one more layer of the day laid down. Now let even the effort of picturing anything fall away. You do not need the snow, you do not need the little room under the roof, you do not need any image at all. Those were only doorways and you have gone through them. Let them dissolve behind you now, and let there be simply the dark and the warmth and the weight and the slow tide of the breath and the low murmur of this voice going on somewhere at the edge of things, no longer needing to mean anything, no longer needing to be followed. This is the deep of it. This is the low, quiet floor of the long night, where nothing is required and nothing is expected, and there is nowhere at all you have to be, but exactly, warmly, heavily here. And if the mind, out of its old habit, should drift up now and then toward some thought, some fragment of the day, some small worry that comes swimming up out of the dark the way they do when everything else grows quiet, let it come and let it go without following it and without pushing it away. You do not have to fight your thoughts. Fighting them only wakes them. Let a thought arrive like a leaf drifting down onto the still surface of dark water, and let it rest there a moment, and let the slow water carry it gently on and away, out of sight, out of mind, while you stay down below the surface in the warm and quiet deep, watching it drift off without you. Another may come. Let that one drift too. There is no thought tonight important enough to climb up after. Whatever it is, it has waited this long and it can wait until the morning, and the morning, when it comes, will be a better place to meet it, rested. For now there is only this, the drifting, the warmth, the weight, the breath, and the deep slow dark that has all the night in the world to give you and gives it freely, asking nothing back. Let the breath grow even slower now, all on its own. You need not manage it. Simply notice, as you sink, how the out-breath has lengthened and softened until it is little more than a slow, warm sigh leaving the body, and how the small pause at the end of it has grown longer and more peaceful, a quiet resting place all its own. Sink into that pause, let it widen. There is no hurry for the next breath, and it will come whether you wait for it or not, faithfully, the way it always has. Let each breath out be a small letting go, and let each letting go take you a little further down into the warm dark, a little further from the surface, a little deeper into the slow good rest that the whole night is holding open for you. And here in this deep and easy place, if there was something you were quietly hoping for when you lay down tonight, a night of true rest, a quieter mind, an easier morning, some small kindness toward yourself in the dark, you may, if you wish, let a few simple words for it drift up now once softly, the way a single ember drifts up from a low fire and floats a moment in the dark before it fades. Let the words be plain and gentle. Let them cost you no effort. And then let them go entirely, releasing them into the warm dark without waiting for anything, without holding on, trusting the quiet to carry them. Or let this pass by untouched, if you would rather, and simply keep sinking. There is no wrong way to rest. There is nothing here you must do. The wish, spoken or unspoken, changes nothing about how completely you are already held. Let it go now, whatever it was, and let yourself settle back down into the plain warm fact of resting. The body heavy, the breath slow, the face soft, the mind dim and wide and unhurried. The dark all around you, gentle and deep, and the long night stretching out ahead with hours and hours still to give, so that there is no edge to hurry toward, no bottom you might reach too soon, only more rest and more warmth, and more of the slow good dark, opening and opening ahead of you like still water with no far shore. Let me speak more slowly now, and let the spaces between the words grow longer, so that you can sink down into the quiet that gathers in them. There is nothing left to explain. There is nothing left to do. You have arrived all the way at rest, and now it is only a matter of staying warm and heavy and slow, and letting the night carry you the rest of the way down on its own. Feel the warmth, still spreading, still deepening, filling the body to its quiet edges. Feel the weight complete now, every part of you laid down and carried, nothing held, nothing braced. Feel the breath, slow and long and easy, coming and going without you, keeping its old faithful rhythm in the dark. And feel, underneath all of it, that deep and simple safety, the body's own quiet knowing that here, now in the warm dark, it is finally allowed to let go of everything and rest, and that nothing will be asked of it until the light comes back, and that the light is a long, long way off yet, and there is nothing to do between now and then but stay soft, and stay warm and drift and sink and rest. Let the dark be soft around you. Let the hours be long. Let the breath keep carrying you gently down and further down into the warm, into the still, into the deep unhurried rest that has all the night in the world and gives it to you slowly and asks for nothing back at all. And now from this deep place, let your attention drift back once more to the body, not to change anything, not to correct anything, only to visit it slowly, the way you might walk through the rooms of a house at night when everyone is asleep, moving softly from one quiet room to the next, checking that each one is settled and dark and at peace, and finding that it is, that all of it is, that there is nothing to tend and nothing to fix. Only rooms full of stillness to pass through gently and leave undisturbed. So let the attention go first to the crown of the head, resting there a moment like a slow warmth settling into the scalp, and let the scalp be loose, let it be soft, let the thousand small tensions that gather there through a long day simply unclasp and go still. And down across the forehead now, that wide smooth place above the eyes, letting it be broad and unlined and calm, letting it give up the faint effort of thinking that lives there, so that even the idea of a furrow, even the memory of holding it tight, dissolves and leaves the brow open and easy and cool. And the eyes, resting deep in their soft hollows, held and cushioned, turned quietly inward now, no longer looking, no longer searching, just two still weights sunk gently back into the dark behind them. Let the small muscles that ring the eyes go slack. Let the eyelids be heavy, heavier than you would ever bother to hold them, so heavy that the thought of lifting them seems like something from very far away, something you need not consider at all. And the space between the eyes softens. And the tops of the cheeks soften, and a slow loosening spreads outward from the center of the face like warmth soaking into cloth. Down now into the jaw, that patient hinge that works all day and asks for nothing, and let it hang. Let the back teeth part, just slightly, just enough that they are no longer touching, so that the whole lower face can drop and lengthen and rest. Let the tongue lie down soft in the floor of the mouth, resting, doing nothing, no longer shaping anything, no longer holding any word. And the lips barely together, or barely apart, however they fall, and the whole mouth quiet, the whole jaw quiet, that place where so much is held through the day finally let go, finally allowed to be as loose and slack and heavy as everything around it. And I want you to notice, as you move through these quiet rooms, how the warmth seems to follow your attention, how wherever you rest your notice, a soft heaviness gathers there a moment later, as though the body was simply waiting to be visited before it let that part of itself fully down. There is nothing you are making happen. You are only arriving softly one place at a time, and the letting go is already there, waiting, ready, the moment you come near it. So let your attention slip down the sides of the neck now, down those long muscles that run from behind the ears to the tops of the shoulders, the ones that quietly brace all day against the simple weight of holding the head up, and let them lengthen, let them soften, let them hand that weight over completely to the surface beneath you. The neck is held now. It does not have to hold itself. The whole warm weight of the head is carried for you, cradled and supported, so that every fiber that ever tightened to keep it up can loosen now and rest. And out across the shoulders, wide and slow, feeling them settle down and back, feeling them spread and drop away from the ears, sinking into the surface as though they were slowly being unpacked, one small held thing at a time, until there is nothing left in them but warmth and weight and stillness. And let that stillness pour down the arms like something warm and slow moving through them from the inside, down through the upper arms, heavy now, down past the elbows, which simply rest, down through the forearms, warm and loose, down into the wrists and the hands, and out at last into the fingers, all 10 of them, resting wherever they have fallen, slightly curled, entirely still, too heavy and too content to move. The hands, which reach and grip and carry and hold so much through every waking hour, lying open now and empty and at ease, asking for nothing, doing nothing, resting as completely as the rest of you. And let me draw a single slow thread of warmth now up from the resting hands, back along the arms, and let it pool in the center of the chest, not the sharp center of effort, but a soft, low, spreading warmth, gathered around the slow rise and fall of the breath. Feel how the chest lifts, gently without your doing, and settles gently without your doing, each breath smaller and slower than the one before, each one costing you nothing, the body breathing itself in the dark the way it has always known how to do, quietly, faithfully, needing no instruction from you at all. And with each of those slow, settling breaths, Feel the warmth in the chest spread a little wider, out toward the shoulders, down toward the belly, soaking through the ribs and into the back, so that the whole trunk of the body becomes one warm, slow breathing weight, sinking a little further every time the air flows out. And let the belly be soft. This above all, let the belly be soft. Let it rise when the breath comes in, without holding it, without pulling it in, and let it fall when the breath goes out, loose and unguarded and slow. So much of a day is spent quietly holding the middle of the body tight, and now there is nothing to hold it against, nothing to brace for, no reason to keep it drawn in. So let it go completely. Let it be round and soft and heavy and warm, rising and falling like something at rest on the slow swell of calm water, carried, rocked, unhurried. And underneath all of it, feel the back, the long, broad expanse of the back, pressed into the surface along its whole length, from the base of the skull down to the base of the spine. Let your attention travel slowly down it, feeling how it is met and supported everywhere it touches, the tops of the shoulders held, the space between the shoulder blades held, the long muscles alongside the spine handing over their weight one small section at a time, all the way down to the low, broad place at the base of the back, where so much of the day's standing and carrying quietly settles. Let it settle now into the surface instead. Let the surface take it. Let the back become wide and warm and heavy and completely at rest. Down into the hips now, that deep and solid seat of the body, and let them drop and widen and grow heavy, letting go of the long, low ache of carrying you from place to place all day. There is nowhere left to carry you. You have arrived. So let the hips loosen and settle back and be still, warm and heavy and deep, sinking into whatever holds you. And out of the hips, let the warmth flow down into the legs, down through the long muscles of the thighs, heavy and slack, down to the knees, which simply rest now, unlocked, unbraced, giving up the quiet job of holding you upright. Down through the calves, warm and loose and soft. Down through the ankles and into the feet, and all the way out to the toes, so that the legs, which do more plain heavy work than almost any part of you, lie down at last along their whole length, warm from hip to heel, and hand every last bit of their weight to the earth. And now let the edges of the body begin to blur a little. Let the careful map of it, this part, and then that part, and then the next, soften into something simpler, something whole. You do not have to keep track of the separate rooms anymore. You have walked through all of them and found them all quiet, and now you can let them run together into a single warm expanse of resting body, one continuous field of gentle weight and gentle warmth, breathing slowly in the dark, with no seam in it anywhere, no place that is more you than any other place, only the whole of you, resting, evenly and completely, held from crown to heel. And in that whole soft field, notice only the places where you touch the surface beneath you. Notice, without moving, where the weight of you presses down and is met, the back of the head, perhaps, and the shoulders, and the length of the back, and the backs of the arms, and the hips, and the backs of the legs, and the heels. All those quiet places where the body leans its weight into the world, and the world holds it up without effort, without complaint, steadily, exactly as it has held up every resting thing that has ever laid itself down upon it. Feel how little you have to do to be held. Feel how the holding simply happens, on its own, everywhere you touch, and how all you have to do in return is let your weight go into it, and keep letting it go, softer and softer, deeper and deeper, until there is no line left between the weight of you and the thing that carries it. And now something new, if you will follow it, a slow warmth I want you to imagine, very simply, moving through you the way the last heat of the day moves out of a stone long after the sun has gone. You know how a stone that has lain in the sun stays warm for hours into the evening, holding the day's heat deep inside it and giving it back slowly to the cooling air, so gradually that you could sit beside it in the dark and feel the faint, steady warmth of it against your hand. Let your own body be like that stone now, full to its center, with a slow, held, unhurried warmth, giving it back to the dark by the smallest degrees, in no hurry at all, warm all the way through, and settling deeper into that warmth with every breath that leaves you. There is no clock here. That is the great mercy of this warm dark. There is no clock, and there is no far shore you are swimming toward, and there is nothing you are late for and nothing you are early for. The night is very wide, and you are near the beginning of it still, with hours and hours folded up ahead of you like still, dark water reaching out past where you can see. You do not have to cross them. You only have to float on them and let them carry you, the way slow water carries a leaf that has stopped trying to steer, turning it gently, drifting it on, taking it wherever the current goes without ever once letting it sink. And so let go of even the faint effort of following my voice too closely. You do not need to hold onto the words. Let them come and go like the breath comes and goes, some of them landing softly and some of them drifting past unheard, all of it fine, all of it part of the same slow settling. The words are only here to keep you company at the edge of sleep, a low, steady sound in the warm dark, like the sound of quiet rain on a roof when you are already warm inside and have nowhere at all you need to go. You can let the meaning of them dissolve entirely and keep only the low warmth of the sound and drift on that alone. Feel again now the heaviness, how it has deepened even since I last named it, how the body seems to have grown heavier and warmer and slower without your doing anything at all, sinking of its own accord a little further into the surface every time you breathe out. This is the body downshifting quietly on its own, moving out of the long day's readiness and into the deep gear of rest, the heart slowing, the breath lengthening, the small tides of the nervous system turning gently from effort toward ease. You do not have to make any of it happen. It is happening. It knows how. All you are doing is allowing it and being warm and being heavy and letting the slow good dark come further in. Let the warmth in the center of you spread once more toward the edges, down the arms again to the resting hands, down the legs again to the quiet feet, up into the soft, loose face, out into the wide, heavy back, until every far corner of the body is included in it, warm and carried and still. And let each place, as the warmth reaches it, sink just a little further, give just a little more of its weight away, soften just past where you thought it had already softened, because there is always a little further down to go, always a little more letting go available, another small handful of holding you can set down and leave behind in the dark. And you can let the room around you go now too, the walls, the ceiling, the far corners, the whole shape of the space you are lying in. You do not need to keep any of it in mind. Let it grow dim and distant and unimportant. Let it dissolve softly at the edges of your awareness, like the far banks of a river dissolving into mist, until there is nothing left in the world that you have to attend to, nothing left but the warm, heavy field of the resting body and the slow, faithful coming and going of the breath, floating in a soft dark that has no edges and no clock and no end. There is nothing left to do. There has been nothing left to do for a while now, and there will be nothing left to do for the whole long night ahead. This is the deep truth the body is finally coming to rest inside of, that it is allowed now to set everything down, that nothing is required, that no task is waiting just beyond the dark, and no bell is going to ring, and no one needs anything from you here, and the only thing left in all the world is to be warm, and to be heavy, and to sink slowly on the long, slow tide of the breath, further into the dark and further into the rest, with all the unhurried night still ahead of you, opening quietly room after quiet room, none of which you have to enter, all of which are dark and warm and still. Let the breath grow slower still. Let the spaces between my words grow wider still, and let the quiet that lives in those spaces be soft and deep and welcoming, a quiet you can lean back into and be caught by every time. The warmth, holding, the weight complete, the dark, gentle and wide and kind. And you, somewhere near the middle of it all, warm and heavy and slow, drifting and sinking, and letting the long night carry you down on its own, further into the warm, further into the still, with nothing to reach for and nothing to hold, and all the time in the world to simply rest. And now, if you can, let your attention settle for a while on something very small and very close. The faint warmth of the air just where it leaves you, at the edge of the lips, at the rims of the nostrils, that soft moving warmth the breath carries out of the body and lets go of into the dark. You do not need to breathe any particular way. The body has taken the breath over completely now, the way it does in the deepest part of the night, drawing it in and letting it fall out again all on its own, slow and unminded and sure. All you are doing is resting your attention lightly on that one small warm place where the breath meets the world, feeling it come, feeling it go, the way you might rest your gaze on the last low embers of a fire you have no intention of tending. Just watching them glow and dim, asking nothing of them, keeping them company in the dark. And notice how little that watching costs you now. There is no effort left in it at all. The attention rests where it rests the way a leaf rests on still water, not held there, not placed there, simply come to stillness in the one low place where stillness gathers. And if even that light watching begins to loosen and slip, if the small warm place at the edge of the breath begins to blur and fade, and you can no longer quite find it, that is good, that is exactly right, let it go. Let the watcher grow as heavy and as slow as everything else, and let the breath go on breathing itself with no one keeping track. Somewhere in the long middle of a night like this, the body arrives at a kind of stillness it almost never reaches in the day, a stillness deeper than simply not moving, a stillness that goes all the way down into the fibers, into the smallest threads of muscle, into places that have been quietly braced for so long they had forgotten they were braced. And one by one, without your doing anything, those small deep places are letting go tonight. The tiny muscles alongside the spine that hold you upright all day without ever being asked, they are letting go. The fine muscles around the eyes that move 1,000 times an hour in the light grown still. The small muscles of the hands, always half ready to reach or to grip, open now and empty and slack. All through the body, the deep quiet work of unclenching is going on, layer beneath layer, each one softening the one below it. The whole slow settling of a body that has finally understood, all the way through, that it is safe and held and free to come to rest. Let me offer you an image to sink beneath, and then let even the image go. Picture if it comes easily, and if it does not, simply let the words wash over you. Picture fresh snow falling in the dark over some wide and empty field, no wind, no sound, each flake drifting down slow and unhurried and weightless, settling without a whisper onto the deep soft layers already fallen. And picture how that falling snow smooths everything it touches, how it rounds off every hard edge, fills in every hollow, softens every sharp line of the world beneath it, until the whole field lies under one unbroken blanket of quiet, gentle and grey-blue, and utterly still in the dark. Let that be what is happening to you now. Let a soft, slow quiet fall through you like that snow, settling over every sharp thought, rounding off every hard edge left in the body, filling in the hollows where the day's small tensions used to sit, laying itself down over you layer by weightless layer until you too lie under one unbroken blanket of stillness, smoothed and softened and covered over and warm beneath it all. And the snow keeps falling. It does not stop. All night long it goes on falling in the dark, silent and endless and slow, and there is nothing you need do but lie beneath it and let it deepen. And now let even the snow and the field and the falling dissolve and drift away, the way a picture loosens and comes apart at the edge of sleep, leaving only the feeling it gave you, the softness, the covering over, the deep grey quiet, the feeling staying on after the picture has gone, the way warmth stays in a stone long after the sun that warmed it has set. How slow the breath has become. Notice, without reaching for it, how long and how unhurried each breath has grown, how it seems to rise from somewhere far down and low, crest without any hurry at all, and fall away for a long, long while into the quiet before the next one begins to gather. There is no effort in it anywhere. The out-breath simply pours itself away, long and slow and complete, emptying you gently toward the surface you rest on. And the in-breath, when it comes on its own, small and easy, asking nothing. And in the wide, still space between them, that soft, unhurried pause where nothing at all is happening, there is a particular kind of peace, a peace the body only ever finds when it has truly stopped, when it is asking for nothing and reaching for nothing and simply floating in the low, quiet gap between one slow breath and the next. Rest there, rest in the gaps. Let the pauses grow long, and let yourself be carried in them, weightless, unhurried, at ease. There is an old and simple wisdom the body knows in its deepest layers, older than any worry, older than any thought, the knowledge of how to rest completely, how to power down and be restored, how to give the whole weight of itself over to whatever holds it and take back nothing. It is the same knowledge that settles a tired animal into the grass at dusk, the same knowledge that stills the birds in the dark branches through the long hours of the night. It asks for no instruction. It needs no effort from the thinking part of you at all. It only needs to be allowed to take over, allowed to run its own slow good repair through the muscles and the nerves and the long tired lines of you. And tonight you are allowing it, fully, holding nothing back, letting the oldest, quietest wisdom in the body do exactly what it has always known how to do. The nervous system, all on its own, is drifting further from effort and further toward ease. The way a boat slipped loose from its mooring drifts slowly out onto the still dark water and turns gently with the current and is carried without ever once needing to row. Feel, if you can, how the surface beneath you seems to hold more of your weight with every breath, how the bed or the floor or whatever carries you seems to rise very slightly to meet the body and take a little more of it each time you breathe out, so that there is always a little less of you to hold, a little more of you handed over, a little more of the load set gently down onto something patient and solid and sure. You are not falling, you are being held. The ground of the world is right there beneath you, steady and unmoving and strong, catching every ounce of the weight you give it and never once growing tired, never once asking you to take any of it back. So give it more. Wherever the body still holds itself even a little, some small forgotten effort in the back of the neck, some faint bracing in the low of the back, some last thread of holding in the backs of the legs, let it go now, let it pour down into the waiting ground and be carried there for you. And feel how the body grows heavier and freer both at once. Heavier because it is letting go, freer because it no longer has to hold. And in this deep-held stillness, let a slow, warm gratitude move through you, if it will come, not a thought, nothing you have to form into words, just the quiet animal contentment of a body that has finally been allowed to rest. All the long day it carried you. It stood and moved and worked and paid attention, and held itself together through all the small demands of the hours, asking almost nothing of you in return. And now, in the deep of the night, it is being given the one thing it needed most, this stillness, this warmth, this complete and unhurried permission to stop. Let it receive that fully. Let every cell of it soak the rest in the way dry ground soaks in a slow, soft rain, drinking it down, storing it deep, growing quietly whole again in the dark. This kind of deep rest, many people find, does its best and most patient work exactly here, in the long, slow hours when nothing at all is asked and the body is simply allowed to be still. So there is nowhere else you need to be. Nothing is missing. Everything that needs to happen is already happening, all on its own, in the warm dark, without any help from you. Let your attention drift now to the deep inner warmth low in the body, that settled, banked warmth that lives in the belly and the chest through the quiet hours, steady as coals under ash, the slow warmth of a body idling low and easy in the night. Feel it there, unhurried and constant, glowing softly at the very center of you. And feel how it spreads, without any effort, the way heat spreads from the center of a warmed stone out toward its cool edges, moving slowly up under the ribs, spreading warm across the chest, easing down through the belly, seeping outward through the whole trunk of the body until you are warm all the way through, warm at the core and warm to the edges, held in your own gentle heat like something kept safe and cared for through a long, cold night. There is nothing you need to do to keep that warmth. It keeps itself. It is the quiet warmth of simply being alive and at rest, and it will stay with you all night long, banked low and steady at the center of you, glowing softly under the deep, dark quiet while you sleep. Notice how far away the day has drifted. All the small concerns that seemed so close and so pressing only a little while ago, how distant they have become, how faint, like voices heard from another room through a thick and gentle wall, no longer anything to do with you, no longer able to reach in and stir you. You have set them all down. You set them down at the edge of this rest, and they have stayed there, and they will keep, every one of them, until morning, and none of them need you now. There is nothing to solve here in the dark. There is nothing to decide, nothing to remember, nothing to carry. The thinking can slow and loosen and drift and grow quiet, the way ripples on water grow still when nothing more is thrown in, smoothing out, one after another, until the whole surface lies flat and dark and calm and gives back nothing but the quiet. And if a thought should still drift up out of the dark, some small stray image or word, let it come and let it go. Let it float past like a slow leaf on a slow current, not pushed away and not held, just passing, drifting on, growing smaller and smaller in the distance, until the dark closes softly over it, and it is gone. Deeper now and slower, the breath low and long, the warmth steady at the center, the whole heavy body given over to the ground and carried without effort, and through it all, that soft dark spreading wider and wider, gentle and boundless and kind, a dark that asks nothing and holds everything, a dark you can let yourself fall through slowly for as long as you like with no bottom to reach and no hurry to reach it. Every breath out lets you a little further down into it. Every long, slow pause between the breaths lets you drift a little further from the surface, a little further from waking, a little further into the deep, still country of rest where the whole tired self is quietly made new. You are so far down now, and so warm and so held. There is nothing above you but soft dark and nothing below you but the patient holding ground. And you, floating in the warm middle of it, slow and heavy and at peace, needing nothing, reaching for nothing, simply here, simply resting, simply carried on through the long dark hours by a breath that goes on breathing itself without you. Let the sense of your own outline begin to soften, if it will. Through the long night, the sharp, clear edge that separates the body from the air around it grows faint and uncertain, and the warmth of you and the warmth of the dark begin to blend at the borders until it is hard to feel quite where you end and the soft night begins. Let that happen. Let the edges blur and dissolve. Let the warmth spill gently past the old boundary of the skin and mingle with the dark, and let the dark seep gently in until you are less a solid separate thing and more a warm, slow, easing spread out soft into the quiet, a low, warm glow with no hard edge to it anywhere, floating and formless and utterly at rest. There is a deep, sweet ease in that loosening, in ceasing for a while to hold your own shape so carefully, in letting yourself be as boundless and as soft as the dark that holds you. Nothing to keep, nothing to hold together, just warmth, spreading and dark, receiving, and the slow, faithful breath moving quietly through the middle of it all. And so the night goes on, patient and unhurried and long, and you go on resting inside it, carried and warm. There is so much dark still ahead of you, so many quiet hours yet to come, all of them soft, all of them still, none of them asking anything of you at all. You do not have to move toward morning. You do not have to do anything but lie here in the deep warm middle of the night and let it hold you hour after slow hour, while the body does its quiet work of mending, and the mind lies smooth and dark and still, and the breath goes on, low and long and sure, keeping its own slow, faithful time in the quiet. Let it carry you. Let it all carry you. There is nothing to reach for and nothing to hold, and all the long dark night still wide and open around you, gentle and endless and kind, with all the time in the world to simply rest. Deeper still, softer still, the warmth holding you from the center out, the dark holding you from every side, the ground holding all your weight so that you have to hold none of it yourself. And the breath, that slow, low, faithful tide of breath, rising from far down and falling away into the quiet, over and over, without any help from you, carrying you a little further down each time, a little further into the warm, a little further into the still, a little further into the long good dark, where there is nothing left to do but sink and be held, and let the whole unhurried night go on carrying you gently on. And if some small part of you is still faintly aware, still listening from somewhere far back and far down, let even that quiet listening grow soft now and slow, and let the words become less like words and more like the sound of something gentle moving far away. A sound you do not need to follow or hold on to. A sound that asks nothing, means nothing you have to understand, only there, only low, only kind. Somewhere out past the walls the world has gone very still. The traffic has thinned to almost nothing, and the last of the doors have closed, and the houses have dimmed one by one until the whole street lies dark and quiet under the deep middle of the night. All of it settling, all of it resting. The whole tired world lying down for a while and letting go, and you know different from any of it, one small warm resting thing among 1,000 others, all of you breathing slow in the dark, all of you set down gently for the night. There is a kind of snow that falls with no wind behind it. It comes down slow and straight and silent through the black air, each flake drifting on its own long unhurried way toward the ground, taking all the time there is, in no hurry to land. And where it settles it lays a soft white hush over everything, over the roofs and the fences and the bare dark branches, softening every hard edge, filling every sharp corner, until the whole world lies rounded and muffled and quiet beneath it. Let a snow like that fall slowly through you now. Let it drift down through all the long dark spaces of the body, slow and silent and cool and soft, settling over every place that was tight, laying its quiet white hush across the shoulders, across the brow, filling in the hollows, rounding off the edges, until you lie as smooth and still and softened as a field under snow at the deepest hour of the night, with no track across it anywhere, no mark, nothing crossed or troubled, only the long unbroken smoothness of something wholly at rest. And the snow keeps falling, patient and slow, and the quiet keeps deepening, and there is nowhere you have to be and nothing you have to do but lie beneath it and let it cover you over, soft layer upon soft layer, deeper and deeper into the hush. You are so far down now, so gently far from the surface of things, far from the day that is finished, far from the day that has not yet begun, held in the wide still hollow between them where nothing is asked and nothing is owed. The clock somewhere goes on turning, slow and faithful, but its turning does not touch you here. You have stepped down out of the hurry of the hours into this deep quiet room below them all, where time moves thick and slow as honey, where a single breath can last a small forever, where there is no next thing, no after, no soon, only this, only now, only the long warm stillness widening softly out around you. Let the mind go loose. Let whatever thought drifts up drift on past and away, the way a slow current carries a leaf downstream. You do not reach for it, you do not follow it, you only watch it turn once on the dark water and slide away out of sight, and then the water is smooth again, and dark and still. And if another comes, let it go the same gentle way, unhurried, uncaught, sliding off into the quiet with all the rest, until the surface of you lies still and unmarked, and there is nothing moving on it at all, only the deep dark water, only the deep dark rest. Feel how little is required of you now. Not one muscle needs to lift, not one thought needs to finish. Not one thing in all the world needs solving in this hour, in this deep hushed middle of the night, where the only work is the slow, soft work of resting. And even that is being done for you, done by the breath, done by the weight, done by the patient ground and the covering dark, so that you may simply lie here and receive it, taking in the rest the way dry ground takes in a slow, warm rain, without effort, without asking, only soaking it up, only letting it fill you deeper and deeper. Drop by slow, warm drop. There is an old stone house, somewhere with thick walls and small windows, and deep in it, a low room where a fire has burned down to a bed of soft red coals. No flame anymore, no crackle, no leap of light, only the coals, glowing low and steady and warm in the grate, giving off their slow, deep heat into the quiet dark of the room. And that low, steady warmth is in you now, banked down in the center of you, in the deep of the belly and the deep of the chest, glowing quiet and constant and sure, warming you gently from the inside out, while the long night stands cold and dark beyond the walls and cannot reach you here. Let that low banked warmth spread slow through all of you. Let it move out unhurried through the chest and down along the arms, out into the hands, down through the hips and the long heavy legs, all the way to the far quiet ends of you. A slow tide of gentle warmth carrying ease into every place it touches, and everywhere it reaches, something lets go a little more, softens a little more, sinks a little further down into the good deep dark. And the coals glow on, low and faithful, needing no tending, asking no more wood, only burning slow and warm through all the hours of the night, keeping you warm without your help, without your watching, so that you can let your watching go entirely now, let it dim down like the fire has dimmed, from flame to glow to soft red ember, quieter and lower and warmer with every slow breath that passes. How good it is to be warm and held and far from morning. How good it is to have laid the whole day down at last, the whole long weight of it, and to be asking nothing of yourself now but this, to lie still and breathe slow and let the dark hours carry you gently on. Down at the bottom of the deep sea there is no storm. The wind can tear at the surface far above, the waves can heave and break and throw their white spray at the sky, but none of it reaches down into the deep still water below, where everything moves slow and heavy and calm, where the light comes soft and dim and blue, where the great weight of all that quiet water lies gentle over everything and holds it still. You have sunk down now to a place like that, far below the reach of any storm, far below the reach of any hurry or any noise, into the deep slow calm at the bottom of the night, where nothing tosses and nothing breaks, and everything lies heavy and easy and still. Let the whole weight of the quiet lie over you like that deep water, soft and enormous and kind, pressing you gently down into the good dark stillness, holding every part of you slow and calm and safe. And whatever weather passed across your day, whatever gusted and churned and would not settle up there in the bright loud hours, let it stay up there far above you, on the distant surface you have long since sunk away from. It cannot follow you down here. It cannot trouble this deep place. Down here there is only the slow blue calm and the great gentle weight of rest, and you lying easy at the bottom of it all, breathing slow, sinking slower, wanting for nothing. The breath comes and goes so quietly now, so low and so far down, that it is almost more like the sea itself moving than like anything you are doing. A long slow swell rising from far below and easing gently up, and then sinking softly away again into the deep, over and over, unhurried, unforced, the oldest and gentlest of rhythms, moving through you the way the tide moves through the still deep water, without effort, without end, carrying you a little further down into the calm each time it falls. There is nothing you must remember here. All the small things you are carrying, the things to be done, the things to be said, the things to be seen to when the light comes back, set them all down now, one by one, into the keeping of the dark. They will still be there in the morning, waiting, patient, none of them the worse for having been set down for a night. And for now, for all these long quiet hours, they are not yours to hold. Let the dark hold them. Let the dark hold everything. There is nothing in the wide world tonight that you need to keep watch over, nothing that needs your worry to hold it up, nothing that will fall if you let go. So let go fully now. Let the last small holding on unclench and open and release, and let yourself drop free and easy into the deep soft keeping of the night. Far off across the dark fields, if there were anyone awake to hear it, there might be the low sound of an owl calling once and then falling silent, and the small stir of leaves settling, and beneath it all the great wide quiet of the sleeping land, the hills lying dark and heavy, the woods standing still, the slow rivers moving quietly on toward the sea in the dark, and everything at rest. And you are a part of all that resting now, folded into it. One small breathing warmth among all the breathing warmths of the sleeping world, held in the same great dark, carried on the same slow turning night, asking nothing, needing nothing, only resting, along with everything else that rests. Let yourself belong to it. Let yourself be one more quiet thing lying still in the dark, no more troubled than the hills, no more hurried than the slow far rivers, no more needing to do or to be anything at all than a stone lying easy in a field beneath the stars. Just here, just held, just breathing slow in the long good dark, along with all the rest of the sleeping world. And deeper still, and softer still, every breath a little lower than the one before, every breath letting a little more of you go loose and heavy and warm, down past thinking, down past wanting, down past the last faint edge of listening, into the deep dark still place at the bottom of the night where there is only warmth, and only weight, and only the slow, low, faithful breath, keeping its quiet time, carrying you gently on. The night is so long and so kind. There are hours and hours of it still, all of them dark, all of them soft, all of them yours to rest in. You are nowhere near the end of the dark. There is no need to rise, no need to stir, no need to surface, only to sink a little further and rest a little deeper, and let the great slow wheel of the night turn on through the darkness without you, while you lie here at the still center of it, warm and heavy and far, far down. Let the warmth hold you from the inside. Let the dark hold you from all around. Let the ground hold up your weight so completely that there is not 1 ounce of it left for you to carry. And let the breath, that low, slow, faithful breath, go on rising and falling of its own quiet accord, far down in the deep of you, keeping its own time, needing no help from you, carrying you softly, endlessly, gently on, deeper and deeper into the long, warm dark, where there is nothing left to do and nowhere left to go, and all the still hours of the night lie open and quiet and kind, with all the time in the world and more to simply lie here and be held and rest. And still the snow keeps falling somewhere, slow and silent through the black air, settling soft and deep over the sleeping world. And still the low coals glow, warm and faithful in the dark. And still the deep water lies calm and heavy far below the reach of any storm. And still you sink, slow and easy, breath by breath by breath, further down into the warm, further down into the still, further into the long good dark that holds you and holds you and holds you. There is nothing to reach for, there is nothing to hold. There is only the dark and the warmth and the slow soft tide of the breath and the long night going on, patient and gentle and endless around you, carrying you quietly on through the deep still hours, asking nothing, keeping you safe, letting you rest and rest and rest. And now, if some small part of you is still faintly here, still floating just beneath the surface of listening, let even that settle now. Let it drift down like a leaf that has finally left the branch, turning slowly as it falls, in no hurry at all to reach the ground. There is nothing you need to follow. There is nothing you need to keep hold of. The words can go on without you now, the way a slow river goes on past a sleeper on its bank, and you need not follow a single one of them down. They will carry themselves. You have only to lie here and be carried too. Somewhere far off, imagine, the tide is going out across a wide flat shore, drawing back so slowly and so gently that the water barely seems to move at all. just a long, smooth, sighing withdrawal, grain by grain, inch by inch, the sea breathing out across the sand and leaving it smooth and dark and cool behind. And with every slow pull of that far tide, a little more of the day is drawn out of you, out through the soles of the feet, out through the ends of the fingers, out and away across the wide dark water, until there is less and less of it left in you, and more of the deep low quiet coming in to take its place. Let the tide take it. Let the long slow water carry off whatever is left of the hours behind you. The small things said and unsaid, the small things done and half done, the whole long list of the day that once seemed to matter so much and now weighs nothing at all, dissolving softly into the dark like sugar into warm water, like footprints under the coming tide, gone smooth, gone quiet, gone entirely away. And the shore that is left behind is you, smooth and dark and cool and still, nothing written on it now, nothing to read, only the long, clean quiet of sand that the sea has wiped soft, waiting for nothing, holding nothing, wanting nothing, simply lying there under the great dark sky while the water breathes slowly out and out and out. How far down you have come already, hour upon hour of the night folded gently behind you now, like blankets laid one over another over a sleeping child. And still the night goes on, wide and dark and unhurried, in no more haste to end than the slow turning of the year. There is time. There is so much time. More time than you could ever need, all of it dark, all of it soft, all of it laid out around you like a great still field under snowlight, going on and on to the edges of the dark. Let me tell you, very softly, of a warmth you need do nothing to earn. Imagine, if the faintest flick of imagining still stirs in you, a low room somewhere at the very back of a very old house, deep in the countryside, deep in the winter, deep in the middle of the longest night of the year. And in that room, the last light of a long burning lamp turned down low, and the walls thick and old and warm, and the dark pressing kind against the little window, and outside nothing at all but fields and fields of silence rolling away under the stars. And in that room, a bed. And in that bed, warmth. The deep, gathered, patient warmth of hours, warmth that has soaked all the way down into the linen and the wool and the old soft feathers, warmth that holds you the way cupped hands hold a small sleeping bird, from every side at once, gently, completely, asking nothing. You are in that warmth now. You have always been in that warmth. There is nowhere colder you need to go, and nothing out there in the fields you need to tend to, and no reason under all those stars to lift so much as a finger. The warmth has you. The old house has you. The great dark quiet countryside has you, folded safe inside it like a seed folded safe inside the deep winter ground, waiting through the long cold with all the time in the world, in no hurry at all to wake, in no hurry at all to grow, only lying still and warm and dark in the good deep earth, resting through the whole long turning of the season. And your breath goes on, low and slow, far down in the warm of you. You need not find it, you need not follow it, you need not lift it or slow it or shape it in any way at all. It knows the way. It has always known the way. It rose and fell for you through all the years before you ever thought to notice it, and it will rise and fell for you through all the long dark hours of this night while you lie here far below the reach of any thought. A slow, faithful, patient tide, deep in the warm dark of the body, keeping you, carrying you, needing nothing from you in return. Softer now, and slower now, and further down. Let the face go, the small muscles around the eyes that have looked and looked all day, letting go their long looking at last, the eyes lying still and heavy in their warm dark hollows, no longer turning toward anything, no longer searching, simply resting, deep and dark and closed. And the brow smoothing, the way water smooths when the wind at last dies down, the way a field smooths under new fallen snow. Every small line of the day easing out of it, until there is nothing left in the whole broad brow but stillness and warmth and weight. Let the jaw go, heavy and loose and low, the teeth unclenched, the whole hinge of it softening, warm and slack and easy, as though even the small habit of holding the mouth closed has become more effort than the deep of the night requires. Let it hang soft, let it rest. And the throat and the neck, all the long days holding up of the head laid down now, laid down entirely, the head grown so heavy and so welcome in its heaviness, sinking back into whatever holds it as though it might sink on forever, down and down through soft dark layer after soft dark layer, never reaching the bottom, never needing to. Down from there softer still, the shoulders letting their whole long weight go wide and low, the arms lying warm and heavy and forgotten at your sides, so heavy now you could not lift them if you tried, and there is no reason under heaven to try. The hands lying open and empty and still, the fingers curled soft as sleeping leaves, holding nothing, reaching for nothing, done at last with all their doing. The hands have carried so much. Let them lie empty now. Let them be light and warm and still. There is nothing left in all the wide dark night for them to hold. And the long, slow tide draws out a little further, and a little more of you goes with it, and the room grows warmer, and the fields grow quieter, and the night grows deeper still around the old warm house. Down through the chest now, rising and falling so gently, so slowly, so little, hardly any movement in it at all, only the faintest slow swell and settle, like the breathing of the sea when the sea has gone almost entirely to sleep. And beneath it the heart, keeping its low, slow, patient time, needing no watching, needing no help, doing quietly and faithfully in the dark all that it has ever done, so that you may lie here with nothing at all to do but rest. And the belly soft and warm and rising slow, all its holding gone, loose and low and easy, warm right through, warm all the way down, rising a little, falling a little, in the long, slow rhythm of the deep of the night. And the back laid all along whatever holds it, heavy from the wide of the shoulders to the low of the spine, every small knot of the long day sinking and softening and spreading out warm into the dark beneath you, until the back is not so much a thing you have as a place where you rest, broad and warm, and given wholly over to the ground. And the hips heavy and wide and still, and the legs, long and loose and warm, lying just as they fell, in no need of moving, in no need of arranging, sinking slow and deep. And the feet, far away now at the far quiet end of you, warm and heavy and utterly at rest, the toes soft, the soles still, all the long days standing and walking and carrying laid down at last, laid all the way down, into the warm, into the dark, into the deep. The whole of you now, one long, warm, heavy stillness, laid out easy in the dark, given over, let go, held. And still the tide draws slowly out, and still the low lamp burns, and still the fields lie silent under the wide cold stars, and the old house holds its warmth, and the deep ground holds the sleeping seed, and the slow breath holds you, and holds you, and holds you. There is a kind of rest. The quiet people who study these things have come to say that is not quite sleep, and yet gives back to the body much of what sleep gives. A slow, deep, unhurried settling in which the heart eases and the breath lengthens and the whole tired frame is let down, gently out of its long day's effort, into something wide and still and restoring. You are in that rest now. You have been sinking into it, layer by layer, hour by hour, all through this long dark night, and it will go on holding you and mending you and giving quietly back to you for as long as you lie here within it. You need do nothing to make it happen. It is happening. It has been happening all along. You have only to lie still and let it. And if you drift the last small distance now, down over the soft dark edge of it into true and dreamless sleep, then let yourself go gladly, completely, with nothing held back. The words will keep on murmuring low in the dark, whether you hear them or not, the way a slow stream keeps on murmuring past a sleeper who has long since stopped listening, and there is nothing in any of them you need to catch, and nothing in any of them you need to keep. Let them wash over you and past you and away. Let them be one more warm dark thing in a warm dark night that asks nothing of you at all. Somewhere the snowfields turn slowly under the stars. Somewhere the far tide breathes out across the sand. Somewhere the low lamp burns down soft and gold in the old warm room, and the deep ground cradles the sleeping seed, and hour by slow hour the great dark night wheels on, patient and endless and kind, carrying you along at its still warm center, wanting nothing, waiting for nothing, only holding you, only keeping you, only letting you rest and rest and rest. Softer now, slower now, nothing to do, nowhere to go, only the warmth, only the weight, only the long, slow, faithful breath, far down in the deep of you, rising a little, falling a little, keeping its own quiet time in the dark. And the night goes on, wide and warm and dark and long, with all its still hours lying open and gentle around you, more than you could ever need, all of them yours, all of them soft, all of them holding you softly down and softly under and softly on. Let the last thread of listening go slack now. Let it slip from between your fingers like a loosening rope, down into the dark, without a sound. You do not need it. You do not need to hold anything. You do not need to follow anything. You have come all this long way down through the night, hour by hour by hour, into the deep still warm at the bottom of it. And here there is nothing left to reach for, and nothing left to keep, and nothing left to do but lie here, warm and heavy and far away, and let the breath breathe, and let the night hold, and let yourself rest. And still the low tide draws out across the wide dark sand, slower and slower and slower still, barely moving now, barely there at all. Only a long soft sighing at the edge of the world, going out and out and out, and taking the last of everything gently with it, out into the deep dark quiet where it dissolves and is gone and is at peace. And you go with it, soft and slow and easy, down past the last low murmur of the words, down past the last faint flicker of the warm gold lamp, down past the reach of thought, past the reach of wanting, past the reach of anything at all that could stir you or trouble you or ask the smallest thing of you. Down into the still warm dark at the very bottom of the long night, where the breath keeps its low, slow, faithful time all on its own, and the ground holds every ounce of your weight, and there is nothing, nothing, nothing left for you to carry. Just here, just warm, just heavy, just held. And the night so long, and the dark so kind, and so many hours of it still, all soft, all quiet, all yours. Rest now, sink now, let go now, all the way down, all the way under, all the way into the long, warm dark that holds you and will go on holding you gently, faithfully, without end, through all the deep, still hours of the night. And the hours drift on, one into the next, without edges, without names, like slow water moving under ice. Nothing marking them, nothing counting them, only the long dark carrying them softly past, one after another, while you lie here far below it all, warm and still and untroubled, letting them go. Somewhere far off now, if you listen without listening, there is rain. The softest rain falling on a roof somewhere in the dark, a low, steady hush of it, thousands upon thousands of small soft sounds all blurring into one long gentle murmur that asks nothing, means nothing, only falls and falls and falls, patient and even all through the sleeping hours. And you do not have to hear it. You only have to let it be there, out past the edge of everything, wrapping the world in its soft gray blanket of sound, while you rest here, dry and warm and deep, far under the reach of it. Let it fall, let it wash the last of the day away, out along the dark eaves, down into the waiting ground. Every small worn thing loosened and rinsed and carried off. Nothing you have to keep, nothing you have to hold. The rain taking it all softly, softly into the dark. And your breath goes on beneath it, low, slow, easy, rising a little, falling a little, a small warm tide of its own, keeping its own quiet, faithful time, needing no help from you, no minding, no watching. It knows the way. It has always known the way, breathing you gently down and down while you lie here and do nothing at all but be breathed, be held, be carried, down past the rain, down past the dark. down into the deep soft middle of the night, where nothing reaches and nothing calls, and there is only this warmth, and this weight, and this long, slow letting go. Heavy now, heavier than before, as though with every hour that passes you sink a little further into the surface beneath you, as though the warmth is slowly filling you, from the soles of your feet up through your heavy legs, up through the deep still cradle of your hips, up through the long slow rise and fall of your chest, a warmth like sunlight held in stone, like the last heat of the day soaked deep into the earth and given back all through the dark. Rising in you slow and gold and endless, until every part of you is warm and every part of you is heavy, and there is not one thread of you left that wants to move or lift or hold. Let it fill you, let it soften you, let it lay you down and down into the deep, warm dark. And far away, so far it is almost nothing, there is a river, moving through the night without hurry, without effort, wide and dark and smooth, going where it has always gone, needing no one to guide it, no one to watch it, no one to keep it moving. It simply flows, hour after hour, mile after slow mile, through the sleeping fields, under the old stone bridges, past the reeds bowing softly at its edges, on and on toward the sea it cannot see and does not need to see. Trusting the long slope of the land to carry it home. And you are like that now, loosened, flowing, given over to the slow dark pull of rest, carried on it, carried by it, no longer holding your own banks, no longer keeping your own edges, only moving softly downward with everything else that the night is carrying gently toward morning. You do not have to steer, you do not have to know the way. The long, slow current of sleep knows the way, and it has you, and it is carrying you softly, surely, through the deep middle dark. Let the river have you, let it take you on, down past the bridges, down past the bowing reeds, down past the last dim lights of the last small sleeping town, until even they fall away behind you, and there is only the wide dark water, and the wide dark sky, and the two of them meeting somewhere far ahead in a stillness with no name. Softer now, slower still. Nothing to reach, nothing to keep, nothing to do but drift. And overhead, if you could lift your eyes, but you do not need to lift your eyes, the sky has turned its slow great wheel another notch through the dark. The same patient stars leaning westward, hour by hour, in their old unhurried way, keeping their long cold watch over all the sleeping fields and roofs and rivers, over every warm and breathing thing laid down to rest beneath them. They have turned like this over countless nights, over every soul that ever laid its weight down in the dark and let the night hold it. And they turn now over you, asking nothing, only wheeling slowly on, faithful and far and calm, while you lie here safe and small and warm beneath their endless quiet turning. You are such a small warm thing in such a wide soft dark, and that is good, that is enough. You do not have to be large tonight, you do not have to be strong tonight, you do not have to hold anything up or keep anything together or carry anything on. The night is large enough for both of you, the dark is strong enough to hold you. Let it take the whole of your weight, the last of your weight, and hold it easily, endlessly, the way the deep sea holds a single drifting leaf. And the warmth goes on filling you, and the breath goes on breathing you, and the slow dark river goes on carrying you down and gently down. Let a little more of you go now, a little more, the last small holding in the backs of your hands, where they lie open and heavy at your sides, let it go. The last small holding along the line of your shoulders, where they have settled at last into the surface beneath them, let it go. The last small holding behind your still and quiet face, in the soft places around your eyes, along the loosened hinge of your jaw, let it all go, softly, downward, into the dark, until there is nothing held anywhere in you at all, nothing braced, nothing kept, only a long warm heaviness lying open and easy in the deep of the night. And still the rain so far away, and still the river so far below, and still the great slow wheel of the stars, turning and turning above the sleeping world, patient beyond all measure, kind beyond all telling, in no hurry at all for the morning. There is so much night left, so many soft, dark hours still, lying quiet and unhurried all around you, more than enough, more than you could ever use. You do not have to spend them, you do not have to fill them. They are simply here, wrapped warm and close about you, one folding softly into the next, holding you gently at their still deep center, while the dark goes patiently on. Somewhere out in that dark, the wind moves low through a stand of tall old trees. A long soft sound, rising and falling, like the sea heard from far inland, like the slow breath of the whole sleeping earth. The great boughs swaying just a little, just enough in the deep of the night, letting the wind pass through them and go on, holding nothing, keeping nothing, only bending softly with it and letting it move on into the dark. And you sway with them now, somewhere far down inside, softly, softly, rocked by that same slow-breathing dark, that same long, patient tide of air moving over the sleeping world, loosened at last from every stiff and holding thing, swaying, drifting, letting the great soft night move through you and pass on, keeping nothing, needing nothing, only bending gently down into the warmth and the weight and the deep, still dark. Slower now, warmer now, down and softly down. And the low rain hushes on across the dark roofs of the world, and the wide river slides on through the dark toward its far unseen sea, and the tall trees breathe on, slow and deep, in the moving of the night wind, and the old stars wheel on, patient and cold and kind, over every resting thing beneath them. And your breath goes on, low and warm and faithful, far down in the deep of you, rising a little, falling a little, carrying you gently onward through the long, dark middle of the night with nothing left for you to do, nothing left for you to hold, nothing left for you to be but warm and heavy and held and here. Let the words grow dim now. Let them thin out and soften and fall away behind you, one by one, like small far lights going out across a dark valley, until there are only a few of them left, glowing faint and low at the edge of the quiet, and then fewer, and then only the warmth where they were, only the slow dark breathing where they were, only the deep still holding of the night where they were. You do not need them anymore. You do not need to follow. You do not need to know what comes next, or when, or how. The night knows, the dark knows, the long, slow, faithful breath in the deep of you knows. And they are carrying you, all of them together, gently, surely, down past the reach of the words, down past the reach of the rain, down past the reach of the wheeling stars, into the still warm nothing at the very bottom of the dark, where you are held and held and held. Just here, just warm, just heavy, just carried. And the river moving on, and the rain falling on, and the great dark night turning slowly and endlessly around you, patient and vast and kind, in no hurry at all, wanting nothing at all, only holding you softly through its long, deep middle hours, only keeping you, only letting you rest and sink and drift further and further down into the warm. Softer, slower, down and under and gently on. And somewhere far ahead, past all these dark and quiet hours, a morning waits that you do not have to think of yet, that you do not have to reach for yet, that will come on its own soft schedule long after you have gone all the way down into the deep of this rest and stayed there, warm and held, through hour after hour of the patient night. It will keep, it will wait, it needs nothing from you now. There is only this, only here, only the long dark holding and the low slow breath and the great soft weight of you sinking endlessly down into the warmth that has no flaw. Let it hold you, let it keep you, let it carry you on. And the rain hushes down, and the river slides on, and the wind breathes low through the tall dark trees, and you go with all of it, softly, slowly, deeper and deeper into the still warm dark, where there is nothing left to carry, and nothing left to keep, and nothing left to do but rest and rest and rest through all the long, deep, faithful hours of the night. And now, if some new softness wants to come, let it come like snow, the kind that begins somewhere far up in the dark where no one sees it start, and comes down slow and wide and silent over everything, settling without a sound on the roofs and the fields and the long empty roads, laying itself down layer over patient layer, asking nothing, changing nothing but the softness of the world. You do not have to watch it fall. You only have to be one more quiet thing it settles over. One more warm shape it covers gently in the deep of the night, while it goes on drifting down out of the dark, endless and unhurried, filling in every sharp edge, rounding every hard corner, hushing the whole wide sleeping country under its slow white weight. And how quiet it is under falling snow, how the smallest sounds go soft and far, how the whole night seems to lean in close and lower its voice. You are somewhere warm inside all of that quiet now, somewhere the cold cannot reach, wrapped and covered and kept, while the snow does its long, slow work on the far side of the dark, and you do nothing at all and need to do nothing at all, but lie here breathing low and warm in the deep still center of the hush. Let the weight of you settle a little further into that warmth, the way a house settles in the night, easing down onto its old timbers, letting go one small creak at a time, the way the snow settles on the field, finding its rest against the earth and staying there. You too are settling, a little lower, a little heavier, a little more given over to the surface that holds you. Nothing pulling you back up now, nothing calling you to rise, only this long, soft downward ease into the warm. Somewhere out in that snowed-under dark there is a small house with a low light burning, and no one is asking anything of it, and it is asking nothing back, only glowing faint and gold behind its frosted glass, only keeping its one small warmth alive through the long white hours. You do not have to go to it. You do not have to be it. You only have to know it is there, glowing quietly in the deep of the night, the way your own low breath glows quietly in the deep of you. One small faithful warmth, kept without effort, burning on and on while everything else lies still and covered and asleep. And inside that warmth, if you follow it far enough down, there is an even deeper warmth, the kind that lives in the very middle of a resting body, low in the chest, low in the belly, that steady banked heat that never goes out, that keeps you warm from the inside all through the coldest night without your ever tending it. Feel it there now, that quiet inward warmth, how it needs no fuel from you, no watching, no work. How it simply burns on, low and sure, and even keeping you, warming you, holding your whole heavy body at rest around it like snow lying soft around a sleeping ember. Let that warmth spread now, slow as heat through wool, up from the middle of you, out along the heavy arms, down through the heavy legs, into the hands, into the feet, into the very ends of you, until there is no cold edge left anywhere, no bright waking corner, only this even golden warmth filling you from the deep center out to the quiet skin, and the snow still falling somewhere far away, and your breath still going low and slow beneath it all. Nothing to do, nothing to reach. The night has taken all of it from your hands and set it down somewhere out past the snow, where it will keep until morning, where it will wait as long as it needs to wait, and left you nothing to hold but your own soft warmth, nothing to carry but the slow rise and fall of your own low breath, nothing to be in all this wide white sleeping dark, but warm and covered and kept. And maybe now the snow gives way, the way one quiet thing in the night gives way to another without waking you, without ever asking you to move. And there is a wide dark meadow, deep in the folded hills, long grass lying flat and soft and dew cool under the covering dark. You are lying somewhere in the middle of it, low and hidden and held, with the tall grass leaning gently over you, breathing its green cool breath into the night, keeping you the way tall grass keeps the small warm creatures that sleep down in its roots, out of the wind, out of the cold, down where the earth itself is warm. Feel how the ground here gives just a little beneath you, how it takes your weight the way deep grass takes the weight of a fallen leaf, softly, completely, without your having to ask, how there is nowhere further to fall and nothing left to hold you up, because the warm dark earth is holding all of you now, from your heavy shoulders to your heavy heels, and it will not let you go, and it will not tire, and it will not need you to do a single thing but lie here and sink and rest. The grass moves a little far above you in some breath of air too soft to feel, a long slow rustle, low and endless, like the sound the sea makes very far off, like the sound of your own quiet breathing gone out into the field, and it asks nothing of you, it only goes on. It only lanes and settles and leans again, a whole dark meadow breathing slowly around your resting body, keeping the night's long watch so that you do not have to keep it, so that you can let go of the very last of your watching now and give it to the grass and give it to the earth and go down. Down past the roots, down past the cool of the surface, into the deeper warmth beneath, where the ground holds its heat all through the night, where everything that rests here is warm, where the slow, patient earth has been keeping small sleeping things safe and warm and covered since long before you came, and will go on keeping them long after, and is keeping you now tonight, this one long quiet night, as gently and as surely as it keeps any of them. And how good it is to be one of the small kept things, to be no larger in this deep hour than a warm shape sleeping down in the roots of the grass, to have set down everything that made you large and busy and awake in the daylight, and to have grown small and warm and simple and still, tucked into the folded dark of the hills, breathing low, wanting nothing, going nowhere, only resting, only sinking, only being kept. Let yourself be that small and that warm now. Let yourself be that simple. There is nothing left tonight that needs the large, busy waking you. It can lie folded up and dark and quiet, far off at the edge of things, and you can stay here, down in the warm roots of the rest, no bigger than a heartbeat, no busier than a breath. And the meadow breathes, and the earth holds, and the deep warmth rises slow around you, and the long grass leans, and the night goes on turning its patient dark above the folded hills, in no hurry, wanting nothing, only covering you over, only keeping you down, only letting you rest and rest, and rest in the warm, still root of the world. Slower now, softer now, let even the meadow grow dim, let the tall grass fade back into the dark it came from, let there be less and less to picture, less and less to follow, until there is almost nothing left but the warmth, and the weight, and the low, slow, faithful breath moving in the deep of you. You have come a long way down into this night. Hour after hour of it has passed over you like slow water, like drifting snow, like the leaning of grass in a dark field, and you have let each hour take a little more of your weight, a little more of your holding, a little more of your waking, until there is almost nothing left in your hands at all. And that is right, that is exactly as it should be. This is the deep middle of the rest, the far quiet bottom of the night, and there is nothing here that you must do but stay and sink and breathe. If any small thought still drifts through, let it drift the way a single flake drifts down through a still dark room, slow and weightless and going nowhere in particular. You do not have to catch it. You do not have to follow it up into the light. Let it settle somewhere soft and dissolve into the warm, the way snow dissolves into dark water, without a trace, without a sound, leaving the deep stillness even deeper than before. And your breath goes on beneath all of it. Low, warm, faithful, rising a little, falling a little, keeping its slow, even time all on its own, needing nothing from you, asking nothing of you, only carrying you gently on and down, through the long, dark, faithful middle of the night. Let it carry you, let it keep you. There is so much night still left to rest in, so many quiet hours still folded up ahead, warm and dark and waiting, each one ready to hold you a little longer, to take you a little deeper, to let you sink a little further into the warm with nothing to reach for and nowhere to be. You do not have to spend them, you do not have to count them. They will spend themselves softly, one after another, while you lie here in the deep, warm root of the dark, going nowhere, wanting nothing, kept and covered and held. And now perhaps the meadow and the snow and the small gold light all fold together into something plainer still. Just warmth, just weight, just the dark, just the slow, low breath and the great soft holding underneath you. The whole night narrowed down to this one simple, warm, still place where you are lying, far below the reach of every busy thing, far below the reach of every bright and calling thing, down where it is only warm, only heavy, only quiet, only kept. Stay there, sink there. Let the last of your weight go down into the warm, the last of your holding loosen and slip away, the last small brightness at the edge of you dim and soften and go out, the way the low light in the far house dims at last behind its frosted glass, leaving only the dark, only the snow, only the deep still breathing of the whole sleeping world. And you are part of that sleeping world now, one more warm, quiet thing it covers over, one more resting shape it keeps through the long, dark hours, breathing low with the breath of the fields, settling deep with the settling of the snow, held and kept and carried softly on. Nothing to do, nothing to hold, nothing to be but warm and heavy, and here, in the deep still middle of the night, where the rest goes down and has no floor, and the dark keeps turning slow and kind above you, and your breath keeps moving low and faithful far below, carrying you gently on. Softer, slower, down and under and quietly on. Let it hold you, let it keep you, let it carry you further into the warm. And the snow falls on, far off in the dark, and the meadow breathes on, deep in the folded hills, and the warm earth holds, and the low light fades, and the great slow night goes turning on around you, patient and vast and kind, wanting nothing at all, only keeping you softly through its long, deep hours, only letting you rest and sink and stay all the way down at the still, warm bottom of the dark. And your breath goes on, low, warm, faithful, rising a little, falling a little, carrying you gently onward through the quiet, with nothing left to carry, nothing left to keep, nothing left to do, but rest, and rest, and rest. And now, if some small part of you is still floating near the surface of things, let it slip lower still, down past the last faint edge of thinking, down into a warmth that has no words in it at all. Only the slow and steady keeping of your own quiet body, breathing itself, needing nothing said, needing nothing done. Let a new stillness come now, something like warm water, something like a wide, slow river far out in the dark, moving so gently across the low country that its surface barely stirs. No waves on it, no hurry in it, only the long, unbroken glide of warm water carrying everything it holds softly downstream through the night. And you are lying on that water now, not sinking, not swimming, only carried, held up along your whole length by something warm and patient and deep, the small of your back resting on it, the backs of your legs resting on it, the weight of your head laid back into it, every part of you floated and easy, moving without moving, going without going, carried so smoothly that there is nothing to feel but the warmth and the slow, slow drift. The river asks nothing of you. It does not need you to steer. It does not need you to reach for either bank. It only carries, the way it has carried 1,000 quiet nights before this one, the way it will carry 1,000 more, wide and warm and unhurried, folding the whole dark valley into its slow going. And you, one small warm shape upon it, floated and kept and carried gently on. There is warmth beneath you and warmth around you. The air over the water is soft and dark and still. No lights on either shore, only the low banks somewhere out past seeing, breathing their cool green breath into the night, while the warm water breathes its own warm breath up around you, and the two meet and mingle somewhere above your resting face, and you lie between them, easy, floated, carried, warm. Let your breath match the water now, not the fast, bright breath of the day, but the slow, deep breath of a wide river, the long, low, unhurried breath that takes its time, rising in you like the slow swell of the current, falling in you like the current settling again, one long, warm breath, and then a longer rest at the bottom of it, one long, warm breath, and then the slow, low ease of letting it all go. And with each breath, let a little more of you be given to the water, a little more of your weight laid down into it, a little more of your holding loosened and let go, until there is nothing left in you that lifts, nothing left in you that braces, nothing left in you that waits, only the warm, long floated ease of a body carried softly downstream through the dark, with the whole warm river doing all the moving and you doing none. Feel how the warmth reaches into you now, not lying only on your skin, but soaking slowly inward, into the long muscles of your back, softening them, into the deep hinge of your hips, loosening them, into the heavy roots of your legs, warming them all the way through. The warmth of the water and the warmth of your own quiet body meeting somewhere in the middle of you, mingling, until you cannot tell any longer where you end, and the warm carrying water begins. Your hands floated open on the surface, warm and heavy and still. The fingers loosened all the way, curled a little, resting, the warm water moving slow between them, around them, under them, carrying them along without the smallest effort of your own. Your arms laid out and easy, floated their whole long length, warmed all the way to the shoulder, given over entirely to the slow wide going of the stream. And there is no place you are going. That is the deep ease of it. The river is not carrying you toward anything you must arrive at. It is only carrying, for its own slow sake, through the long warm middle of the dark, and you may be carried without ever arriving, floated on and on through hour after hour of warm and quiet water, with no shore to reach and no landing to make and nothing waiting anywhere ahead but more warmth, and more dark, and more slow, deep, unhurried rest. So let the last thin thread of anywhere to be slip off you now. Let it drift away downstream a little faster than you and go on ahead and vanish into the dark and leave you here, floated and warm and staying, in no hurry to follow. You are exactly where the night wants you, low on the warm water, carried slow, kept easy, breathing long. The current turns somewhere far ahead, around some soft dark bend you will never have to see, and the turning of it reaches back up the long slow water and rocks you, just barely, the gentlest lean and settle of the warmth beneath you, the way a great slow thing cradles the small thing it carries, and you are rocked so faintly, so kindly, that it is less a motion than a warmth. A slow, easy tilting of the whole dark river that holds you a little more surely, that folds you a little more deeply into its warm, long going. And you let it rock you. You have nothing to hold level, nothing to keep steady, nothing to right or brace or balance. The warm water does all of that now, holds all of your weight and all of your stillness, tilts you only enough to fold you closer, and carries you on through the dark without one thing left for you to do but be carried. Warm and floated and slow and kept. Let the warmth climb higher in you now, up out of the deep water of your back and hips, up through the wide warm plain of your belly, rising and spreading the way warmth spreads through still water, slow and even and unhurried, until your whole middle is heavy and warm and softly glowing with it, the breath moving through it low and long, the last knots there loosened and given to the current. Nothing held in the belly now, nothing braced, only warm, soft heaviness rising and falling with the slow swell of the water beneath. And up further still, into the warm, broad room of your chest, where the breath comes and goes so slowly now, so gently that it barely troubles the surface of you, a long, warm drawing in, a longer, slower letting go, and between them a deep, still resting pause where nothing moves at all but the faint, far turning of the current, carrying you on through the dark. The warmth reaches your shoulders and lays them down, spreads across the whole warm width of your upper back and softens it into the water, climbs the warm sides of your neck and loosens them, until your head, floated back into the warmth, is held so completely that the neck can let go of it entirely, can hand its whole weight to the warm, slow water and keep none of it back, and the head floats, heavy and warm and given over, rocked so faintly by the turning stream. And the warmth moves up into your face at last, the way warm water moves, slow and kind and unhurried, loosening the jaw until it hangs soft and low and open a little, warming the cheeks until they sag heavy and easy toward the water, smoothing across the closed and resting eyes until they are still and warm and untroubled, floating in the dark behind their lids with nothing to look for and nothing to watch. Spreading up over the brow until the last faint gather there melts and runs off downstream and is gone, warming back over the whole scalp until the head is nothing but a warm, heavy floated stillness, carried gently on the slow, wide water through the long, dark heart of the night. Warm from your soles to your crown now, floated your whole length, carried without moving, kept without holding, breathing long and low with the slow, deep breath of the river, and going nowhere at all, only on, only down, only deeper into the warm. And the river carries you into a stillness so wide now that its banks fall away entirely. No shores left anywhere, only the warm water and the warm dark and the slow deep breath, and you, floated in the middle of all of it, one small kept warmth in the great warm keeping of the night. Let the water widen until it is everywhere, until there is no edge to it and no end to it, only warmth in every direction, holding you from below and from every side, so that whichever way the slow current turns you, it only turns you into more warmth, more holding, more of the same deep patient keeping that has held you all this long night through. There is no falling here. No matter how far down you sink, the warmth is under you, always under you, deeper than you can sink and warmer than you can reach. So you may let yourself go all the way down into it, all the way to the bottom of your own tiredness, and find no floor there, only warmer water, only softer dark, only the slow going on of the great warm river through the middle of the night. And your breath goes with it, low, warm, unhurried, a long slow drawing of the warm air in, a longer slower giving of it back, and the pause between growing longer now, growing softer, a deep still resting place where you float without breathing for a moment, floated and warm and perfectly kept, before the next slow warm breath rises of its own accord and carries you a little further on. You do not have to make the breath come. It comes on its own, the way the current comes, without your asking, without your effort, rising slow and warm out of the deep quiet middle of you and falling slow and warm back down again, carrying you gently onward through the dark, whether you attend to it or not. So you may let even the breath slip out of your keeping now. Let it breathe itself, low and faithful, far below you, while you float warm and heavy and untroubled on the wide, slow water, further and further into the warm. Somewhere far off, past all the warmth, the night goes on turning its slow dark hours, patient as ever, in no hurry to be done. There are so many of them still, so many quiet, warm hours still folded up ahead, each one ready to carry you a little further down the warm, slow water, a little deeper into the dark, a little further from every bright and busy thing, and you need not reach for even one of them. They will come to you on the current, one after another, warm and dark and unhurried, and each will float you on a while and hand you gently to the next. So let this hour carry you as far as it likes. Let it float you on through all its long, warm minutes with nothing asked of you and nothing owed. You are not steering the night. You are only floated on it, warm and heavy and kept, carried slow through the deep, dark middle of it, with the whole wide, warm water doing all the going and you doing none at all. Warm and slow and floated and deep. And now let even the river grow dim. Let the warmth stay but the water fade, the way everything fades this far down in the night, until there is no river left to name, no current left to follow, only warmth, only weight, only the slow, low, faithful breath moving somewhere far below, and the great soft dark holding you close on every side. Just warmth now, just the long, slow breath, just the deep, dark keeping. Let it be simple, let it be plain. Let there be nothing left to picture and nothing left to follow, only the warm, heavy staying of your own quiet body, floated in the dark, breathing low, going nowhere, wanting nothing, kept and covered and carried softly on. Down and warm and slow and still. The night holds you the way the water held you, under your whole length, on every side, deeper than you can sink and kinder than you can ask. And it will hold you like this through all the long dark hours still ahead, whether you rest at the surface of sleep or drift all the way down beneath it, warm and floated and kept, wanting nothing, holding nothing, doing nothing at all. So sink now, if you are still near the surface. Let the last warm weight of you settle down through the dark, like something warm settling slowly through still water, turning and easing as it goes, in no hurry to arrive, met everywhere by warmth, slowed everywhere by warmth, carried down and down through the soft, dark middle of the night with nothing beneath it but more warmth still. And rest there wherever you come to rest. At whatever quiet depth the warmth lets you settle, rest there, floated and heavy and kept, with the slow, low breath moving faithfully far below you, and the great warm dark turning slow and patient all around, wanting nothing at all, only keeping you softly through its long, deep hours, only letting you sink and stay and rest, all the way down at the still, warm bottom of the night. Nothing to hold, nothing to reach, nothing to be but warm and heavy, and here, floated deep in the dark, carried gently on by a breath that needs no keeping and a night that asks no thanks. Softer now, slower now, warm and low and far, far down. And the breath goes on, low, warm, faithful, rising a little out of the deep, falling a little back into the warm, carrying you onward through the quiet dark with nothing left to carry, nothing left to hold, nothing left to do at all, but rest and sink and rest. And far off now, past the warm dark where you are floated and kept, something new begins to fall. Not water, not current, but snow. The slow white silence of snow coming down through the night onto a wide still field, one flake and then another, in no hurry, meaning nothing, only drifting down through the dark air and settling soft and endless on the sleeping ground. Let it fall out there while you rest in here. You need not watch it. You need only know it is falling, the way you know without looking that the night is wide and the dark is kind. Snow settling slow on a field you will never have to cross, laying its soft white weight over everything, hushing the whole world one flake at a time. And how quiet it is, the falling of snow, quieter than breath, quieter than anything. No sound at all but the great soft absence of sound, the way the world goes still and muffled and close beneath the falling white, every hard edge softened, every sharp thing rounded, every cold thing covered over and kept. That same soft covering is settling over you now, not snow, but its stillness. The same hush laying itself gently down the whole length of you, over the brow and the closed eyes, over the loosened jaw and the quiet throat, over the chest that rises so little now and falls so slow. A soft white quiet settling and settling, thickening the hush, deepening the dark, laying its weightless weight over all of you until there is nothing left uncovered, nothing left unkept, nothing left awake enough to stir. Let it cover the shoulders, the way snow settles on a low roof through the night and no one wakes. Let it lie there soft and heavy and warm, though snow is never warm anywhere but here. Here it is warm, this settling quiet, warm as a thick dark blanket drawn slowly up and over, warm as the deep still middle of a long safe night. Let it cover the arms, both of them, all the long way down. The quiet settling on the upper arm, gathering soft in the bend of the elbow, drifting slow down the forearm to the wrist, banking gentle over the back of each hand, filling in the spaces between the fingers, laying each finger down under its own soft weight until not one of them could lift if it tried, and not one of them wants to, covered, kept, still. And the chest and the slow, low breath moving under all that quiet. The covering rises a little when you breathe in and settles a little when you breathe out, the way a field of snow would seem to breathe if a field could breathe. But you needn't lift it. The breath lifts it for you, faithful and low, all on its own, far down beneath the soft white hush, needing nothing from you, asking nothing of you, only rising a little, only falling a little, only carrying you on. And the belly going soft and slow beneath the quiet, and the hips sinking under it. And the long heavy legs covered all their length, the quiet settling over the thigh and pooling warm behind the knee and lying thick along the shin and gathering soft over each foot, over the heel and the arch and the sleeping toes, until the whole body lies covered end to end, one long low still shape under the falling hush, kept warm beneath it, kept safe beneath it, going nowhere at all beneath the endless gentle falling of the dark. How good it is to be covered, how old that comfort is, and how deep, The animal ease of being warm while the cold stays outside, of being still while the snow does the falling, of lying kept and covered in the dark middle of a long winter night, with nothing to do and nowhere to be, and no reason in the world to stir. You are that warm, you are that kept. The cold is all outside you and none of it can reach you. Whatever the night is doing out past the walls, out past the dark, it does without you and asks nothing of you and cannot wake you. You are covered too deep for that now, floated too far, settled too warm and too low beneath the soft white quiet to be called back up by anything at all. And still it falls, slow and patient and without end, the way the best of the night's quiet things go on and on without needing to be watched, covering what is already covered, deepening what is already deep. Laying more hush over the hush, more soft over the soft, more keeping over the kept, until the whole still field of you is buried warm and gentle and complete beneath it. One smooth, unbroken quiet with nothing sharp left showing, nothing awake left showing, nothing left to soften, because all of it is soft now, all of it is covered now, all of it is kept. Let the covering settle deeper still. Let it press its soft weight down the way a heavy quilt presses, gentle and even and warm across the whole length of you, that good low weight that says without a word that you are held, that you are safe, that you may let go. And you do, you let go a little more under the weight of it. You sink a little further beneath the soft white hush. You go a little lower into the warm. Nothing needs to move now beneath the snow, nothing needs to answer. The field lies still all night, and no one asks it to do otherwise, and you may lie just as still, just as covered, just as unbothered by the passing dark, for as long as the long night lasts and longer. There is so much night left, so many quiet hours still to come. And every one of them will fall as soft as this, and cover you as warm as this, and keep you as gently as this, one after another, until the far pale edge of morning that is still so far away, it is not even worth the thinking of. So do not think of it, let it stay far. Let there be nothing ahead but more of this warm covered quiet, and nothing behind but more of it too, and nothing now but the soft endless falling, and the low warm breath, and the deep kept stillness of your own resting body beneath the hush. And now let even the snow grow faint. Let the falling slow and thin the way it does in the smallest hours, until the flakes come few and far and drifting, one and then a long soft while, and then another, slower, sparser, fainter, until you can no longer tell the falling from the fallen, the covering from the covered, the drift from the deep still dark that holds it all. Until there is no snow left to name, only the hush it leaves behind, only the soft complete quiet of a covered world, only warmth, only weight, only the low, slow, faithful breath moving somewhere far beneath, and the great soft dark lying close and kind on every side. Just warmth now, just the hush, just the deep still keeping of the covered dark. Let it be simple, let it be plain, nothing left to watch and nothing left to picture, only the warm heavy staying of your own quiet body, covered and kept, breathing low, going nowhere, wanting nothing, held soft beneath the settled quiet of the night. And out past the covered field, past the reach of any falling, the dark goes on, not empty, but full of the same warm keeping that covers you, stretched wide and deep in every direction, mile on quiet mile of it, all of it still, all of it dark, all of it holding whatever it holds as gently as it holds you. Somewhere in all that dark a single small light burns low, not near, not bright, only a warm dim glow far off across the covered dark, the kind of light a low window makes when someone has left a small lamp burning through the night. And it does not call you and it does not want you, it only burns there, steady and small and warm, a quiet gold in all the quiet dark, keeping its own patient watch so that you need keep none. Let it burn for you, let it hold the far edge of the night while you rest here in the near warm middle of it. You need not go to it, you need not tend it. It tends itself, low and faithful, all night long, the way the breath tends itself far below you, the way the dark tends itself all around. And between the small warm light out there and the low warm breath down here, you are held on both sides by things that keep themselves and ask nothing and go on without you, so that you may go on without anything at all, only resting, only sinking, only being kept. How little there is to do now, how little there has ever really been this far down in the night. The light burns without you, the breath moves without you, the snow falls and settles and covers without you, the dark turns slow and patient and keeps its long, quiet round without you. And you have nothing left to add to any of it, nothing to fix, nothing to finish, nothing to hold up or hold together or hold at all. You may simply lie here in the warm, covered middle of it, one still small kept thing among all the other quiet kept things of the night, breathing low, going nowhere, and let the whole soft, dark machinery of the resting world turn gently on around you. Let the shoulders forget they were ever asked to carry. They carry nothing now, covered warm beneath the hush. Let the hands forget they were ever asked to hold. They hold nothing now, laid open and heavy and still. Let the jaw forget it was ever set, and the brow forget it was ever drawn, and the whole long body forget it was ever braced against anything at all. There is nothing to brace against here, only warmth, only weight, only the deep kept quiet of the covered dark. And the breath goes on, low beneath it all, rising a little out of the warm, falling a little back into the deep, carrying you onward through the small hours, the way the slow snow carried the sky down to the ground, softly, patiently, one quiet motion at a time, with nothing hurried and nothing forced, and nothing asked of the one being carried, only that you let it, and you let it. Down here, where letting is the only thing left, and even that is done for you now, breath by low, warm breaths. Slower now, softer now, the light burns low and far. The snow lies deep and still. The breath moves faithful and warm, and you are covered over all of it and kept beneath all of it and floated deep in the warm, dark heart of it, wanting nothing, holding nothing, doing nothing at all. And if some small thought should drift up through the hush, the way a single late flake still drifts down long after the falling seemed done, let it drift. You needn't catch it, you needn't follow it. Let it settle somewhere out on the covered dark and go as quiet as everything else has gone. For nothing stays sharp long in this deep warm hush. Nothing stays loud, nothing stays awake. It all softens, it all settles, it all sinks slow into the covering quiet and is kept there still with you. There is nowhere you have to be but here. There is nothing you have to be but warm. The long night has folded itself all around you like the deep of a drift folds around a stone, close on every side, warm past all reason, holding you so completely that there is no edge left between the held and the holding, no line left between you and the warm covered dark, only one soft continuous quiet going down, and down past any place a name could reach. So sink there into the last of it. Let the small warm light keep the far dark, while you let go of even the watching of it. Let the low breath keep the deep dark, while you let go of even the feeling of it. Let the whole covered still world keep its long quiet round, while you let go of everything, and lie there kept and covered and floated at the warm, still bottom of the night, with nothing beneath you but more warmth, and nothing above you but more dark, and nothing anywhere at all that you must hold or reach or do. Nothing to hold, nothing to reach, nothing to be but warm and heavy, and here, covered deep in the quiet dark, carried gently on by a breath that keeps itself and a night that asks no thanks. Softer now, slower now, warm and low and far, far down. And the snow settles, and the small light burns, and the breath goes on, low, warm, faithful, rising a little out of the deep, falling a little back into the warm, carrying you onward through the long, quiet dark with nothing left to carry, nothing left to hold, nothing left to do at all, but rest, and sink, and rest. And now, without your having to move at all, the warmth beneath you seems to loosen a little at its edges, the way ground goes soft when the deep cold finally lifts. and what held you close begins, so slowly you could not name the moment, to hold you wide instead, as though the covered dark had thinned into water, into some vast, unhurried water that carries without effort and asks nothing of the thing it carries. And you are on it now, or in it, or of it. There is no longer any need to know which, only that you are held on a slow, dark water that goes on further than any shore, level and quiet, moving so gently it barely moves at all. There is a warmth to this water that is not the warmth of the sun and not the warmth of a covering, but a warmth that seems to come up out of the deep itself, from far below, from places no light has ever reached and none is needed. And it rises through the dark water, and it reaches you where you float, and it steeps you slowly, the way warmth soaks into a stone left long in a shallow pool, until there is no telling any more where the warmth of the water ends and the warmth of you begins. You float there, and the water takes your weight so completely that the last of the holding drains out of you and down into the deep, and is gone. Every ounce you did not know you were still carrying, lifted away by the slow dark water and let sink quietly out of reach. Nothing to grip, nothing to steady, nothing to keep afloat, for the floating is done for you entirely by a water that has been carrying sleeping things since long before there were names for sleep. And it moves you, this water, so slowly, adrift you feel more in the breath than in the body, rising a little as the low swell lifts, settling a little as the low swell passes on beneath you and goes, rising, settling. A long, slow rocking wider and gentler than any cradle, of rocking with no hurry anywhere in it, no rhythm you must follow, only the wide, unhurried breathing of the deep water beneath you, lifting and lowering, carrying you nowhere in particular through the dark, and in no particular haste to arrive. Far off, so far that it might only be the memory of a light, something glimmers low on the black water, not near enough to reach, not asking to be reached. Just a small pale gleam laid out along the surface, trembling very slightly, keeping its distance and its quiet watch the way the low far light kept it before, faithful and small and unhurried, marking that the world goes on out there past the edge of the warm, while you rest here at the still center of it, wanting none of it, needing none of it, held. You breathe, and the water breathes with you, or you breathe with the water. There is no telling now which came first or which is following. The slow swell lifts as the breath draws in, without your asking it to. The slow swell falls away as the breath lets go, longer and softer, spilling out over the dark water and smoothing it flatter still. And the letting out of that breath is the whole of what you do, the only motion left that is yours to make, and even it comes easier now, and slower, each one longer than the last, each one leaving you lower on the warm water and lower in the warm dark and further from every shore. There is nowhere this water is taking you that you must be. There is nothing on its far side you must reach. It carries only for the carrying's sake, patient past all patience, and you are welcome to lie upon it as long as the night lasts and longer, doing nothing, deciding nothing, going wherever the slow dark water goes and content to go there without watching for the way. Let your hands lie open on the warm water. You needn't hold them so. Let them float wherever the swell would set them, palms turned up and empty, nothing in them, nothing wanted in them, the fingers curling the way fingers curl when the last thought of gripping has gone out of them at last. The water bears them up. The water bears all of you up. And you sink into that bearing the way warmth sinks into water, without effort, without edge, until the sinking and the floating are the same slow motion, and neither has a name. And the warm swell lifts you and lowers you, and the far light trembles small and quiet on the black, and the breath spills out long and low across the deep, and you are carried on. Now the water grows warmer still as it deepens, and heavier somehow, thicker and slower, the way deep water goes slow and dark toward the bottom of things. And you are sinking into it now, gently, not down but through, settling by soft degrees into a warmth that closes over you as mildly as a breath closes a door. And every layer you sink through is warmer than the one above, and stiller and darker and slower, until the very idea of a surface up above you loosens and drifts off and no longer matters at all. Down here the swell is only the faintest of motions, a long, slow current that comes from somewhere far off in the dark and moves through you without disturbing anything, a warmth that flows and is not felt to flow, that carries and is not felt to carry, that holds you turning very slowly in the deep still water the way a leaf turns slow in the deep of a warm pool, all afternoon, going nowhere, unhurried, kept. And there is nothing to fear in this deep, for the deep is only more of the warm, only more of the dark, only more of the slow, all of it holding you, none of it wanting anything from you, all of it going the one soft way that everything goes down here, which is down and slow and quiet and warm. You could not lift a hand now if lifting mattered, and lifting does not matter, for there is nothing to lift toward and nothing to lift for. You could not shape a word now if a word were wanted, and no word is wanted, for the deep has no need of words and asks you none. You lie in the warm, slow current with the last of the holding gone out of you and down into the dark, and you are carried in the deep the way the deep carries all its sleeping things, gently, endlessly, without a shore in mind. Slower now, the current moves you and is barely a motion. Softer now, the warmth soaks through you and is barely a warmth, only the deep sameness of a body that has stopped keeping any part of itself apart from the rest, that has gone all one temperature with the dark it floats in, that has forgotten where its edges were and let them soften away into the warm. And the breath goes on beneath it all, low and slow and faithful, the one small tide that keeps its time down here where all the other times have stopped, rising a little out of the deep warm, falling a little back into the deeper warm, spilling out long over the still dark water and drawing you longer and lower with every spill, asking nothing, keeping itself, carrying you on. Somewhere in the deep, the warm current turns so slowly and turns you with it, and you go the way a slow warm stone goes with the tide it has forgotten it is in, without a will of your own in the matter, and without the least need of one, turned and carried and turned again through the dark warm water, round and slow and quiet, held on every side by a warmth that has no bottom you could reach, and no edge you could find, only more of itself, endlessly, further down and further in. There is no floor to this deep. You will not strike it. You are not falling toward it. You are only being lowered, gentle and slow, through warm on warm on warm, sinking as a warmth sinks, spreading as a warmth spreads, thinning out into the dark, the way heat thins out into a wide, still water, until it is everywhere and nowhere and cannot be told from the water at all. And you needn't hold the shape of yourself so carefully now. The deep will hold it for you. You may let the edges go soft and let the warmth spread past them, and let the dark water fill in wherever you set something down. Nothing lost in the letting, nothing gone, only loosened, only spread, only laid out wide and slow and open on the warm deep, the way the far light is laid out wide and slow across the black, unhurried, unbroken, keeping its own quiet without effort now, forever if the night should ask it. Let the deep keep the deep, let the warm keep the warm, let the low breath keep its low faithful time, while you let go even of the counting of it, even of the following of it, even of the feeling of it rise and fall. For it will go on without your minding it, as it has gone on all this long quiet while, low and warm and sure, carrying you onward through the slow hours whether you attend to it or not. And you need not attend to it now. You need attend to nothing now. Nothing to follow, nothing to keep, nothing to be down here in the warm deep, but slow and dark and carried and kept. And the current moves, and the warmth deepens, and the far light trembles small and faithful on a surface grown too distant now to matter. And you sink on, and spread on, and rest on, through the deep warm dark that has no end that you will ever need to find. Now even the water thins, and the warmth grows so even and so wide that it is no longer a thing you float upon, but a thing you are steeped all the way through, like warmth held in the heart of a loaf, like heat held in the deep of packed earth long after the sun has gone. A warmth with no surface and no floor and no side, a warmth that is simply everywhere you are and everywhere you are not, so that the drifting has nowhere left to drift, and the sinking has nowhere left to sink, and it all comes to rest, slow and complete, in a warmth without direction, without distance, without any edge at all. And in that even warmth you lie, past floating, past sinking, past being carried, only held, only steeped, only kept. The body gone heavy past all lifting and warm past all telling, laid out slow and wide and open in the dark with nothing left in it that grips, nothing left in it that waits, nothing left in it that keeps the smallest watch. The face has forgotten it is a face. The hands have forgotten they were ever asked to hold. The long, slow length of you has forgotten where it ends and the warm dark begins, and does not go looking, and does not care to know, for the not knowing is the softest thing of all, the last small weight set down, the final letting after which there is nothing left to let. And the breath goes on, low, warm, slow, rising the least amount out of the even warm, falling the least amount back into the even warm. So quiet now it is scarcely a motion, so slow now it is scarcely a breath, only the faintest faithful stirring at the deep still center of the warm, keeping its long patient time while everything else lies steeped and heavy and kept. Slower now, there is all the night still folded around you, and all of it warm and all of it dark, and all of it yours to rest in without hurry and without end. Softer now, there is nothing coming that you must rise to meet, nothing waiting that you must wake to tend, nothing at all out past the warm that has the smallest claim on you here. The night keeps it. The night keeps all of it. And the night keeps you, steeped in its even warmth, held in its patient dark, carried on its low, faithful breath, wanting nothing, holding nothing, doing nothing at all. Only warm, only heavy, only slow, only here in the even warm, at the still deep heart of the long, quiet dark, kept and covered and steeped all the way through, while the breath goes low and faithful on beneath it all. Rising the least amount, falling the least amount, carrying you gently onward through the warm, with nothing left to carry, nothing left to hold, nothing left to do at all but rest and steep and rest. And somewhere far below the warm, without your having gone to look for it, the ground of you has grown as soft and settled as a field under the first slow snow of the year, the kind that comes down in the deepest part of the night, when no one is awake to see it begin, each flake letting go of the high dark and falling without sound, without weight, without any hurry to arrive. And it settles over you the way it settles over a sleeping field, laying itself down layer upon patient layer, filling in every hollow, rounding away every sharp edge, until there is no telling where the field ends and the soft white cover begins, and nothing under all that quiet cover is asked to stir, and nothing under all that quiet cover means to. You are covered like that now, covered slow, covered deep, covered kind, and the covering asks for nothing back. The snow does not fall on you to change you. It falls only to soften, only to still, only to lay one more gentle weight of quiet over a body already gone quiet, one more soft fold of hush over a mind already gone still. And you take it the way the field takes it, without lifting anything to meet it, without holding anything up against it, only letting it settle and letting it stay, and letting it deepen through the long, unhurried hours of the dark. And it is so still out under that falling that even the falling makes no sound, only the wide, soft settling, only the slow white deepening, only the hush laid down on hush laid down on hush, until the whole of the night is one long quiet drift, and you are somewhere in the deep warm middle of it, covered past all cold, covered past all care, covered so far down and so far under that nothing from the far bright edges of the world could ever reach through to trouble the least small part of you. Let it cover you deeper. There is no cold in it, only the softness, only the settling, only the slow, kind weight of the quiet coming down and staying. And under the cover, warm as a low-banked ember kept through the night, the breath goes on, small, slow, faithful, rising the least amount into the hush, falling the least amount back beneath it, asking nothing, needing nothing, only turning over, low and patient, at the deep still heart of all that's softly falling quiet. You do not have to feel the breath to let it go on. It has never once needed your watching. It kept its long, slow time through every hour you were awake and looking elsewhere, and it keeps it now while you lie covered and still, and it will keep it on through all the dark still folded ahead, without your help, without your care, without your ever having to lift a single thought to tend it. Let it keep itself, let it carry you. Let the slow, low turning of it be the only motion left anywhere in the whole soft-covered night. And now, so gently you could not say when the falling slowed, the snow thins to the last few stray drifting flakes, and then to none, and the field lies finished under its deep white quiet, and a great low stillness settles over everything, the particular stillness that comes only after snow, when the whole world seems to be holding one long soft breath and asking nothing of anyone at all. You know that stillness. It is in you now. It has come all the way down into the deep of you and made its home there, wide and hushed and complete, and there is nothing in it that hurries, and there is nothing in it that waits, and there is nothing in it that would have you be anywhere but exactly, only slowly here. Rest in the after-snow quiet, rest in the wide white hush, rest in the deep still cover that asks for nothing and keeps you for as long as the night is long. And time itself has gone soft out here, loose, unhurried, the way a whole long snowbound night can seem to hold still around a sleeping house, the hours no longer marching but pooling, gathering, settling like the snow, one melting slow into the next with no sharp line between them and no reason to count. You have nowhere to be in any of those hours, not the next one, not the one after, not any hour the slow night still has folded up ahead. They will come the way the snow came softly without needing you to meet them, and they will pass the way the snow settles softly without asking you to move. So let the hours pool. Let them gather warm and deep around the still shape of you and go nowhere at all. There is nothing you are late for in the dark. There is nothing the night needs finished. There is only this one wide, unhurried hour, deep and covered and kind, and it is stretched out around you long enough to hold you for as far down as you care to go. And you are going down, not falling now, only settling, the way the last of the snow settles into the deep of the drift, the way warmth settles into the deep of a banked fire, the way quiet settles into the deep of a house where everyone has finally, gratefully, gone to sleep. Down past the last of the thinking, down past the last of the noticing. Down into the low, still place beneath all of it, where nothing needs saying and nothing needs knowing, and the whole soft weight of you comes at last to its true resting depth and stays. Let it stay, let it be as deep as it wants to be. There is no floor here you can reach too soon, and no bottom you must stop at. Only the long, slow settling down and down into the warm, covered quiet, as far and as easy as the sinking wants to go. And should some small thought still drift, far up and far off, the way a single light might glow faint in one window across a wide, snowed-under valley, let it glow there without your going toward it. Let it be small and distant and none of yours. The valley does not walk to the light. The valley only lies there, deep and white and still, and lets the one far window burn low and burn out in its own slow time while the whole quiet dark holds on. You are the valley, wide, covered, still. And the little far thought is only a light in a window, a long, long way off, growing dimmer as the deep of the night comes on, and it will go out on its own, and you need not watch it, and you need not tend it, and you need not care. Only lie deep in the covered dark. Only let the far light dim. Only let the wide white stillness have you all the way down, all the way under, all the way through. And the breath, low beneath the snow of you, turns over once more, slow and warm and faithful, rising the least amount, falling the least amount, the one small living motion in all that settled quiet, keeping its long patient time, carrying you gently on. Now let a new softness come, softer even than the snow, and lay itself over you from somewhere higher and further off. Let it be the deep hush of the sky itself in the smallest hours, that wide dark reach far above the covered field, where the night is oldest and stillest and most complete. And you are lifted, without leaving the ground, up into the feel of that high vast quiet, the way a sleeper's mind can seem to float free of the bed and go drifting slow through the dark of the room and out past the walls into the great open dark beyond, without ever once stirring the body it left resting easy on the sheets. You are that free now, that loose, that unweighted. The heavy warm shape of you lies covered and still far below, wanting nothing, and the soft quiet of you drifts up and out into the wide dark, slow as smoke, slow as breath on cold air, slow as the last note of a low bell fading out over a sleeping country. And there is no edge out there to bump against, and no wall to stop you, and no far shore you must reach. Only the wide open dark, going on, and gently on, with room in it past all measuring, room enough to spread the whole of your tiredness out thin and let it go, room enough to lose every last thing you were still faintly holding and never once feel the loss. Let it spread out there. Let the tiredness go thin and wide and vanish into all that dark room. There is space enough. There is always, out here, space enough and quiet enough and dark enough to take everything you set down and fold it away past finding, so that you are left lighter and emptier and stiller, drifting slow through the great soft dark with nothing left aboard. And the dark out here is kind. It has never once been otherwise. It is the same dark that has closed soft over every sleeping thing since the very first night, the dark that covers the folded bird and the still fox and the dreaming child, the dark that asks nothing and takes nothing and only holds, wide and patient and without any end. The oldest quiet there is, and the deepest, and it knows how to keep a resting thing better than anything else that was ever made. Let it keep you now. Let the old wide dark close soft and complete around the drifting quiet of you, and hold you the way it holds the sleeping bird and the still fox, without effort, without watching, without any need of your help. Let yourself be one more small resting thing kept safe in the great patient dark, no different from all the others, no more asked of than the rest. There is such an ease in that, in being only one more sleeping thing in a whole dark world of sleeping things, in laying down the long strange weight of being the one who watches, the one who keeps track, the one who holds it all together through the day, and being instead, for this one long covered night, only a warm, still shape breathing slow in the dark, kept like all the rest, asked of like all the rest, which is to say, not asked of at all. Only rest like the folded bird, only rest like the still fox in its deep warm den, only rest like the whole snowed under sleeping country, breathing low and slow, and even beneath the wide old patient dark. And slowly, without your calling it back, the drifting quiet of you settles again toward the warm, still shape below, the way the last of the smoke settles, the way the faded bell note settles into silence, and you are one thing once more, whole and heavy and covered and low, resting deep in the after-snow hush with the wide dark folded soft above, and the deep field settled soft beneath, and the small faithful breath turning over slow between them, keeping you, carrying you, asking nothing at all. Deeper now, the words are fewer, the dark is wider, the rest goes down and down. And the stillness in you now is the stillness of very deep water far under the surface of a winter lake, that dark green quiet where no wind reaches and no light comes and nothing moves but the slowest turning of the cold, a place so far below all weather that the storms crossing the surface are less than rumor, less than memory, less than nothing at all. The lake up top may ice and thaw and ice again. Down here, in the deep still green, none of it arrives, only the changeless quiet. Only the slow, dark hold. Only the long, unbroken rest that the depth keeps for anything sunk deep enough to reach it. You are sunk that deep, past the surface, past the weather, past the reach of anything that stirs the bright, thin skin of the world far overhead. Down in the changeless green quiet where the day cannot follow and the noise cannot come, and even the passing hours lose their edges and dissolve. And you rest there the way the deep water rests, held still by its own great weight, turning the slowest turn, keeping the oldest patience, going nowhere and needing nowhere to go. Let the surface do what surfaces do, far up and far off, and no concern of yours. Let it ripple and shine and darken and be crossed by whatever crosses it. You are the deep, and the deep does not answer to the surface, and the deep is where you stay, low and green and still and kept, for as long as the long dark holds. And even here, even this deep, the breath finds you and turns over, faint as a slow cold current in the dark of the lake, rising the least amount, falling the least amount, the one patient motion in all that changeless green, carrying you gently on through the deep still water of the night, with nothing left to carry and nothing left to hold. Slower now, deeper now. There is so much dark still folded soft around you, and all of it kind, and all of it quiet, and all of it yours to sink through without hurry and without end. Let the last of the words grow far apart. Let the spaces between them fill up warm and green and still. Let each one arrive slower than the last, from further off, meaning less, asking nothing, until they are only the faint slow current turning in the deep, and the deep holds you, and the dark keeps you, and the long night carries you on. Down where nothing reaches, down where nothing waits, down where the quiet has no floor and the rest has no end, and the covered still shape of you lies steeped in the changeless green dark, kept and held and carried, wanting nothing at all. Only the deep, only the still, only the slow cold current of the breath, turning over faithful in the dark, low beneath everything, carrying you gently on, and gently on. And somewhere far above the deep, in a place you need not go to, the first snow of a long winter is beginning to fall over a field no one is crossing, slow and soundless, and without any hurry in it at all, each flake taking its own long while to come down through the dark air, settling on the cold ground and adding itself to the white without a sound. And the field grows deeper and softer with every quiet hour, covered and covered and covered again, until every edge is gone and every furrow is smoothed, and the whole wide dark is one unbroken hush of falling and settling and lying still. Let that be the weather of the night now, snow with nowhere to be and no one waiting for it, coming down over the covered shape of you the way it comes down over the field, adding its slow, soft weight, one flake and then another, never enough to feel, only enough to hush, only enough to smooth every last edge of you into the same deep white quiet. And you lie under it the way the field lies under it, taking the snow without a thought, letting it gather, letting it settle, letting it cover you over slow and kind until there is nothing sharp left anywhere in you, nothing raised, nothing waiting, only the smoothed white stillness and the soundless coming down of the dark. Slower now. The breath is still there, low beneath the snow, the one warm thing, turning over faint and steady the way a small live warmth stays alive under all that white, rising the least amount, falling the least amount, asking nothing, changing nothing, only keeping its slow warm turn while the snow comes down and the field deepens and the night carries you on. There is no path across this field and none is wanted, no one is coming and no one need come. The snow settles the tracks that were ever there and settles the settling of them and goes on falling, and the not going anywhere of it is the whole gift, a wide white nowhere with no direction in it and no distance to cross and nothing at its far edge that you have to reach, only the covered ground and the falling dark and the deep soft hush that grows and grows. Let the hush grow. Let it fill the corners, let it round the edges of the hours until even the hours are snowed over, soft and shapeless and slow, one folding into the next with no line between them, so that you cannot tell and need not tell how much of the long night has fallen and how much is still to fall. Deeper now. And under the field, deeper than the frost can reach, the old ground sleeps its own long winter sleep. The roots gone quiet in the dark earth, the slow sap sunk down and stilled, everything that grows holding itself low and folded and patient, asking nothing of the cold, waiting on nothing, only keeping the deep unhurried rest that the ground keeps through every winter that has ever crossed it. And you rest down there with the roots, below the snow, below the frost. In the dark, warm patience of the sleeping earth, held in the ground's own long stillness, where nothing is asked to grow and nothing is asked to wake, and the only work is the slow, deep keeping of the rest. Let the ground keep you. Let the covered field lie. Let the snow come down. And the breath turns over, low in the dark earth, faint as the last warmth in a banked fire, the one small motion in all that folded stillness, rising a little, falling a little, carrying you gently on through the deep of the winter night with nothing left to hold. Slower now, fewer words, wider dark. Far off, so far it is barely a thing at all. There might be a single lit window in the whole white dark, small and gold and warm, the way one low lamp burns in a house at the far edge of a field near dawn, not calling you, not needing you, only burning there steady and low, a small kept warmth in the great soft cold, and you can rest toward it without ever going to it, the way you rest toward any warm, quiet thing that asks nothing and simply stays lit. Its little gold glow soft against all that white, unhurried, unwatched, keeping itself through the long hours with the same slow patience the snow keeps and the ground keeps and the breath keeps. Let there be that one warm light, far and small and steady, and let it be enough only to be there, a low gold ember at the edge of the covered dark, holding its quiet, warming nothing but the little air around it, and never once flickering toward you or away. You need not reach it, you need not tend it, it burns on its own, it keeps on its own, and you rest in the wide white dark between the falling snow and the sleeping ground and the one far window, held soft in the middle of all of it, carried, covered, kept. Deeper now. And the warmth of that far small light, though you never go to it, seems to reach you all the same. The faintest gold thread of it laid soft across the covered miles. Not heat, only the memory of heat, the idea of a warm room somewhere in the cold, a hearth banked low, a floor that holds, a stillness with a little glow at its heart. And you carry that low gold warmth down with you into the deep of the rest, a small kept ember at the center of the long white quiet, burning slow, asking nothing, warming the dark from within. Let it burn low, let it keep, let it warm the deep place where you lie without ever once needing to be tended. Slower. The snow is still falling. It will fall a long time yet. There is no hurry in it and no end you have to wait for. It will cover and go on covering, all through the deepest hours, smoothing the field into a stillness so complete that even the falling grows quiet, even the settling grows soft, even the slow white weather thins to almost nothing and hangs there, barely coming down at all, barely stirring the dark, barely a whisper of white against the black. And you thin with it, spreading out soft and slow into the covered dark until there is hardly a shape of you left to feel, hardly an edge, hardly a weight, only the smoothed white stillness where a body used to be, only the low gold ember somewhere near the middle of it, only the faint, slow turning of the breath, keeping the least small warmth alive under all that quiet snow. Deeper now. There is nothing to do down here but be covered, nothing to reach, nothing to keep watch over. The field keeps itself, the snow keeps falling, the ground keeps its long sleep, the far window keeps its low gold burn, and every one of them asks nothing of you at all, so that the whole wide winter dark becomes one great permission to lie still and be snowed over and rest. Take the permission. Let it settle on you like more snow, soft and slow and without weight. One more covering laid gentle over the covered shape of you, smoothing the last raised edge, hushing the last small stir, adding its quiet to all the quiet already gathered here. Slower now, fewer words. And time, out here, has gone soft as the field. The hours do not fall in edges anymore. They drift down like the snow, one blurring into the next, settling into the deep white hush with no line to mark where one ends and the next begins. So that the whole long middle of the night becomes a single unbroken covering of quiet, deep and shapeless and kind, and you drift through it the way the last thin snow drifts through the dark, barely coming down, barely moving, carried more than falling, kept more than settling, held soft in the wide, slow weather of the rest. Let the hours drift. Let them blur. Let them cover over soft and lose their edges in the deep white dark, until there is no telling early from late, no telling near from far, no telling anything at all but the covered stillness and the falling hush and the low gold ember and the faint warm turn of the breath, low beneath everything, carrying you gently on. Deeper now and down and softly down. Somewhere the snow has begun to fall so slow and so fine that a single flake might take the whole rest of the night to reach the ground, turning as it comes, in no hurry, through air with no wind in it. And you can go that slow now, slower than the falling snow, slower than the settling, slower than the deep ground turning in its winter sleep. Nowhere to land and no need to land, only the long soft coming down through the dark, unhurried past all telling, carried on the still cold air toward a covered ground that waits without waiting and will hold you soft whenever, in some hour past all the hours, you finally and gently arrive. But there is no arriving to hurry toward. There is only the coming down, only the slow turn through the quiet dark, only the falling that is its own soft rest, needing no floor, wanting no end, going on and on through the deep of the winter night as slow and as soundless as a single flake of snow with the whole long dark to fall through. Let yourself fall that slow. Let the ground wait. Let the dark hold you up as gently as it holds the snow, so that even the falling is a kind of being carried, even the coming down is a kind of rest, and there is nothing anywhere in the wide white quiet that asks you to land before you are ready, or to stir, or to reach, or to be anything at all but slow and soft and falling and kept. Slower now. The ember still burns, low and gold and far. The field still lies, deep and white and smoothed. The ground still sleeps its long root sleep under the frost, and the breath still turns, faint and warm, low beneath the covered dark, the one small keeping alive in all that folded winter stillness, rising the least amount, falling the least amount, carrying you on. And gently on. Deeper now, the words are fewer, the dark is wider, the snow comes down so slow it is scarcely coming down at all, and you go down with it, softer than the falling, quieter than the settling, deep into the covered white hush of the long winter night, where nothing reaches and nothing waits, and the rest has no floor and no end. Only the snow, only the still, only the low gold ember and the sleeping ground and the faint warm turn of the breath, low beneath everything, carrying you gently on through the deep covered dark. Let the last words drift far apart now, like the last slow flakes coming down through the black, each one arriving softer than the last, from further off, meaning less, asking nothing, settling into the deep white quiet and adding itself to all the quiet already fallen. Until they are only the faintest hush against the dark, only the least small stir of the falling, only the slow cold snow of the night coming down and down over the covered still shape of you, kept and held and carried, wanting nothing at all. Slower, softer, down where the field lies smoothed and endless, down where the ember keeps its low gold burn, down where the ground sleeps under the frost and the roots hold their long patience, down where the snow comes down so slow it is barely a whisper against the black, and the whole wide winter dark is one soft covered hush, and the breath turns over faithful and low, the last warm thing carrying you gently on, and gently on. Let the snow go now. Let it settle far behind you into the deep of the past hours, and let something warmer rise up soft beneath you in its place. For the falling has carried you down at last to a stiller place, a lower place, where the air gives way to water, dark and warm and slow, and you rest now on the surface of a wide still water in the deep of the night, held up without effort, floating on a warmth that has no edge and no shore that you need ever find. The water is dark and the water is kind. It closes warm around the back of you, cradling the weight you have laid down, and it asks nothing of your holding, for it holds instead, brimming up gently against every place the body meets it, buoying you so completely that there is nothing left to keep afloat, nothing left to lift, only the long soft lying back into a warmth that carries you the way the dark carried the snow, only closer now, only nearer, only wrapped all the way around. And the water barely moves. Far out under the covered sky, it lifts and lowers in a swell so long and so low that it is scarcely a motion at all. A great slow breathing of the whole dark surface, rising the least amount, falling the least amount, and you rise and fall with it, lifted a little, lowered a little, rocked on a rhythm older than any counting, so gentle it undoes you, so slow it stills you, carrying you up the faint long rise and down the faint long fall without ever once asking you to help. Let the water breathe for you. Let the slow swell lift the chest so softly that your own breath is only its smallest echo, warm and low, folded inside the greater breathing of the dark still sea. You do not need to find the rhythm. It has already found you. It moves under you and through you, and all you do, all there is left anywhere to do, is float and be lifted and be lowered and be kept. And you are so warm. The warmth of the water has soaked all the way in, past the surface of you, into the deep of the muscle and the long quiet of the bone, and there is no cold anywhere now, no edge where you end and the warm dark begins, only one continued warmth that is the water and is you, mingled and dim and slow, until the floating is less a thing the body does and more a thing the body has become, a warmth held inside a warmth, a stillness laid down inside a wider stillness, rocked on the great, low breath of the sea. Heavier now and warmer, for as the warmth soaks deeper the weight comes with it, and you begin to lie lower in the water, sinking the smallest amount, letting the warm dark rise up higher around you, close around the shoulders, soft against the sides of the face, brimming warm and slow toward the place where the last of your holding used to be. And the water lets you sink just that far and no further, catching you soft, buoying you again, so that even the sinking is a kind of being held, even the going down is only a settling deeper into the warmth that will not let you fall. Let yourself lie that low, let the warm dark come up close, let the great slow swell lift you and lower you, lift you and lower you, on and on through the covered night, while everything that ever needed carrying is carried now by the wide warm water, and you have only to float, only to sink the smallest kind amount, only to be rocked so slow and so warm that the floating and the sinking and the being held all blur into one long soft going down. And far off across the dark water, low on the edge of the world, there is a light, not near and never nearing, only a low steady glow at the rim of the sea, warm and small and patient, the way the ember burned far off across the winter field, the way one kept warm thing has burned faint and low through all the hours of this long night, holding its place so you need not hold yours. You do not float toward it. There is nowhere to float. There is only the warm dark water and the great slow swell and the low far light keeping its steady watch at the edge of everything, so that even out here, even this far down into the warm covered night, there is one small faithful glow that does not go out. Let it keep its distance. Let it burn low and far. You do not have to reach it or name it or fix your drifting eyes upon it in the dark. It only has to be there, small and steady on the far rim of the water, and it is there, and it will stay, burning its low warm light across the swell all through the deep of the night, while you float and sink and are rocked and are kept. Warmer now, lower now. The water has risen so gently around you that you float now in the very heart of it, held on every side, warm above and warm below, warm along the whole long lain-down length of you. And the surface where the air used to be is only the faintest cool breath somewhere far up above, growing dimmer, mattering less, while the warm dark closes soft and complete over the rest, and you go on sinking so slow it is barely a sinking, down through the warm and into the warmer, carried the whole way. The swell reaches you fainter here. Down in the warm dark, the great low breathing of the sea comes through softened and slowed. A long dim lift, a long dim fall, felt more than known, rocking you so gently now that you cannot say where one slow rise ends and the next slow fall begins. Only that you are moved, only that you are carried, only that something wide and warm and patient goes on lifting you and lowering you through the deep of the covered water while you rest and rest and rest. And the breath still turns, low beneath the warm dark, faint and small and faithful, the one warm keeping alive folded inside the great warm keeping of the sea, rising the least amount, falling the least amount. So quiet now it is scarcely more than the water's own slow swell, mingled with it, lost in it, carrying you on. Let the words come slower down here, slower and dimmer, sinking with you into the warm, each one softer than the last, each one meaning a little less, asking a little less, until they are only the faintest warm stir passing through the dark water, only the smallest movement in all that stillness, settling down and down through the warmth like something too tired to float, too warm to rise, too held to do anything at all but sink slow and be kept. Down where the water is warmest, down where the swell comes faint and long, down where the low far light burns steady on the rim of the world, down where the breath turns faithful and small beneath everything, the last warm thing carrying you gently on. Warmer, softer, lower. And the warm dark holds you now the way still water holds a thing that has stopped resisting it, completely, on every side, with a patience that has no bottom and no end. You have stopped resisting it. Somewhere in the long hours you laid the last of it down, the last small holding, the last faint lifting, and now there is nothing left in you that pushes back against the warmth, nothing left that keeps a shape against the dark, only a long, slow yielding into, a soft, complete giving over, letting the water have the whole weight of you at last. And it takes the weight so gladly. It rises to meet every part of you as you let it, filling in soft beneath the low of the back, cradling warm behind the heavy head, wrapping close around the slack of the arms and the long rest of the legs, brimming up into every hollow the body makes, until there is not one place, anywhere the warm dark does not hold you, not one edge left unsupported, not one grain of you the water has not gathered up and taken and kept. Lie in that whole holding now, let it be complete. There is nothing more to give over, for it is all given over, and nothing more to lay down, for it is all laid down, and the warm dark has all of it, the whole soft sunken weight of you, held so completely and so kindly that the holding itself grows dim, fades towards something you no longer even feel as holding, only as warmth, only as depth, only as the long soft dark you have sunk down into and become. And deeper still, so slow. For the warm water lets you keep on sinking, the smallest amount, the gentlest amount, down past where the last swell reaches, down into a stillness so complete that even the great slow breathing of the sea grows faint and far above you, a dim distant lifting somewhere up in the warm dark, no longer reaching all the way down to where you rest, no longer needed, for down here there is only stillness, only warmth, only the deep-held quiet of the water at the bottom of the night. Rest at the bottom of the warm, where nothing moves, where nothing reaches, where the low far light is only a warm dim memory somewhere high above on the rim of a surface you have long since sunk beneath, where the breath turns so faint and so slow it is only the least warm stir in all the still dark water, folded down small beneath everything, the last soft, faithful thing, carrying you on and gently on. Let the warm dark be everything now. Let it close soft and complete over the last of the light, over the last of the words, over the last small stir of the falling and the floating and the sinking, until there is only the warmth, only the depth, only the long still held quiet at the bottom of the covered night, where you rest so deep and so warm that there is no floor and no edge and no end, only more warmth below the warmth, only more stillness below the still, only the deep soft dark going down and holding you the whole way. Slower now, the words are fewer, the warm is wider, the stillness closes over. And the breath still turns, low beneath it all, faint and warm and faithful, rising the least amount, falling the least amount, the one small keeping alive in all that deep warm dark, carrying you gently on. And gently on. Let the last words sink far apart now, like warm dim things settling slow through the deep water, each one drifting down softer than the last, from further up, meaning less, asking nothing, coming to rest in the still warm dark and adding itself to all the stillness already sunk there. Until they are only the faintest warm stir against the depth, only the least small settling in the quiet, only the slow warm dark of the night closing soft and complete over the sunken resting shape of you, held and kept and carried, wanting nothing at all. Softer, warmer, down where the water is stillest, down where the swell no longer reaches, down where the low light burns dim and far on a surface long left behind, down where the breath turns faithful and small beneath everything, the last warm thing carrying you gently on and gently on. And there is a warmth beneath even this warmth, a deeper dark below the deep. And you settle toward it so slow it is not a settling at all, only a being lowered, only a being taken down and down through the long warm quiet where every hour of this night has been carrying you, where the snow was always falling toward and the water was always sinking toward, this one deep soft held place with no floor and no far side, where the warm dark keeps you whole and asks nothing, and lets you rest the way a stone rests at the bottom of a warm, still sea, past all reaching. Past all stirring, sunk soft and complete into the quiet at the deep of the covered night. Rest that deep, sink that slow, let the warm hold all of you. The far light dimmer now, the swell fainter now, the words thinning out into the warm dark, each one further from the last, each one softer, each one asking less. Only the warmth, only the deep, only the low, faint, faithful turn of the breath beneath everything, carrying you gently on. And the dark grows kinder the deeper you sink into it, and the warmth grows wider, and the stillness grows more complete, until there is no telling where you end and the warm dark begins. No edge, no shore, no surface, no floor. Only one long soft held quiet stretching away in every direction through the deep of the night, and you resting in the warm heart of it, sunk so slow and so deep that even the resting has grown dim, even the being held has faded towards something you no longer feel as anything at all but warmth, but depth, but the long soft dark you have become. Slower down where the still is deepest, down where the warm has no bottom, down where the breath turns so faint it is barely a turning, only the least warm stir in all that endless quiet, folded small beneath everything, carrying you on. Let it carry you, let the warm dark keep you, let the deep hold all the weight you long ago laid down, and go on holding it, patient and complete, through all the rest of the covered night. And gently on. And somewhere far beneath the place you have sunk to, there is a warmth that keeps itself, the way heat stays banked in stone long after the fire has gone low, a warmth that needs no tending now, no watching, no adding to. It simply holds, the way the earth holds the sun long into the dark, giving it back slow through all the cold hours, and you are held in a warmth like that tonight, a stored warmth, a kept warmth, one that asks nothing of you to keep it going. It burns low and faithful somewhere under the resting shape of you, and it will burn on without your help, all the way through, all the way down, carrying you gently on. Let that be enough, that you do not have to feed it, that it holds on its own. There is nothing left for you to keep alive tonight, nothing to stir, nothing to turn over, nothing to carry. The low warm coals of you glow on by themselves in the covered dark, and every slow breath is only the softest breath of air across them, barely enough to keep the faint red alive. Not a fanning, not a working, only the least warm passing, in and slowly out, and the warmth stays, and you stay, and the night goes on holding both. Slower now, let the coals settle, let the fine grey ash of the day drift down over them soft and complete, one more layer, and one more, until the warmth is banked so deep, and covered so kind that it will keep till morning without a single thought from you. And far above where you rest, so far it barely reaches you at all, the night is doing its own quiet work, the long, slow work it does over every sleeping thing, the cooling of the air, the settling of the house, the small ticks and easings of everything letting go of the day's warmth 1 degree at a time, and none of it needs you, none of it asks you to wake and see. It goes on softly overhead while you stay banked and deep and warm below it, carried on. Let the house settle without you, let the night cool without you. Let the whole slow turning of the dark hours go on above the place where you have sunk, patient and unminded, while the warmth keeps you low and whole beneath it all. There is a stillness that comes into a room very late, long past the last footstep, long past the last light in the last window, a stillness that seems to thicken, to grow soft and full and complete, as though the air itself had lain down, and that stillness has come into the room around you now. It has settled over the covered shape of you like something almost with weight, a gentle fullness in the dark, and you rest in the deep of it, one more still thing among all the still things. The most deeply resting of them all. Let the room hold its late stillness around you. Let the air lie down with you. Let there be no difference at all between your resting and the resting of the quiet room. And the breath turns on beneath it, faint, faithful, small, the one soft moving thing in all that settled quiet, carrying you gently on and gently on. Down in the warmth now, so far down that the outer cold is only a rumor, only something the night is doing very far away. You have no part in it. You are the banked coal, the kept warmth, the low red glow beneath the soft grey drift of ash, and you burn on slow and untended in the deep of the covered room, needing nothing, wanting nothing, asking nothing of the long dark hours but to be let go on resting. And they let you. Somewhere out past the still room, past the cooling house, past all of it, the deep of the night lies over the whole sleeping country like a soft weight laid down over everything at once, over the far fields gone dark and silver, over the still trees holding their branches out and unmoving in the windless cold, over the low hills folded into their own long shadows, over all of it the same deep dark, the same held quiet, the same warmth kept somewhere beneath the cold. And you are one small warm resting thing folded into all that vast folded stillness, no different from the sleeping field, no different from the still tree, no different from the dark hill giving back its stored warmth slow into the patient dark, all of you resting together under the one long night, carried on the same slow turning, held by the same deep quiet. Let yourself be that small and that held, one warm resting thing among a whole world of resting things, nothing asked of you that is not also unasked of the sleeping field, nothing to do that the still tree is not also free of, only to rest, only to burn low and warm and kept beneath the covered dark, only to be carried gently on. And the far cold does not reach you, the wide dark does not wake you, you are folded too deep, banked too low, kept too warm and too complete, and the night goes on laying itself soft over the whole still world, and over the still room, and over the resting shape of you, one more gentle layer, and one more patient and endless, all the long way toward a morning that is nothing to you yet, nothing you need reach for, nothing you need think of at all. Let the morning stay far, let it keep its distance. Let there be only this deep held now, this warm low glow beneath the ash, this soft late stillness in the covered room, this one faint faithful turning of the breath carrying you on. Slower still. There is a kindness in how the deep night keeps its sleeping things. It asks nothing back. It takes the whole weight of everything you set down, and it does not measure it, does not count it, does not ever hand it back. It only holds, hour on hour, dark on dark, warmth on warmth. It only goes on holding, complete and patient and unhurried, the way the ground holds the seed all winter without once disturbing it, without once asking it to stir before its time. And you are kept like that tonight. Kept like something the dark is content to hold unstirring all the way through. Something it will not wake, will not hurry, will not ask a single thing of before the long, slow turning is done. Rest in that keeping, rest the way the seed rests in the winter ground, folded small and warm and whole beneath the cold, in no hurry at all, with all the dark, patient earth banked soft around it, and all the long, dim months of holding still to come, and nothing to do in any of them but be kept, but be held, but sink slow and deep into the warm dark keeping and stay there. And the breath turns on beneath the frozen ground of the night, faint and warm and low, the one slow living thing folded into all that patient stillness, carrying you gently on, and gently on. Down where the earth is warmest, far below the cold crust of the dark, down where the held heat of a whole long summer still glows faint and deep in the sleeping ground, you have sunk to a warmth like that, an old warmth, a deep warmth, one that was gathered slow over long bright hours and gives itself back slower still through all the covered dark, and it holds you. It wraps the small resting seed of you in the deep stored warmth of the patient ground, and it keeps you there, unstirring, untroubled, unhurried, through the whole long turning of the winter night. Let the deep ground hold you. Let the old warmth wrap you. Let there be nothing above you but soft dark earth and soft dark night, and the long slow patience of everything that is content to wait for morning without once reaching toward it. And you do not reach. You have laid down the reaching. You rest folded and warm and deep and kept, and the reaching stays laid down, far above you, in a place you have sunk long past, and it does not follow you down, and it does not stir you, and it asks nothing of the warm dark seed of you resting in the deep held ground of the covered night. Slower, warmer, deeper. The dark grows soft as fallen snow the deeper you sink into it, soft as the first slow snow of the year coming down over the sleeping field, each flake a small silent settling, each one adding itself to all the quiet already fallen, laying a deep soft cover over everything, kind and complete and unhurried, hushing the whole still world one gentle flake at a time, and a snow like that is falling somewhere far above the place you rest tonight, falling slow through the windless dark, settling soft over the folded fields and the still trees and the quiet hills, deepening the hush, deepening the cover, deepening the long soft keeping of the night, and none of it reaches you, none of it touches the warm deep place where you have sunk, but you can rest beneath the thought of it, rest under the slow settling hush of it. Let each far silent flake lay one more soft layer of quiet over the covered dark that holds you. Let the snow fall far above you, let it deepen the hush, let it cover the whole still world in soft slow white, while you rest warm and deep and untouched in the dark beneath, kept and held and carried gently on. And the hush thickens, and the cover deepens, and the night lays itself soft and complete over the sleeping ground, and over the sleeping room, and over the small warm resting seed of you folded deep in the patient warmth, and there is nothing left in all the covered world that is not resting, not held, not kept, nothing left that is not folded soft into the one long quiet of the deep night. And you among all of it, the deepest folded, the warmest kept, the most gently carried. Down where the hush is deepest now, down where the snow has covered even the sound of the snow, down where the last fast settling flake has come to rest on all the settled quiet, and the whole world lies white and still and complete beneath the covered dark. You rest deeper even than that, deeper than the deepest drift, deeper than the stillest field. Folded into a warmth the cold cannot reach, and a quiet the last sound has long since left, kept whole and low and safe in the deep warm heart of the sleeping night. And the breath turns on beneath the snow, beneath the ground, beneath the whole soft, covered stillness of the world, faint and faithful and warm, the one slow living turn in all that white deep quiet, asking nothing, needing nothing, only carrying you gently on, and gently on. Let it carry you, let the deep warm ground keep you, let the slow far snow go on falling soft over everything you have laid down, covering it deeper, covering it kinder, covering it more complete, hour on hour, flake on flake, hush on hush, all the long patient way through the deep of the covered night. Softer now. There is a warmth that comes up from beneath in the deepest part of the night, a warmth you do not make and do not tend and do not have to hold. It rises slow from somewhere far below the resting shape of you, the way the deep ground gives its stored heat up soft and steady through the frozen crust, the way the banked coal gives its low red glow up through the soft gray ash. And it rises through you now, this warmth from beneath, slow, unhurried, complete. Filling the deep sunk resting shape of you from the bottom up with a soft low kept heat that needs nothing from you at all. And you let it rise, you let it fill you. You let the warmth from beneath do all the warming while you only rest, only sink, only stay folded deep in the covered dark and let yourself be warmed all the way through. Warmer from beneath, deeper from beneath, the low-kept heat rising slow through all the still resting weight of you, filling every sunk and settled part with soft warmth, leaving nothing cold, nothing waiting, nothing left to hold. Only warm, only deep, only kept, only carried gently on. And you sink even into the warmth. You sink through it, and it holds you, and you sink further, and it holds you deeper. Down and down through the rising warm into the deep warm beneath the warm, the old warm, the kept warm, the low patient heat at the deep of everything that has been holding the whole world through the whole long dark. And you come to rest there, at the deep warm heart of the covered night. Folded so far in and so far down that there is no edge left to you anywhere, no cold left anywhere, no reaching left anywhere, only the one deep warmth stretching soft in every direction, and you resting complete in the heart of it, held and kept and carried on. Rest there deep in the warm heart of the night, where the ground gives up its old stored heat slow through the frozen dark, where the coal glows low and faithful beneath the soft gray ash, where the snow falls silent and complete over the whole sleeping world above, where the still room holds its late full quiet, where every resting thing lies folded soft into the one long patient keeping of the deep. Rest there and let the warmth rise, and let the dark hold, and let the breath turn faint and faithful beneath it all, carrying you gently on, and gently on. Slower, deeper, warmer. Nothing to reach for now, nothing to hold, nothing to tend or turn or carry, only the deep warm ground beneath you giving up its patient heat, only the soft gray ash banked kind over the low red glow, only the far silent snow deepening the hush over the whole still covered world, only the late full quiet of the room lying down soft around you. Only the one small warm resting shape of you folded deep in the heart of all of it, kept and held and asked nothing of, sinking slow and warm and complete through the long patient middle of the night toward a morning that is still so far away it is nothing at all. Nothing to think of, nothing to reach, only more deep warm dark between here and there, only more soft slow keeping, only more of this, only more of this. And the breath turns on beneath everything, low and warm and faithful, carrying you gently on, and gently on. Let the warm rise, let the dark hold, let the deep keep you whole through all the long soft turning yet to come. Down where the warmth has no bottom, down where the hush has no end, down where the covered night folds soft and complete over the deep sunk resting warm shape of you and goes on holding it, patient and kind and untroubled through all the rest of the long, slow dark. And on, and gently on. And now softly, without needing to, let the warmth loosen its edges and become something wider. Let it spread out flat and calm the way still water lies in the dark. No shape to it, no shore you have to find, just a wide, quiet water resting under the night, so still that nothing moves across it, so deep that the bottom is only more soft dark going down. And you lying on the surface of it, held without effort, floating without trying, carried on the calm the way a leaf is carried, weightless and unhurried, and going nowhere at all. The water holds you the way the warmth held you, asking nothing, only carrying, only keeping you level and easy on the wide, dark calm. And each slow breath moves through you like the faintest swell across that still surface, a rising so gentle it barely lifts you, a falling so soft it barely lets you down. And between them, the long, flat quiet where nothing rises and nothing falls, where the water simply lies there dark and level and deep, holding you on its patient face. Let the breath be that, a slow, fast swell in a wide, calm water, coming in from somewhere out past seeing, moving under you without hurry, lifting you the smallest amount, setting you down again and going on, and there is nothing you have to do to make it come, nothing you have to do to send it away. It moves on its own out there in the dark, faithful and unhurried, and all you do is float and be lifted and be lowered and float. Slower now, the swell longer, the calm between it wider. Out here on the still dark water, there is no near and no far, no edge where the water ends. It goes on level and quiet in every direction, further than any looking, and it is all the same soft dark, all the same easy calm, and you are held somewhere in the middle of it, a small resting weight upon a boundless patient surface, and the surface carries you as easily as it carries the starlight, as easily as it carries the deep, and it will go on carrying you, level and unhurried, through all the long dark hours still to come. Nothing to swim toward, nothing to reach, no far shore waiting, no near shore left behind, only the wide calm water and the slow fast swell and the long flat quiet between, only the floating, only the being carried, only this. And far above the still water the night goes on, high and open and slow turning, and it asks nothing of you either. The small cold lights wheel there so slowly that no eye could catch the turning, drifting across the black in their long patient arc, while the whole sleeping world rolls quiet beneath them, and none of it needs you awake to keep it turning, none of it needs you watching, none of it needs you at all. It turns on its own, faithful and unhurried, the way the breath turns on its own, the way the swell moves on its own beneath you, and you can let it. You can let all of it turn and move and carry without you, and simply rest in the middle of the turning, small and held and asked nothing of. Let the sky wheel slow, let the water lie calm, let the breath swell soft and far beneath it all, and float on, and float gently on. Even the floating loosens now, even the sense of a surface to lie upon, and the water and the dark above it become one deep soft space with no top and no bottom, no up to rise toward, no down to sink through, only a wide still holding all around you, warm where you need warmth, cool where you need cool, dark and quiet and complete. And you suspended somewhere in the soft middle of it, turning so slowly you cannot feel the turning, drifting so gently you cannot feel the drift, held on every side by the same patient calm. There is nothing beneath you to fall toward, nothing above you to reach for, nothing to either side but more of the same soft, dark holding. And so there is nowhere to go and nothing to do and no way to fall, and the last small watchfulness in you, the part that has spent the whole long day braced against some falling, can let go of its watching now. There is no falling here, only floating, only being held, only the wide, soft dark keeping you level and easy and carried on. Let that part rest, let the watcher rest, let even the one who was minding the floating lie down now in the soft dark and be carried like all the rest of you. Slower and softer and further in. And through the wide dark calm, from somewhere so far off, it is more felt than heard, the smallest sound comes drifting, not a sound to wake toward, a sound to sink beneath, low and long and soft, like a slow bell rung once far across the water and left to fade. One low note spreading out across the whole still surface, thinning as it comes, softening as it comes, until by the time it reaches you, it is barely anything at all, only the faint memory of a sound, only a small low warmth moving through the dark and passing on. And another longer after, softer still, one low far note, and the long quiet after it, and then, when you have almost forgotten there was ever any sound at all, one more, fainter than the last, thinning as it crosses the wide dark water to you and passing gently through and going on. Let each one come, let each one fade, let the long quiet between them be as wide as it wants to be. There is no counting them, no waiting for them, no listening for the next. They come when they come, out of the far soft dark, and they pass through you low and warm and thinning, and they leave the quiet deeper behind them than it was before. Deeper each time, the quiet after, deeper each time. And your breath moves in that quiet like the softest of those far low notes, coming in from somewhere out past thinking, crossing through you slow and low and warm, and thinning out into the wide dark on the long exhale, fading the way the bell fades, spreading out flat and soft across the still surface until it is gone, and the long quiet holds. And then, when it is ready, another breath comes low and warm across the dark and thins away again. And you do not send it, and you do not wait for it. It moves on its own out there in the soft dark, faithful and unhurried, one low far note after another, fading each time into a deeper quiet, carrying you gently on. And gently on. Let the far bell fade. Let the breath thin soft. Let the quiet after go on deepening through the long dark middle of the night, deeper and deeper with each slow low note, until there is almost no sound left anywhere and almost no you left to hear it, only the wide dark calm and the faint warm passing of the breath and the long deepening quiet holding it all. Now let even the far low sound thin away to nothing. Let the last faint note fade out across the water and not come again, and let the quiet be whole, a quiet with no edge to it, no flaw, no far side, a quiet so wide and so soft and so complete that it is a kind of holding all its own, closing gently over you the way deep water closes, the way deep dark closes, the way sleep closes, soft and complete and asking nothing. And in that whole quiet the breath goes on, so faint now it is scarcely more than the memory of breathing, a small low warmth rising and thinning somewhere far down beneath the quiet, faithful still, unhurried still, carrying you on without a sound. You do not have to find it. You do not have to follow it. It is there, low and warm and faithful beneath everything, and it will go on being there through all the long dark yet to come, breathing you softly on while you rest in the whole deep quiet, held and kept and carried. Slower, fainter, deeper still. And the wide dark calm begins now, so slowly, so gently, to grow soft and thick around you, the way the air grows soft and thick when a slow mist comes down over still water in the dark. No cold in it, no wet in it, only a soft grey thickening of the dark, a gentle closing in on every side, folding the far away into the near and the near into nothing, until there is no distance left anywhere, no out there, no far off, only the soft grey close dark resting right up against you on every side, warm and quiet and complete. And the mist comes down soft over the still water and the far low bell that has already faded, and it comes down soft over the wide dark calm, and it comes down soft over the small resting shape of you floating held in the middle of it, and it folds you all the way in, closing the last of the distance, softening the last of the edges, until there is nothing left of the wide world at all, only the near soft grey holding, only the faint warm breath beneath it, only the whole deep quiet, only this. Let the mist come, let it close soft over everything. Let it fold the far away gently into nothing and leave only the warm near dark and the small resting warmth of you held inside it. Nothing beyond the soft grey close now, nothing to see out past it, nothing to reach out through it, nothing waiting on the far side of it. It has closed over all of that, kind and complete, and left you only the near warm quiet to rest inside. And you can let the whole far world stay out there beyond the soft grey, forgotten and untended and perfectly fine without you, while you rest here in the small warm held-in quiet, breathing faint and low, carried gently on. And gently ons. Softer now and closer and further down. Deep in the soft grey close, there is a warmth that has no source you could point to. It is not the low banked heat from before, not the deep stored warmth of the ground. It is only the warmth of your own quiet self resting untroubled in the near dark. The small steady heat a body makes simply by being alive and at ease, given back to you now by the soft grey close that folds so near around you and keeps it. And it wraps you in your own gentle warmth, held in by the near soft dark, and there is nothing to do but lie inside it and be warm and be quiet and be carried. Let your own soft warmth hold you, let the near grey keep it close. Let the faint breath stir low and warm beneath it and carry you gently on through the long dark middle of the night. And the night is so wide and so long and so far from any morning that there is nothing at either end of it to lean toward. Behind you, the whole day has thinned away to nothing, gone soft and grey and forgotten in the far mist, and there is nothing there to turn back toward, nothing left undone that could reach you here, nothing waiting to be picked up again. And ahead of you, the morning is so far off through so much soft dark that it is not even a shape yet, not even a thought, only more warm quiet, only more soft keeping, only more of this deep-held rest between here and a there so distant it may as well not exist at all. So there is nowhere to lean, nowhere to reach, no then to hurry toward, and no then to drift back to, only the wide soft now of the deep night holding you in its warm grey quiet, only the faint faithful breath moving low beneath everything, only the small warm resting shape of you carried gently on through the long slow middle of the dark. Rest in the middle where there are no ends, rest in the wide soft now, rest where the day cannot reach and the morning is not yet even a thought, and let the breath carry you on, low and warm and faithful, on and gently on. Slower, softer, deeper, nothing to reach for, nothing to hold, nothing to tend or mind or carry, only the near soft grey holding you close, only your own gentle warmth kept in around you, only the faint low breath moving faithful beneath the whole deep quiet. Only the small warm resting weight of you folded soft in the middle of the long dark, asked nothing of, kept and held and carried, sinking slow and warm and complete through the wide, still middle of the night toward a morning too far to be anything at all. And the breath turns on beneath everything, low and warm and faithful, so faint now it is barely there, carrying you gently on and gently on. Let the mist hold, let the near dark keep you close. Let the whole soft grey quiet fold complete over the deep sunk resting warm shape of you and go on holding it, patient and kind and untroubled, through all the rest of the long slow dark. Down where the mist has no edge, down where the quiet has no flaw, down where the near soft dark folds warm and complete over the small resting weight of you and asks nothing and keeps nothing back and carries you on and gently ons. And if some small part of you is still faintly aware, let it notice how the stillness has begun to take on a texture of its own now, not empty but full. Full the way deep water is full, far down where the surface can no longer be felt and the light no longer reaches, where everything simply holds, suspended and slow and unhurried. And you are down in that fullness now, resting inside it, neither rising nor falling, only held in the slow, deep middle of it. The way a stone rests on the floor of a still lake through the whole long turning of a season, asked nothing, touched by nothing, only kept. Let yourself be that quiet, settled thing on the floor of the deep, with all the slow water resting over you, layer upon layer of it, cool and dark and calm, pressing down so gently and so evenly from every side that there is no push in it at all, only a kind of holding, a kind of keeping. And it does not stir, and it does not hurry, and it asks nothing of the small resting shape of you sunk far down beneath it, only rests, only holds, only stays. And far above, so far above that it has nothing to do with you now, the surface may move a little in the dark, may lift and settle in some slow night breath of air, but none of that reaches down to where you are. None of that ripple or shimmer comes anywhere near the deep still floor where you lie kept and quiet. Down here it is only calm, only the slow cool weight of all that water holding you gently in place. Only the deep patient stillness that has no bottom you could ever fall past, because you are already resting on it, already held by it, already as low and as settled and as kept as anything could ever be. Nothing to swim toward, nothing to surface for, no breath to reach up and take, only the deep taking care of you, the way still water takes care of everything it holds, slowly, coolly, without a single word. Only the slow, suspended rest of the deep, where the small, quiet weight of you is kept safe in the calm dark and carried nowhere and asked for nothing. Rest there, rest on the deep, still floor of the quiet. Rest where the water holds so evenly, there is nothing left to hold yourself. And let the breath move on beneath even that, slower than the water, fainter than the deep, low and faithful and barely there, turning over so gently in the sunk resting middle of you that it makes no ripple at all. In and slowly out, and slowly gone, and slowly on. And now so softly that it changes nothing, let the deep water thin away as well, the way everything has been thinning away tonight, gone slow and dark and forgotten, until it too is only a memory of holding, only a memory of being kept. And in its place, settling down over you as light as anything could be, comes the slow, soft fall of snow. Not cold, never cold, only soft, only slow, a wide, quiet snow falling in the deep dark over some far still field where no one walks, coming down so slowly through the windless night that each small flake seems to hang and drift and turn before it ever settles, and settling at last without a sound, one over another, building up so gently over the whole dark resting field that the field never feels the weight of it, only the softness, only the slow white quiet laid down over everything, smoothing it, rounding it, hushing it, until there is not one hard edge left anywhere under all that soft falling white. And you are that field now, wide and dark and resting under the slow soft fall, and the snow comes down over you the way it comes down over everything out there in the deep still night, without hurry, without wait, laying its soft white hush across the whole quiet length of you, flake by slow flake, hush by slow hush, softening every edge, rounding every rise, filling in every low place with the same gentle white quiet, until the whole shape of you lies smooth and soft and evenly kept beneath it. There is nothing to brush away, nothing to shake off, only the soft, slow settling, only the deepening hush, only the wide, white quiet building up so gently over the resting field of you that you feel lighter beneath it rather than heavier, softer beneath it, more and more hidden and held and hushed beneath the slow, kind fall. And the field does not wait for morning to melt it. The field only rests, only lies still and dark and wide beneath the falling white, letting the snow come as slow as it likes, letting the hush deepen as far as it will, letting the whole long night lay its soft cover down flake by flake by flake, patient and endless and kind. And there is nowhere in all of that wide, white resting dark that anything is asked of you, nowhere that anything waits. Only the soft fall, only the deep hush, only the slow kept quiet of a field asleep under snow. Let it settle, let the slow white come down over the resting length of you. Let every edge go soft, let every rise go round, let every low place fill in gentle with the quiet, until you cannot feel where you end and the soft hush begins. Only smoothness now, only softness now, only the wide white quiet laid down complete over the deep resting field of you, and going on being laid down, slow and endless and kind, all through the long dark middle of the night. And beneath the snow, beneath the field, beneath all the soft slow hush of it, the breath still turns, low and warm and faithful, the one small moving thing in all that stillness, in and slowly out, and slowly on, carrying you gently under the deep white quiet, on and gently on. And now let even the field grow faint. Let the wide dark and the slow snow thin away as gently as all the rest, until there is no field and no snow and no floor of any deep, until there is only you resting, and around you a warmth so soft and so near it has no shape at all, no edge, no distance, only closeness, only keeping. As though you had been folded into the warm dark heart of something patient and old and kind, and set down there to rest for as long as the night is long, which tonight is longer than any reaching thought. Down in that warm nearness, there is no floor to rest on and no ceiling to hold you under, no walls and no far side, only the even soft warmth folded close on every side at once, holding you the way warm still air holds a slow drifting thing, from all around and from nowhere, so gently and so completely that there is no single place where the holding presses and no single place where it lets go. Only the whole soft warmth, keeping the whole small resting weight of you evenly, endlessly, without effort, without end. And you have nothing to do inside that warmth but be kept by it, nothing to hold up because it holds everything, nothing to reach toward because there is no far edge to reach for, nothing to wait on because nothing out there in the long dark is coming and nothing in here is leaving, only the warm near keeping, only the soft close dark, only the slow faithful breath turning low beneath it all. And the deep sunk resting shape of you carried on through the middle of the night in the warm folded quiet, asked nothing, owed nothing, kept and held and carried. Slower now, softer now, let the warmth fold a little nearer, let the dark come a little closer in, let the breath grow a little fainter, a little slower, a little more its own quiet thing that needs no minding from you. It will go on turning whether you follow it or not. It has been turning faithfully beneath everything all through this long night, and it will go on turning faithfully beneath everything through all the rest of it, low and warm and faithful. And yours without your ever having to hold it. Let it go on without you then, let the breath tend itself down in the warm dark, and let the last faint edge of your attention grow soft and loose and far, the way the field grew soft under snow, the way the deep grew calm under all that still water, the way the whole long day thinned away to nothing behind you hours and hours ago, soft and loose and far and content to be far. There is a kindness in how little is asked of you now, in how the warm dark holds you without wanting anything back, in how the night simply keeps you, hour after hour, with no more expectation of you than it has of the snow settling on the far field or the stone resting on the deep still floor. You are just another quiet kept thing in the wide kept dark, resting where you were set down, carried where the slow night carries everything softly, evenly, without a single word. And if a thought should drift up through the warmth, slow and pale and half-formed, let it drift on through and away without your following it. It needs nothing from you. Let it rise the way a slow bubble rises through deep water, without hurry, without wait, and let it break somewhere far above in the dark and be gone, and leave the warm quiet exactly as it was, unbroken, unbothered, still holding you close. You do not have to catch a single thought tonight. You do not have to answer one, or finish one, or set one right. Only let them drift up soft and pale and gone, one and then another and then none, until the drifting itself grows still, and there is only the warm dark and the low breath and the deep kept rest. Softer still, let the warm nearness carry you a little deeper into itself. Let the last pale threads of thought go loose and dim. Let the breath fall so quiet it is barely a stirring in the dark, and let the small resting weight of you settle further into the warm hold, further down into the soft close keeping, further into the long, slow middle of the night that has no near end in either direction, only more warm dark, only more soft holding, only more of this deep and patient rest. And the night goes on keeping you, the way the deep keeps the stone, the way the field keeps the snow, the way the warm dark folds close and holds and carries the small quiet shape of you on and on through the long slow hours, asking nothing, needing nothing, only keeping, only holding, only carrying you gently on. Rest in the warm near dark where nothing presses and nothing lets go. Rest in the soft close keeping that has no edge and no end. Rest where the day cannot reach and the morning is not yet even a shape. And let the breath turn low and faithful beneath it all, carrying you on, slow and warm and gentle, on and gently on. And now so quietly it changes nothing at all. Let a new softness gather at the very edge of the warm dark. Not a light, nothing so bright as a light, only a faint easing of the dark, the way the deepest part of a quiet night, hours from any dawn, sometimes seems to soften just slightly, just enough to rest more gently against. And let that faint easing fold in around you too, one more soft layer of keeping over all the others, one more slow kindness laid down over the resting shape of you in the long middle of the dark. You are held now in layer upon layer of quiet, the warm near dark closest of all folded soft around you, and the faint easing beyond it, and beyond that the wide still night stretched out so far in every direction that its edges have long since thinned away to nothing. Layer upon layer of keeping, laid down slow and even over the small sunk resting weight of you, so that however far down you drift there is always another soft layer beneath to catch you, always more warm quiet to sink into, always more patient dark to be carried through. You cannot fall past the bottom of this rest, because it has no bottom. It only goes on holding, softer and warmer and deeper, all the way down through the long, slow night. Let yourself keep sinking then, slow and unafraid, through layer after soft layer of the warm kept quiet. Nothing to reach, nothing to hold, nothing to tend, only the slow settling down through the deep patient dark, only the warm near hold folding closer with each faint slow breath, only the small resting shape of you carried gently lower and lower into the long soft middle of the night. And the breath moves on beneath all the layers, low and warm and faithful, the one slow faithful thing turning in the deep quiet, so faint now it barely stirs the dark. In and slowly out, and slowly gone, and slowly on, carrying you gently down through the warm kept quiet, down where the layers fold soft and endless, down where the night keeps you close and asks nothing, down and gently on, and gently, gently on. And somewhere far beneath the layers, so far down it is only a feeling and not a place, the quiet begins to move the way slow water moves, not going anywhere, not hurrying toward any shore, only turning gently over itself in the dark, the way deep water turns far below the surface where no wind has ever reached. And you are held in that slow turning now, resting on it, carried by it, the way something small and tired is carried on the wide, slow back of a river that knows exactly where it is going and is in no hurry at all to arrive. Let the warmth around you take on that quality of water, then, not cold water, nothing that asks anything of you, only a deep, warm slowness that holds every part of you at once and moves you know where you must go. And the small resting weight of you floats down into it the way a leaf settles onto the surface of a still pool and rests there a long moment before it begins, so slowly, to sink. You are that leaf now, resting, and then sinking, slow and unhurried, through warm water that grows only softer and darker, and more patient the deeper you drift. And there is no flaw to this water either, only warmth folding into warmth, only slow current folding into slower current, only the deep patient dark of it opening beneath you again and again, so that you never arrive at any bottom, only keep settling, gentle and weightless, down through the warm, slow deep. The breath moves in it too now, low and faithful as ever, and each slow exhale is like a small warmth released into the water, a soft spreading warmth that widens out around you and then fades back into the larger warmth of everything, in and slowly out, and the out-breath spreads and softens and is gone, and you sink a little further on the letting go of it, in and slowly out, and further down. Each breath a small quiet tide going out, and each going out carrying you gently lower into the warm, slow deep. There is a kind of rest that only the deepest water knows, the rest of the place so far down that the storms above have never once been felt there, where the surface can be torn to white, and the deep stays exactly this still, exactly this warm, exactly this slow. And you are resting in that deep place now, far below any weather, far below any surface the day could ever reach. Nothing that happens up in the bright, hurrying world can send even the faintest ripple this far down to where you rest. You are beneath all of it now, held in the still, warm deep, and it keeps you the way the deep keeps everything it has gathered in, slow and dark and endlessly patient. And the current turns you so gently as it carries you. A slow, slow turning, the way a warm tide will lift something and set it down again a little further along, and lift it and set it down, so soft you could not say where one turning ends and the next begins. Only that you are always being carried, always being held, always being moved with such tenderness through the warm, dark water that there is nothing at all left in you that needs to swim, nothing that needs to reach, nothing that needs to hold its own weight even for a moment. The water does all of it. The slow, deep water carries you. Let your hands rest open in that warm water, not doing, not holding, only floating loose and easy at the ends of arms that have gone soft and heavy and are asking for nothing. And the water moves between your fingers so slowly and so warmly that they simply drift, loose and unminded, the way waterweed drifts in a slow, warm current, swaying without effort, swaying without thought, going wherever the deep quiet takes them and content there entirely. And your legs, long and heavy and warm, resting out into the slow water the same way, nothing held, nothing braced, only floating loose and low in the warm deep, drifting a little as the current turns, settling, drifting, settling, carried without any care of your own down through the patient dark. Rest there, float there, sink there, slow and warm and unafraid, through the deep slow water that has no floor and no far shore, and no hour it must bring you to, only more warm deep, only more slow turning, only more of the patient carrying that asks nothing of you at all. And now, so quietly it barely stirs the water, let a warmth begin to reach you from somewhere deeper still. The way, far down in the warm dark, there can be a slow warmth rising from below to meet the warmth already holding you, so that you are warmed now from beneath as well as around, cradled in warmth on every side, warm water above and warm water below, and warm, slow, dark, stretching soft in every direction. And you rest in the very middle of all that warmth, like something the deep has decided to keep, and to keep gently, forever, in no hurry ever to let you rise. The night goes on above the water, far above, up where the surface lies dark and still under sky you cannot see and do not need to see, and none of it touches you here. The long, slow hours pass across the surface far overhead the way slow clouds pass, without weight, without sound, without ever once reaching down through all that warm deep to where you rest. Let them pass, then, unfelt and unminded. Let the whole long middle of the night drift by up there on the far surface, while you stay here, low and warm and kept, in the deep slow water that time can barely reach. And the breath goes on, the one faithful tide, in and slowly out, turning so low now it is only the softest movement in all that warm deep, a small slow rhythm the water carries along with everything else it carries. You do not have to tend it, you do not have to shape it. It breathes itself, slow and warm and low, and each faint exhale spreads its little warmth into the dark and fades, and carries you on and fades, and carries you gently on. Let a slowness deeper than any yet begin to gather in you now. A slowness like the settling of fine warm silt through still water, drifting down so gradually that it seems hardly to move at all, and yet always sinking, always settling lower, always coming softly to rest on the warm dark below. Every part of you settling like that, unhurried past all hurry, sinking so slowly and so softly that there is no edge anywhere between floating and resting, between resting and sinking, between sinking and the deep warm stillness that is waiting patiently beneath it all to receive you. The eyes settle, heavy and still in the warm dark, sunk soft and unmoving, nothing behind them to watch, nothing before them to see, only the warm deep resting them shut and holding them so, and the settling drifts down slow from there, down through the quiet weight of the face, gone soft and easy and unheld, down through the throat, open and warm and unclenched, down into the slow heavy chest, rising and falling so gently now it barely troubles the warm water at all. Down into the deep still belly, warm and loose and low, and on down, slower and softer, into the heavy sunk weight of the hips, the long warm rest of the legs, the loose forgotten drift of the feet far out in the warm deep. All of you settling, all of you sinking, all of you coming so slowly to rest on the patient warmth below. And there is nowhere else to be but here, nothing else to do but this, no next thing waiting anywhere in all the warm dark that you must rise to meet. There is only the slow settling down through the warm deep water, only the low faithful tide of the breath, only the patient carrying of the current that will hold you and hold you and hold you all through the long, slow middle of the night, and never once ask you to hold yourself. Sink then, settle, drift down warm and loose and unafraid through the deep slow water where the storms never reach, down where the warmth folds up from beneath to meet the warmth from above, down where the hours pass unfelt on the far surface overhead, down where the small kept resting shape of you is carried gently on and on through the warm dark, turning so slowly, sinking so softly, held so completely that there is nothing at all left anywhere in you that is not already wholly at rest. And now let even the water grow still. Let the slow turning of the current ease and quiet until it hardly turns at all, until you are not so much carried as simply held, suspended soft in warm deep water gone perfectly calm, resting motionless in the middle of the warm dark, the way a small stone rests forgotten in the warm silt at the very bottom of a deep still pool, done with all falling, done with all drifting. Come at last to the deep low place where nothing moves and nothing must, and the warmth simply holds you close and keeps you. Rest in that stillness. Rest at the low warm bottom of the deep quiet where the water has gone calm around you and the dark has gone soft around you, and there is nothing left to sink through and nowhere left to fall. Only the warm still deep, holding you close on every side. Only the low slow breath, turning so faint now it barely stirs the calm. Only the long patient night going on somewhere far above, keeping its slow watch over the quiet water while you rest, forgotten and warm and safe, in the still warm dark at the bottom of it all. And the warmth keeps you there the way warm silt keeps the small stone, the way the still deep keeps everything that has come at last to rest in it, without effort, without end, without any hurry ever to give you back up to the far bright surface and the hurrying day. You may rest here as long as the night is long, and the night is long, longer than any reaching, its far edges thinned away past all finding. So let go even of the memory of edges now. Let go of the far surface, let go of the sky you cannot see, let go of the slow clouds and the slow hours passing so far above. There is only this, the warm still deep, and the small kept resting weight of you held soft within it, breathing low, sinking no further because there is no further, only held, only kept, only warm. Let the breath grow slower still, in and slowly, slowly out, each one longer and lower and softer than the last, each one loosening you a little further into the warm still deep, each one a small quiet tide going gently out and not quite coming back, in and out, and the out spreads warm into the dark and fades, in and out, and you sink no further, only settle, only soften, only rest more deeply into the warmth that holds you. There is a warmth that gathers in a body only when it has stopped, entirely, all its holding. A slow, deep warmth that rises from within when nothing anywhere is braced or clenched or kept ready, when every muscle has laid its long burden down into the warm deep and given up the last of its guarding. And that warmth is rising in you now, slow and full, from the deep still center of you outward, filling the chest, filling the belly, spreading warm and heavy down the loose long limbs and out to the drifting hands, the drifting feet, until all of you glows low and warm and heavy in the still dark water, warmed from your own quiet center as much as from the warm deep around you. Let that inner warmth and the warm deep meet and mingle until you cannot tell the one from the other, until there is no line anywhere between the warmth that holds you and the warmth that you are, only warmth everywhere, soft and low and complete, holding the small resting shape of you dissolved and easy at the very heart of it, and the dark folds gentle over all of it, and the night keeps its slow watch far above, and the breath turns low and faithful in the warm still deep, and you rest. Only rest, warm all through, and held on every side and asked for nothing at all. Stay there, stay low and warm in the still deep, past all sinking, past all drifting, past all reaching in the calm warm dark at the quiet bottom of the long night. And let the breath carry on beneath it, low and warm and faithful, the one slow gentle thing still turning in all that stillness, so soft now it barely stirs the warmth in, and slowly out, and slowly gone, and slowly on, holding you close in the warm still deep, keeping you gentle through the long slow dark. Carrying you on, and warmly on, and gently, gently on. And now so gently that you need do nothing to allow it, let a new quiet come and settle over you. Not the warm, deep water that held you, but something lighter and slower, drifting down out of the dark from very far above. Imagine, without effort, the softest falling of snow, not cold, only soft. Slow flakes coming down through the still night air, each one turning as it falls, each one taking its own unhurried time to reach the ground. No wind to hurry them, no sound anywhere to break the falling. Only the wide, slow silence of snow coming down over a sleeping country, laying itself gently over everything, softening every edge, muffling every sound, until the whole world lies quiet and rounded and white and still. Let it fall over you now, slow and soft and endless, settling on the loose still shape of you where you lie, weightless as it lands, warm somehow rather than cold, each slow flake adding its own small softness to the deep soft blanket already gathered over you, covering you over so gently you barely feel it, only the growing hush of it, only the deepening quiet, only the sense of being slowly, softly, kindly buried in stillness. Every part of you covered over and rounded soft and held beneath the slow deep drift of quiet, nothing sharp left anywhere in the world, every hard line gone soft and low beneath the falling, and you lying still at the heart of it, warm beneath the snow, breathing low and slow, while the quiet comes down and down and down and never stops. There is no ground beneath the falling and no sky above it now, only the slow soft coming down, filling all the dark, and you at rest within it. Let each breath be a small warm hollow in the snow, breathed out slow and soft and gone, in, and the cool still air drawn easily in, and out long and low, a warmth that melts a small soft space in the falling quiet and then fades, in and slowly out. And the snow comes down over the fading and covers it, and the quiet closes soft again above your breath, and all is still, and all is soft, and all is slow. Feel how the falling asks for nothing. It does not need you to watch it, does not need you to hold it or follow it or understand it. It only comes down, slow and faithful, over the sleeping fields and the sleeping hills and the small still resting shape of you, the same soft, quiet reaching everything alike, covering the whole wide dark in one long even hush. And you may let your mind go as soft and slow as the falling now, no thought needing to be finished, no thought needing to be caught, each one drifting down and turning slowly and settling into the soft, deep quiet and lost there, covered over, gone. Thoughts like slow flakes, coming and turning and settling and softening away into the wide white silence, until there are fewer of them and slower and softer, and then only the falling, only the hush, only the long, slow quiet coming down. Let the whole country of you lie under it, the far fields of the legs gone soft and white and still, the slow hills of the shoulders rounded under the drift, the quiet valley of the chest rising so slowly, so slightly, beneath its soft, deep cover, every reach of you laid even and low and gentled under the same slow falling, no part colder than another, no part more awake than another, all of you one soft, still country sleeping beneath the endless, kindly snow. And the night holding it, wide and dark and calm, in no hurry at all for morning. And when the falling has laid its deepest hush over you, notice how warm you have grown beneath it. The way the deep soft cover keeps every last of your warmth close, folds it back into you, so that the more the quiet gathers over you, the warmer and heavier and safer you become. Buried warm, covered kind. Held under the slow, deep drift of silence, with all your warmth kept close, and all your weight let down, and nothing anywhere asked of you, but to lie still and breathe low, and let the quiet come. Now let even the snow grow slow and thin and fade, as all soft things fade when you no longer need to hold them. Let the falling gentle to a few last drifting flakes, turning slowly down through the dark, and then to none, and then to only the deep still hush it leaves behind. The wide even quiet of a world laid soft and sleeping under its cover, everything rounded and low and still, and you at the warm heart of the stillness, needing nothing, following nothing, only resting in the deep kept quiet that the long slow falling left. And in that deep kept quiet, let a single small warmth appear far off in the dark, low and steady and gold. The smallest quiet light, like the last low embers of a fire banked down for the night in a still room, not bright, not asking anything of your eyes, only warm, a soft low gold glow far off in the great calm dark, steady where the snow was slow, still where the water was deep, keeping its small faithful warmth alive through the long middle of the night. You need not go toward it, and it will not come toward you. It only rests there, warm and low and constant, at the edge of the wide dark, a small kept warmth in the great cool quiet, the way the last coals hold their heat long after the flames have gone, glowing soft and orange and slow beneath their pale grey ash, asking nothing, giving warmth to the empty room simply because that is what remains in them to do, and something in you rests easier for knowing it is there. A small, warm, faithful thing, keeping watch in the dark, while you let go of everything and sink. Let its low warmth reach you across the quiet, not as heat you must feel, but as ease you may borrow, the deep settled ease of a fire burned all the way down, past all its crackling and leaping, past all its bright work, down to the slow red heart of itself, where nothing moves anymore but the warmth, holding on soft and low and long into the dark. Let yourself be burned all the way down like that. Past all your bright work, past all your leaping and crackling of the day, down to the slow warm heart of you where nothing moves anymore but the breath, low and gold and faithful, glowing soft in the dark. And the room around the low warm coals is still. A still dark room in a sleeping house, and the house still in a sleeping country, and the country still beneath the long dark sky, and the sky still and wide and slow above it all. Layer upon layer of quiet folded gently outward from the small warm resting center where you lie, nothing stirring anywhere but the slow low breath and the slow low glow, keeping each other faithful company through the deep middle of the night. Let the breath and the glow move together now, so slow you can barely tell them apart. The in-breath, the coals settling lower into their soft ash. The out-breath, the warmth spreading gentle into the dark and staying there. In, a soft low settling, and out, a warmth given quietly to the quiet room. In and out. Slower each time, and lower and warmer, until the breath is only the faintest turning of the glow. and the glow is only the softest breathing of the warmth, and both of them so slow, so low, so kind, that they hardly stir the deep, still dark at all. And you, warmed all through by that low, steady gold, may sink now past even the glow. Let it stay behind you, small and faithful, keeping its watch, while you slip on softly into the deeper dark beyond it, where there is no light needed and no warmth needed, because you carry your own now, banked low and safe inside you, glowing quiet at your center the way the coals glow quiet in the still room. You take the warmth with you into the dark, and you do not lose it, and you do not have to tend it. It simply burns low and faithful within you while you rest, and asks nothing, and goes on. How far you have come down from the surface of the day, how deep into the long, kind dark, and still there is night above you, more of it than you could ever spend, the slow hours turning gently past far overhead while you lie warm and low and covered in the deep. You have all of it, all the long, slow dark to rest in, nothing waiting, nothing owed, nothing you must rise for, no far bright edge you must ever swim back up to touch. Only more night, and more rest, and more warmth, folding softly on and on around you. So let the last small holdings loosen now, wherever they still linger, some faint set of the jaw you had almost forgotten, let it go soft into the warm dark. Some last thin thread of readiness in the hands, let it slacken and fall away. Some quiet weight the shoulders were still faintly minding, let them lay it down at last into the deep, and forget they ever carried it. Down through every part of you, let the very last of the holdings sink away, so slow you barely feel it going, until there is nothing left in you that grips or braces or keeps ready. Only the loose, warm, resting weight of you, given wholly to the dark, held wholly by the night. And if some small silent wish still drifts somewhere near you, for the rest to go on, for the morning to come easy, for the day beyond it to be kinder and slower than the ones behind, you need not reach for it or shape it or say it. Only let it drift there soft in the warm dark like a slow flake still falling somewhere far off, turning gently down, and let it settle wherever it settles, covered over kind by the quiet, kept safe without your holding. Or let it go entirely and want nothing and rest even from wanting. Either is well, either is soft, either lets you sink. Down now and warmly down, into the low kept dark below the glow and below the snow and below the deep still water, into the quiet place beneath all the quiet places where the breath goes on without you having to breathe it, and the warmth goes on without you having to keep it, and the night goes on without you having to watch it pass. Let it all go on without you now. You are not needed to hold any of it. It will keep itself, faithful and slow, all through the long dark, while you lie loose and warm and gone at the deep still heart of the night. There is a stillness that comes only in the deepest middle of the dark, when the night has stopped its turning toward anything, when it is neither leaving the evening behind nor reaching for the morning yet, but only resting in its own wide depth, full and slow and complete. A stillness with no direction in it, no before and no after, only the deep, even now of the dark, holding everything soft and low. And you have come all the way down into that stillness, and it holds you the way it holds the sleeping fields and the banked warm coals and the slow far hills, evenly, kindly, without effort, without end. You are part of the deep even now of the night, laid down and warm and still within it, breathing low, glowing, faint, sinking no further because you are already as deep and as held as any resting thing can be. Let the mind grow as wide and dark, and even as that stillness. No edges to it, no near and no far, no bright place it must go toward and no dark place it must turn from, only the soft, wide, even dark, going on gently in every direction, holding a few last slow drifting thoughts that turn and settle and fade like the final flakes into the quiet. Fewer now, slower now, softer now. Until the wide dark of your mind is nearly as still as the wide dark of the night, and the two lie down together, one within the other, and rest. And the breath, faithful still beneath all of it, turns slower yet, so low now, so soft, that it is little more than the dark itself moving gently in and out. In, the cool, still night drawn easily down, and out, long and low and warm and gone into the deep. In, and the smallest lift, and out, and the longest, softest fall. Each one loosening you further, each one lowering you deeper, each one a small warm tide going quietly out into the dark and not troubling to come back, only leaving you softer and lower and more completely at rest than the breath before. Warm at your center, where the low glow keeps its faithful watch, soft all through where the slow snow laid its cover, held on every side where the deep still dark folds close and even around you, and carried on beneath it all by the low, slow, faithful breath, the one gentle thing still turning in the great stillness, so soft now it barely stirs the dark, so slow now it barely counts the time, only carrying you on and warmly on and deeply on into the long-kept middle of the night where nothing is asked and nothing is owed and there is only the dark and the warmth and the rest going gently on. Stay there low and warm and still at the quiet heart of the deep even dark. Let the night keep its slow watch far above, and let the coals keep their low warmth close within, and let the snow lie soft and deep over the whole sleeping country of you, and sink no further, only settle, only soften, only rest more deeply into the stillness that holds you on every side. There is nowhere left to go, and nothing left to do, and no part of the long dark you must hurry through. Only more of it, folding soft and slow around you, holding you gentle, keeping you warm, carrying you on. And the dark grows a little deeper still, and a little softer, and a little more complete, the way it does in the very lowest hour, when everything that could let go has let go, and everything that could grow still has grown still, and the whole wide night lies even and quiet and full, holding all its sleeping things alike, and you among them, laid down and loose and warm, breathing low, glowing faint, resting deep, needing nothing, minding nothing, holding nothing at all. Only here, only now, only warm, only still, only carried gently, gently on through the long, slow, faithful dark. And now, so gently you will not notice the turning of it, let a new stillness come and lie down beside the one already holding you. The stillness of deep water, not moving water, not water that rushes or falls or hurries anywhere, but water that has come to its lowest resting place and grown calm there, wide and dark and warm, level all the way to its farthest edge. A great slow water lying quiet under the night, and you laid upon it, held upon it, the way still water holds all weight without effort, without asking, without any strain at all. Let yourself be carried there, floating without floating, resting on a surface so smooth and so calm that there is no line where you end and the warm water begins. Only a long soft holding, all along the back of you, all along the length of you, a buoyancy that needs nothing from you, that lifts you and keeps you and asks for no help in the keeping. The whole slow weight of the body given over, and the water taking it easily, easily, the way it has taken every quiet thing that ever came to lie upon it. And there is nothing to do out here on the wide, still water. No shore you are swimming toward, no far side you must reach, no depth you must fear beneath you. The deep below is only more of the same warmth, more of the same holding, going down and down into a dark that is soft and mild and altogether kind. And you rest on the top of all that depth like a leaf laid flat on the calm, turning so slowly you cannot feel the turn, drifting so gently you cannot feel the drift, only held, only carried, only kept. The breath moves with the water now, rising the smallest amount as the calm swell lifts, and settling again as it eases beneath you, in, a slow low fullness lifting you a hair's breadth on the warm dark surface, and out, a long soft lowering back into the level calm, nothing pushed, nothing pulled, only the breath and the water breathing together, so nearly one thing now that you could not say which of them moves and which is only being moved. And far off, so far off it barely reaches you, there might be the faint slow sound of the calm meeting itself somewhere out in the dark, a low, soft folding of water against water, quieter than a whisper, coming and going, with no hurry in it and no end to it. A sound that does not want anything from you, does not call you anywhere, only lays itself down over the stillness like one more soft blanket over a sleeping thing. And you let it come, and you let it go, and you stay exactly where you are, low on the warm, wide water, held and easy and far from every shore. Let the last of your holding pour out of you here, quietly, into the calm. Any small weight the day left in the hands, poured out and taken by the water. Any faint tightness still folded in the shoulders, loosened now and floating free and drifting off across the dark surface until it is gone. Every held thing you carried in without meaning to, set down onto the slow, calm, one piece at a time, and each one taken, and each one carried gently away, until there is nothing left in you to hold and nothing left in you to set down, only the long, light emptiness of a body that has given everything over to the water and been kept. You are lighter now than you were, not because anything was taken from you, but because so much was simply allowed to leave. The mind lighter, floating level with the calm, no longer reaching after the 10,000 things, no longer turning them over in the dark, only lying open and wide and still above the deep, thinking almost nothing now, and what little it thinks drifting past slow and formless, a faint ripple that rises and smooths and is gone before it becomes anything at all. Let it go, that ripple, and the next one, and the one behind it, until the wide calm of your mind lies as level and as dark and as unbroken as the water that carries you. And should the water carry you a little way while you rest, let it. You need not know where. Let the slow, warm current take you where it will, out across the dark and level miles, past nothing and toward nothing, only on, only easy, only held. The way a boat left loose on a calm night lies exactly where it lies and drifts only as gently as the whole sleeping water drifts, and comes to no harm and reaches no edge, and is found in the morning still floating, still kept, still whole. Let yourself be that loosely held, that safely carried, that far from every effort of keeping yourself in place. There is a great mercy in water like this, in being held by something that does not tire, something that held the still calm long before you came to lie upon it and will hold it long after, and takes your small warm weight into all that patient holding without the least strain, as though you weighed nothing, as though keeping you were the easiest thing in the whole dark night. Rest into that mercy. Let it be the water's work to hold you and not yours, and feel how the body believes it a little more with every slow breath, how the last faint readiness to catch yourself softens out of the spine and the hips and the long backs of the legs, because there is nothing to catch, nothing to fall from, only the level warm calm going on beneath you in every direction, and you laid upon it, kept. And warm still all through, for this water is warm as the body is warm, warm as still water grows when it has lain all the long day under a mild and unhurried sky, and it gives that warmth back into you along every inch of contact, up through the shoulders, up through the small of the back, up through the backs of the arms and the backs of the legs and the soft heavy weight of the head. A warmth that meets the warmth already in you and mingles with it until you cannot find the border, until warm water and warm body are one continuous mildness resting in the dark, and the cool of the wide night lies only far above, on the very skin of things, and cannot reach the deep warm calm where you are kept. Breathe the low breath of the deep water, in, slow and wide and lifting, and out, long and low and settling, and between them, in the small still turn where the breath is neither coming nor going, let a whole quiet moment open, unhurried, unmeasured, a little pool of stillness inside the stillness, and rest even there in the turning, in the pause, in the soft dark hinge of the breath where nothing at all is happening and nothing at all needs to. And then let the next breath come only when it comes, of itself, without your asking, the way the calm swell comes, the way the slow tide comes in its own low time. If somewhere in you there is still the faintest wish, some small good thing you would want the night to bring, an easier morning, a lighter chest, a rest that reaches all the way down and stays. You may let one plain and quiet word for it lie on the calm surface beside you now once softly, and then let go even of the word, and let the warm water carry it too, out across the dark with everything else you have set down tonight. Or let there be no word at all, only the wide level calm and your slow breath upon it, which is wish enough, which is prayer enough, which asks for nothing and is already given. Either way you are held, either way you are kept, either way the water carries you gently on. And slowly, so slowly, let even the sense of the water begin to thin and soften and grow dim. Let the warm surface beneath you blur into the warm dark around you until you can no longer say where the calm ends and the night begins, until the holding is simply everywhere, above and below and along every side, one seamless warm dark keeping, with no floor and no ceiling and no far edge, only the endless mild holding of a night that has taken you all the way in. And you resting at the heart of it, weightless now, placeless now, needing no surface to lie upon, because the whole of the dark has become the thing that holds you. Let the body grow vague and far and dear, let it be there without your minding it, breathing without your tending it, warm without your keeping it warm. A settled and faithful and altogether cared-for thing, laid down in the deep of the night and looked after by the night, so that you need not look after it yourself, not now, not for hours yet, not until the slow world turns the light back up again far from here, and until then, only rest. Only the long, low, easy rest of a thing that has been fully given over and fully kept. And if a thought should drift up out of the dark, for the mind, even now, will sometimes lift one small pale thing toward the surface. Let it come without alarm, let it hang there a moment, soft and dim and weightless, and then let it sink again of its own accord, back down into the warm, deep dark where all the day's thoughts have gone to lie quiet. You need not follow it down, and you need not push it away. Only let it go the way everything goes here, slowly, gently, without a sound, until the surface of you is smooth again, and dark again, and still. How far down the stillness goes tonight, how much of it there is, on every side, wide beyond any edge you could reach for, deep beyond any floor you could find, and all of it warm, and all of it kind, and all of it holding you in the same slow, patient way, the way the deep holds every quiet thing let down into it, without preference, without effort, without any end to the holding. You are one small warm resting weight in an ocean of gentle dark, and the ocean does not tire of you, and the ocean does not let you go, and the ocean asks nothing of you but that you stay and soften and rest. So stay and soften and rest, low in the warm dark keeping, carried on the slow deep calm, breathing the long low breath that is barely a breath now, that rises the smallest amount and falls the longest slow way down, and loosens you further with each turn, and lowers you deeper with each turn, and leaves you warmer and stiller, and more completely at ease than the breath before it. Nothing to reach for out here on the wide dark calm, nothing to hold, nothing to keep. Only the warmth and the holding, and the long, slow, faithful breath carrying you gently, gently on. And the great calm settles even further now, the way deep water settles in the lowest hour, when the last faint stir has smoothed away, and the whole wide surface lies flat and dark and perfect, holding the dark sky upon it without a ripple, so that above and below are one unbroken stillness, and you float somewhere in the soft middle of it, kept between two calms, held by both, needing nothing from either. Only resting in the seam of the great stillness, warm and weightless, and far from every shore, carried slowly on through the long, low middle of the night, where there is nothing to do but be held, and nothing to be but at rest. Let the warmth reach the very deepest part of you now, the part that so rarely lets down its guard, the small held center that keeps a little watch even in sleep. Let the warm calm reach even there, and lap gently at it, and loosen it, and take it too into the wide holding, until there is no part of you left standing watch, no part of you still braced against the dark, only the whole of you laid down and given over and kept. From the surface of the skin all the way to that last quiet center, warm through and through, still through and through, held through and through. And the water carries you, and the dark carries you, and the breath carries you, all three of them together now, all three grown into one slow gentle keeping, one long warm holding, one soft dark current bearing you on and on through the deep of the night without hurry and without end. And you have only to lie upon it, loose and warm and trusting, and let it do the carrying, and let the long hours pass over you like slow dark water over a stone that has rested at the bottom 1,000 years, and will rest 1,000 more, untroubled, unmoved, wholly at peace, wholly kept. So low now, so soft now, so far into the warm deep dark that the edges of everything have gone, and there is only the holding and the warmth and the slow faithful breath, and the wide calm carrying you gently, gently on through the long-kept middle of the night, where nothing is asked and nothing is owed, and there is only more of the warm dark to sink into, softer and slower and deeper, folding easy around you, keeping you close, bearing you on. And somewhere far above the warm dark that holds you, without your needing to go and find it, a slow snow has begun to fall over the quiet world. Not cold where you are, only spoken of, only imagined, the softest possible falling, each flake taking the longest slow while to come down, drifting and turning and settling without a sound onto everything below. And there is a particular hush that comes over a place when the snow falls in the night, a deep muffling quiet that lays itself over the rooftops and the fields and the bare dark branches, gathering on every ledge and every still surface, filling in every hard edge of the world with something soft, so that by the deepest part of the night, the whole of it lies rounded and white and utterly silent under the falling. And you are inside that hush now, kept warm within it, listening from far away to a stillness so complete that it seems to reach in through the walls and lay itself over you too, softening your own last edges the way the snow softens the field. Let the quiet fall over you like that, slow and endless and asking nothing, each imagined flake settling somewhere on the long white dark of you and adding the smallest weight, the gentlest cover, until you lie under a deep soft blanket of that falling quiet, warm beneath it, covered over, tucked in by the slow snow of the night. Nothing moving out there but the falling, nothing sounding but the great hush of it, and you sinking a little further under with every silent moment that passes. And the snow keeps its faithful falling over the sleeping world, filling the hollows, rounding the stones, laying its long white piece across the fields and the still roads where no one travels now, across the frozen ponds lying dark and glassed beneath their gathering cover, across the low hills folding one behind another into the pale dark distance, all of it going quiet, all of it going soft, all of it lying down beneath the snow the way you are lying down beneath the warm dark, kept covered at rest. And the flakes coming down without hurry through the still air, turning slowly as they fall, each one alone and unhurried, and in no need of reaching the ground, only drifting, only settling when it settles, the way you are settling now, no sooner than you settle, no faster than the slow snow of your own long breath will let you. So let the falling go on, and let the hush deepen, and let the soft white cover gather over you flake by silent flake, warm beneath it all, held beneath it all, tucked in beneath a whole night of gentle falling that asks nothing of you, that only comes down and lays its quiet over you and keeps you. And under all that falling, under all that gathered white, the earth itself lies warm and slow and sleeping, the deep old ground that holds the roots and the stones and the slow buried water, holding its warmth low within it all through the cold, keeping its patient heat down in the dark below the frost, unhurried, undisturbed, resting the long rest of the winter earth. And you are held against that warmth too, lowered into it, part of the deep slow keeping of the ground, laid down where it is warmest and stillest and most sure, where the cold never reaches and the falling never stops, only softens, only gathers, only covers you over more gently with every silent hour. And the roots hold their place in the warm, dark earth, and the stones hold their place, and the slow water holds its place, all of them kept, all of them still, all of them at rest in the deep, patient ground through the long white night. And you among them now, laid down as they are laid down, held as they are held, resting as they rest, needing nothing, reaching for nothing, only sunk into the warm, keeping earth beneath the gathering quiet, slower and softer and further down with every breath that leaves you. Let the breath leave you slow now. Let it go out long and low and warm into the hush, the smallest breath, barely stirring the deep still air, rising the least amount and falling the longest slow way down into the warm dark ground. And each one settling you further, the way the snow settles the field, the way the warmth settles the earth, the way the long night settles everything living into its deep and faithful rest. And time itself has gone soft out here in the deep of the night, softened like everything else under the long, slow falling, no sharp hours anymore, no edges between one moment and the next, only a wide, unbroken quiet stretching away in every direction. The kind of hour that has no number, that belongs to no clock, that simply holds you in its long, dark middle and lets the world sleep on. And there is nowhere the time needs to carry you, nothing it needs to bring, only more of itself, more soft, dark hour laid gently over the last, more slow, quiet gathering like snow, more of the deep, unhurried keeping that asks nothing and takes nothing and only lets you rest. So let the hours be soft. Let them pass over you like the slow falling, without a sound, without a summons, each one settling deeper than the last. And let there be no counting of them, no watching for their turning, only the long, warm ease of lying in the deep of the night with nothing to do but be covered and be kept and be carried slowly on through the quiet. And far off across the sleeping white, so far that it barely reaches you, there is the faint warm glow of a low window kept lit through the night, a single soft light burning small and steady in the great dark, the kind of light left on for no reason but kindness, so that anything out in the cold might see it and know there is warmth somewhere, and shelter somewhere, and someone keeping the fire low against the morning. And you do not need to go toward it, and you do not need to reach it. It is only there, only glowing, only keeping its small faithful watch across the snow so that you need not keep any watch at all. Let it hold the light for you, let it stay lit for you. Let it burn its low, steady warmth all through the dark, while you lie covered and safe and far from any need to rise. And inside that far warmth, imagined, the low embers settle in the great, glowing soft orange in the dark of the quiet room, sinking slowly into their own grey ash, giving off their last low heat without a flame, without a sound, only the deep, steady warmth of something that has burned long and now rests into its glowing. And the room around it holds the warmth close, the way a kept room does in the deep of a winter night, everything in it still and dim and softened, everything in it at rest, waiting out the long dark hours in the low red glow, asking nothing, keeping nothing but the warmth. And you are held in a warmth like that now, banked low and steady and deep, glowing quietly in the dark of yourself, warm all the way through, still all the way through, resting the way the embers rest into their long, slow keeping of the heat. Let yourself glow low like that. Let the warmth bank down deep and steady within you. No flame left, nothing burning bright, only the deep low keeping of the heat, the settled warmth of something at the very end of its long day, sinking softly into its rest, giving off its quiet warmth into the dark and asking nothing back, warmer as it sinks, softer as it sinks, deeper into the glowing ash of sleep with every slow breath that leaves you. And the snow falls on outside the low warm window, and the earth holds its deep slow heat beneath the white, and the embers settle further into their glowing, and you lie kept in the middle of all of it, held by the warmth above and the warmth below and the warmth within, folded into a night that has nothing to do but keep you and nothing to want but your rest. So let it keep you, let it want only that. And let yourself be nothing more, this long dark hour, than something warm and still and sinking, laid down in the deep of the winter night, covered over, banked low at peace. And the quiet gathers deeper still, deeper than the snow, deeper than the dark, a quiet that seems to come up from somewhere far beneath the sleeping earth, welling slow and warm into everything, filling the room and the field and the low hills and the wide white distance all at once, filling you, brimming gently up through you until there is no hollow left in you for anything but the quiet, no corner left holding a sound, no small place left keeping a thought. Only the deep still fullness of the quiet, warm and level and complete, holding you brimful and steady in the long dark middle of the night. So let it fill you. Let the quiet rise slow and warm through every last hollow place, smoothing them, filling them, laying its deep level stillness through the whole of you until you are quiet clear through, quiet to the very bottom, nothing stirring anywhere within, only the warm full silence and the long slow breath moving through it like the one soft motion left in a world gone entirely to rest. And the breath grows slower yet and lower yet. Barely a rising now, barely a falling, only the faintest slow warmth going out into the hush and the faintest slow warmth easing back. So gentle it hardly disturbs the deep still quiet it moves through. So soft it is nearly the same as no breath at all, nearly the same as the great stillness all around it, folding into that stillness, belonging to it, growing quiet within it the way a small slow current grows quiet as it joins the wide calm water and is lost in it, and carried by it, and asked for nothing more. Let the breath be nearly nothing now. Let it grow so slow and so soft that you lose the edges of it, that you cannot quite say where the breathing ends and the stillness begins, that the two become one warm, quiet thing keeping you low in the dark. Nothing to do with the breath anymore, nothing to make it do. Only let it grow slower on its own and softer on its own, and carry you down on its own into the deep still place beneath all breathing where the rest is deepest and the dark is warmest, and there is nothing at all left to do but sink. And so you sink, slow and warm and covered over, down through the gathered quiet, down through the soft white falling, down into the deep warm keeping of the winter earth where the roots rest and the stones rest and the slow water rests, and where you rest now among them, laid down in the warmest, deepest, stillest place there is, held on every side, covered from above, warmed from below, brimful of quiet clear through to the center, and nothing reaching you here but the warmth, and nothing asking of you here but that you stay and soften and sink a little further into the long-kept dark. And the snow will keep its falling while you rest, and the earth will keep its warmth while you rest, and the low light will keep its glowing across the far white field while you rest, none of it needing your watching, none of it needing your care, all of it going on gently in the great dark quiet without you, so that you may let it all go and lie down under all of it and be kept. Nothing to hold, nothing to tend, nothing to keep lit or keep watch over or keep from falling. Only the long warm sinking and the deep still quiet and the faithful slow breath grown nearly to nothing, carrying you softly on through the covered dark. So soft now, so low now, so far down into the warm kept quiet that the falling snow and the sleeping earth and the low glowing warmth have all grown dim and distant and easy, become one gentle keeping around you, one soft dark holding, one long slow warmth bearing you on and on through the deepest middle of the night where there is nothing to reach and nothing to lave and nothing to be but at rest, folding easy around you, keeping you close, covering you over, sinking you slowly, slowly into more of the warm, still dark, and more without hurry and without end. And still the quiet deepens, past the snow, past the earth, past the low warm glow, into a place softer than all of them, where even the imagining grows slow and thins away, where the pictures loosen and drift and let go one by one, the falling and the field and the far small light all softening into the same warm dark, all melting into the one deep quiet, until there is nothing left to picture and nothing left to hold in mind, only the warmth, only the stillness. Only the barely breathing slow of you laid down in the deepest part of the night, and that is enough, that is more than enough, That is everything the rest requires, and you have it, and you are held in it, and there is nothing left to do but let it go on holding you. Let the last pictures thin, let them soften and drift and dissolve into the warm dark like breath into wide still air. Nothing to keep before the eyes now, nothing to follow, nothing to imagine or hold or watch go by, only the deep quiet dark and the warmth all through it, and you sunk soft and low and easy in the very middle of it, kept and covered and carried, needing nothing, wanting nothing, sinking still. So low now, so warm now. So far into the long-kept quiet of the night that there is only the sinking left, only the softening left, only the slow, warm dark folding closer and closer around the last still center of you, and the faithful breath grown almost to silence, carrying you gently, gently on, deeper into the warm dark, keeping where the night holds you through the long hours and asks for nothing and takes for nothing, and only lets you rest, and go on resting further down and softer still. Into more of the warm, quiet dark. And now, if any picture forms again in the softening dark, let it be only water, warm and dark and wide and still. A great slow water lying quiet under the same covered night, its surface unbroken, its depths unhurried, holding the last of the light down where nothing moves. And you laid out upon it, floating without effort, carried without asking, held on the warm dark water, the way the water is held by the deep, the way the deep is held by the earth beneath it, everything holding everything, all the way down, and you resting on the very top of all that holding, needing to do nothing at all to stay held. The water does not ask you to swim. The water does not ask you to reach or kick or keep yourself above it. The water only holds and rises a little with your slow breath, and settles a little with the long letting go of it, and holds you still, and holds you again, warm all along your back and your shoulders and your resting legs, warm under your heavy head, warm under the loose open hands, holding every part of you up so that no part of you must hold itself. And so you drift, slow and low and easy, out across the wide dark water where there is no shore to reach and no far side to swim for, only the long warm floating, only the gentle rise and the gentle fall, only the slow current beneath you moving so softly, so patiently, that you cannot tell if it is the water carrying you or only the night itself, turning quietly toward its deepest hour. Let it carry you, whichever it is, let it carry you. There is nowhere you are going and nowhere you must be, only this warm dark drifting, only this being borne along without effort through the middle of the quiet, and the breath so slow now, so soft now, that it barely troubles the surface, barely lifts you, barely lets you down again. Each breath a small warm swell that comes and goes and leaves the water smoother than before. And with each one, you settle a little lower into the warmth, the water rising warm around the edges of you, warm along the sides of you, closing soft and warm above the resting weight of you as you sink, without fear, without effort, just the slow, warm giving way of a body that has stopped holding itself up, letting the warm dark water take more of it, and more, drawing you down so gently that the sinking feels like being gathered, like being kept, like the deep itself reaching up to fold you closer. Down through the warm dark water, slow, so slow. Past where the last light reaches, into the deeper warmth below, where everything is soft and dim and close and still, where the water grows quieter the deeper it goes, where sound thins away and pressure turns to a gentle holding all around you, and even warmth on every side at once, no up and no down now, only the warm dark all around, only the being held from every direction, only the sinking that is not falling but settling, the way silt settles, the way warmth settles. The way a tired body settles at the very end of a long day into the deepest part of its rest. And still the slow breath finds you, even here, faint and far and faithful, barely stirring the deep warm water, barely lifting you, barely letting you down, so soft it is almost not there, so slow the spaces between grow long and warm and full of quiet, each out-breath letting you sink a little deeper into the held warmth, each small space between the breaths, a stillness with nothing in it, Nothing needed in it, nothing waiting in it, only warmth, only dark, only rest. There is no bottom you must reach. There is no depth you must find. You may simply go on sinking as slowly as you like through warmth that has no end, held the whole way down, kept the whole way down, carried the whole way down by water that only wants to hold you, into dark that only wants to keep you, through a quiet that only wants to let you rest. And the warmth is even and kind on the backs of your hands, even and kind along the length of your arms, even and kind across the wide, easy plane of your chest that rises so little now, and falls so little now, and rests so long between, even and kind over the soft, heavy belly, and the low, still hips, and the long, loose weight of your legs trailing down into the warm, dark deep. All of you held in the same even warmth, all of you kept in the same soft dark, all of you sinking at the same slow, patient pace toward more of the same warm quiet. Nothing pulls at you here, nothing tugs or hurries or asks. The water does not pull, it only holds. The dark does not pull, it only keeps. The depth does not pull, it only opens, warm and endless, and lets you down as slowly as a leaf comes to rest, as slowly as warmth spreads, as slowly as the deepest hour of the night turns over in its own great quiet, unhurried, unwatched, going on without you. And you may let it go on without you now, the turning of the hour, the sinking of the water, the slow warm keeping of the deep. None of it needs your watching, none of it needs your effort, none of it needs anything from you at all, but that you let it hold you, and it will, and it does, and it will go on doing so through all the long dark hours, whether you follow it or not. So do not follow it, let even the water go, let even the warm dark drift out of mind. Let even the slow sinking soften and blur until you cannot tell the water from the warmth from the dark from the deep still rest at the center of you where there is no picture at all. Only the quiet, only the held warmth, only the barely breathing slow of a body laid all the way down and kept. And when the water, too, has thinned away, when even that soft dark floating has loosened and gone, let there be only warmth, plain warmth. The warmth of a body at rest under something soft, the simple, ordinary warmth of being covered and held and left alone to sink, the warmth that gathers slowly under stillness, that pools in the loose open hands, that settles low in the resting belly, that spreads unhurried along the heavy legs, warmth with no image to it, warmth with no place to it, only the felt fact of it, only the quiet comfort of a warmth that stays. Feel it there or do not feel it, it makes no difference now. The warmth stays either way, the holding stays either way. The deep slow rest goes on either way, whether you notice it or let it slip past unnoticed into the long dark quiet, because the resting no longer needs your noticing, the way the warmth no longer needs your keeping, the way the breath no longer needs your minding. It comes and goes on its own now, slow and soft and faithful, carrying you gently on without any help from you at all. And so there is nothing left for you to do, truly nothing, not to float, not to sink, not to breathe, not to warm yourself, not to keep or tend or hold or watch a single thing. It is all being done for you, all being carried for you, all going on softly in the warm dark quiet while you lie still at the center of it and are kept. Let that be the last of it, the being kept. Nothing to add to it, nothing to take from it, nothing to make it more than it already is. Only the warmth and the dark and the slow faint breath, and you laid all the way down in the middle of the long night, held and covered and carried, needing nothing, wanting nothing, doing nothing, sinking still and still and still. If a sound reaches you now from somewhere out in the dark, a small fast settling of the house, a breath of wind across the roof, the low nothing hum of the deep night itself, let it come and let it go without following, without turning toward it, without letting it lift you even the smallest way up out of the warmth. A sound in the dark is only another soft thing passing. It asks nothing of you. It means only that the night goes on, quiet and wide, all around your resting, keeping its low, slow murmur going out there so that you need not. Let the sounds keep the night for you. Let them hold the far edges of the dark for you, while you stay here, low and warm and still, in the soft-kept center where nothing reaches and nothing asks. And if there is no sound at all, only the great soft silence lying over everything, thick and warm and deep, then let that hold you too. The silence is only the dark grown so complete it has no edges left to sound against. The silence is only the quiet come all the way in, filling the room, filling the dark around the bed, filling the warm space just above your resting face, settling over you soft as another covering, one more gentle weight of quiet laid down over the long, slow weight of you. Under all of it now, under the warmth, under the dark, under the silence or the small far sounds, under the slow faint breath, under the whole covered weight of the deep night, you rest, simply rest, gone soft and low and heavy and still in the middle of the longest hours, held by everything at once, asked by nothing, kept without effort, carried without end. And the warmth deepens still, past the water, past the plain soft warmth, into a place warmer and quieter and further down than any picture can follow, where the mind has stopped making pictures at all, where there is no water and no dark field and no falling snow and no covered house, no image of any kind left standing, only the wordless warm quiet where a body goes when it has finally, fully let itself down. You are there now, or nearly there, at the soft floor of the rest, the warm, still bottom of the long night, the place past thinking and past picturing and past minding, where even these slow words come to you from very far off, soft and dim and half-heard, more like warmth than like speech, more like the dark itself murmuring low than like anything you must listen to or hold. Let them wash over you like that. Let them be only more of the warm quiet, only more of the soft dark keeping, only one more gentle thing going on around your rest, without needing your attention at all. You do not have to hear them, you do not have to follow them. They will go on softly whether you follow or not, low under the silence, low under the dark, low under the slow faint tide of your breath, keeping you company in the deep middle of the night, the way a warmth keeps company, the way a covering keeps company, without asking anything back. And so let the last thread of listening go too. Let the words thin and soften and drift out to the far warm edges of the quiet where the small sounds are, where the night keeps itself. Let them loosen from you the way the water loosened, the way the pictures loosened, the way everything has loosened tonight and drifted off and left you lighter and lower and warmer and more deeply at rest. There is nothing left to hold now, not the words, not the warmth, not the dark, not the breath, not the long, slow sinking. It holds itself, it holds you, all of it goes on holding all of it, warm and dark and slow and complete, down and down through the deepest part of the night, and you are somewhere in the soft middle of it, kept and covered and carried and asked for nothing. So low now, so warm now, so far down into the long-kept quiet that there is barely you left to speak of, only a soft warm weight in the dark, only a slow faint breath coming and going on its own, only the deep still rest going on and on without effort, without end, without anything left to do or be or hold. And that soft warm weight is held, and that slow faint breath is enough. And that deep still rest is everything the night requires of you, which is nothing, which is only this, only the lying still and being kept, only the sinking slow and warm and endless into more of the quiet dark. Down where the hours pass over you like slow warm water and ask for nothing. Down where the night turns quietly through its deepest middle and carries you along. Down where there is no reaching and no leaving and no keeping and no watching. Only the warm dark holding, only the soft slow breath, only the long still rest folding closer and closer around the last quiet center of you. And the warmth folds closer, and the dark folds closer, and the quiet folds closer, and the slow breath grows softer still, and the spaces between grow longer still, warm and empty and complete, each one a small deep rest inside the larger rest, each one letting you settle further into the warmth, further into the dark, further into the deep still keeping of the night that holds you now and will go on holding you through all the long hours yet to come. So let it hold you, let it all go on holding you. There is nothing else to do, nothing else to be, only the warm dark keeping and the slow faint breath and the long low sinking on, softer and softer, deeper and deeper, into more of the warm still quiet without hurry and without end. And if anything drifts through you now, in the long warm middle of this, let it be something soft and far away. Let it be, perhaps, the slow settling of snow somewhere out beyond the walls, in the dark, in the quiet, snow coming down without a sound over fields you cannot see and do not need to see, filling the night with a softness that asks for nothing. Each small flake settling onto the last, so slowly, so gently, building a hush over everything, a deep white quiet laid down layer on layer through the darkest hours, soundless and unhurried, while you lie here warm and kept, far inside, far below, held in the deep still center of it all. Nothing out there is in a hurry. The snow is not in a hurry. It comes down slow and easy through the black air, turning a little as it falls, drifting a little, taking all the time in the world to reach the ground. And when it reaches the ground, it only settles, only rests, only adds its small softness to the great soft weight already lying over the sleeping fields. And you are like that too now, come to rest, settled, adding your own small stillness to the great stillness of the night. Nothing left to do but lie where you have landed, soft upon the soft, quiet upon the quiet. And the snow goes on falling out there in the dark, patient and endless, and it does not need you to watch it. It will lay its hush over the whole of the night, whether you follow it or not. It will smooth the far fields and round the far edges and soften every hard shape out there in the cold, and none of it asks anything of you. You are only here, warm, far from the cold of it, wrapped and kept and low, listening to the idea of snow the way you might listen to something falling asleep beside you. So let the far white quiet come down slowly over your thoughts too. Let it settle over whatever is left of the day in you, the way it settles over the fields, laying its softness over the small sharp edges of things, rounding them, filling the spaces between them, until the whole inner landscape of you goes smooth and pale and quiet under a slow gentle covering that deepens all through the night. Nothing sticking up anymore, nothing hard left showing. Only the long, even hush lying over all of it, soft and complete. And under the snow, out there, the ground rests. The dark earth lies still and unhurried beneath its white covering, holding its warmth deep down, waiting through the cold hours without worry, without effort, kept safe under the soft weight above it. And you are like the ground now, resting under your own soft covering, holding your warmth deep in the center of you, letting the long night lay itself gently over the top of you, layer by slow layer, hour by quiet hour. There is so much night still to come, so many slow dark hours yet to pass over you like the slow fall of snow, and you do not have to meet a single one of them. They will come and go on their own, one after another, soundless, patient, laying themselves down over your rest and deepening it, each hour a little softer than the last, each hour settling you a little further down into the warm dark keeping. And all you do is lie here and be covered. All you do is let the hours fall. Somewhere far off, under all that snow, a small light might be burning, low and warm and steady, in a window you will never see. A small gold glow held in a great field of dark and white, not calling to you, not reaching for you, only burning quietly to itself the way a low fire burns down through the night. And it keeps on, that far small warmth, patient in the cold, asking nothing, giving its little light to no one and to everyone, just glowing, just holding, just being warm in the middle of the wide dark. And something in you can rest toward it without moving, the way you rest toward warmth without reaching for it. Let that far low light stay where it is. You do not go to it. You do not need to go anywhere. You only lie here and know that somewhere in the great quiet, a small warmth is keeping itself, and somewhere else another, and another, low gold glows scattered across the sleeping dark, each one burning down slow through the night, each one holding its small circle of warmth against the cold. And all of them, and all of the snow, and all of the dark fields between, go on without you, and hold you anyway, in the way that a whole sleeping country holds the ones asleep inside it. So let yourself be one of the sleeping ones now, one small warm keeping among the many, covered like the fields are covered, quiet like the far low light is quiet, resting the way the whole night rests, slow and dark and soundless and complete. Nothing to add, nothing to finish, nothing to carry into the morning that is still so many soft, dark hours away. And the breath goes on, faint and slow, coming and going on its own like the slow fall of the snow, each one a little softer, each one a little further apart, no two of them the same, none of them needing you, in and the small settling, out and the long soft drift, in like a flake turning down through the dark, out like it coming quietly to rest. And the spaces between grow wide and warm and white and still, and in each space there is nothing at all to do but be covered, be kept, be low and warm and far down under the deepening hush of the night. Let the covering deepen, let it lie over you the way the snow lies over the ground, patient and even and complete, holding your warmth in, keeping the cold far off, softening every last edge until there are no edges left, only the long, smooth quiet of you resting under the long, smooth quiet of the dark. And the more the night lays itself over you, the lower you go, and the lower you go, the less there is of you to hold anything at all, until there is only warmth, only weight, only the faint, slow breath, and the great soft covering, and the deep still keeping going on and on. And if the snow should slow out there, and thin, and finally stop, and leave the whole dark world lying under its new soft white in a silence so deep it seems to hum, then let even that silence come and settle over you. The silence after the snow, the deepest silence there is, when everything out there is covered and finished and still, and nothing moves, and nothing needs to move, and the whole night simply holds its breath and rests. And you rest inside, that resting, held within the great held stillness, one small warm quiet at the center of an enormous quiet. So still now, so far down, so gently and completely covered that the boundary between you and the warm dark has all but gone soft, the way the boundary between the field and the snow has gone soft, the way the boundary between the water and the deeper water goes soft, until you could not say where the resting ends and you begin, and there is no need to say, no need to know, no need to draw a single line anywhere in all this warm dark keeping. Only the slow faint breath, only the great soft covering, only the low far warmth burning quietly somewhere in the dark, only the long still hours falling one after another like snow, soundless, patient, endless, laying themselves gently down over your rest, and carrying you on through the deep middle of the night toward a morning that will come in its own slow time, without your help, without your watching, without a single thing required of you now but this. But this warmth, but this weight, but this long low sinking into more and more of the quiet, softer with every faint breath, deeper with every falling hour, further and further down into the warm dark keeping that holds the sleeping fields and the far low lights and the deep still earth and you. And under it all, so quiet you can barely tell it from the silence, the low sounds go on, the soft blur of them somewhere out at the warm edges of everything, moving slow as the snow moves, faint as the far light is faint, keeping their patient company beneath the hush, without ever once asking you to listen. And you do not listen. You only let them be there, the way the snow lets the dark be there, the way the night lets you be there, everything resting inside everything else, everything covered, everything kept, everything slowly and warmly and completely at ease. Let a long slow breath go now. Let it drift out of you soft and unhurried, longer than the one before it, thinning as it goes, emptying gently down into the deep warm quiet the way the last of the light drains gently out of the sky at the very end of a winter day. Slow, complete. With nothing pulling the next one in, only the wide, warm pause, only the deep-held stillness, only the covering settling one shade deeper over the top of you while you wait, easy and low, for the breath to come back on its own. And it comes back on its own, small and soft and unbidden, drawn in slow through the warm dark without any effort of yours, the way the sleeping ground draws its slow, deep breath beneath the snow, and then out again, long and low, back down into the quiet. And this is all that is happening now in all the wide sleeping night. This small, slow tide, coming and going, at the warm, still center of the great covered dark. And it will go on all night long, this tide, whether you follow it or not, faithful and faint and slow, so let it go on without you now. Let it breathe you. Let the night breathe you. Let the whole soft, covered dark do the slow work of keeping you while you lie here needing to do nothing at all. Deeper than the snow, deeper than the dark earth beneath the snow, deeper than the far low light and the long still fields and the soundless falling hours, down where the warmth pools thick and slow and complete, down where there is no cold and no edge and no reaching, down where the last soft weight of you settles at last onto the deep still floor of the night and stays, kept, covered, carried, asked for nothing. And there you rest, low and warm and far and still, while the snow settles and the light burns low and the hours fall soundless one upon another, laying the great white quiet down over all of it, over the fields and the earth and the sleeping dark and you, deeper and softer and softer, on through the long slow middle of the night, without hurry and without end. So let it settle, let all of it settle. The snow onto the fields, the quiet onto the snow, the dark onto the quiet, and the whole of the covered night down gently onto you, layer over soft layer, weight over warm weight, holding you lower, keeping you warmer, drawing you further down into the deep still rest that goes on and on beneath it all. There is nothing to keep now, nothing to hold now, nothing to be now but this small warm weight at the center of the covered dark, breathing slow, sinking slow, kept by the whole long patient night. And the night has all the time there is. The night is in no hurry at all. It will lay its hush down over you as slowly as it likes, for as many soft, dark hours as it likes, and every one of them will only carry you deeper, only cover you warmer, only settle you further into the long, low keeping. So drift on down into it, down under the snow quiet, down under the falling hours, down where the warmth is thickest and the dark is softest and the stillness is most complete. Down and down, slow and warm, into more of the deep kept quiet, softer with each faint breath, lower with each falling hour, and still so far, so gently far from any end. And now even that far edge softens, the place where you end and the warm dark begins, blurring slow, like the line of a shore going under a rising tide in the dark, where you can no longer say quite where the land stops and the still water starts. Your hand somewhere out there, far off and warm, no longer quite yours to move, no longer asking to be moved. The shape of you loosening at its borders, unhurried, the way warmth spreads out through water and thins and reaches and cannot be found at its farthest edge. You do not need the borders now. You do not need to know where you end. Let them soften, let them go unwatched. Let the warm dark carry them off into itself, a little at a time, so slowly you will never feel the moment they are gone. There is a kind of quiet that comes only this late, you know it. The quiet after the house has finished its small night sounds, after the last car has passed somewhere far off and not come again, after even the wind has laid itself down. A quiet with a weight to it, a soft settled weight, as though the whole of the dark had leaned in close and grown still around you, waiting for nothing, wanting nothing, only resting where it lies. And you are held inside, that quiet like a stone held at the bottom of a deep, slow river, far below the moving of the surface, far below the light, down where the water neither hurries nor stirs, only presses close and warm, and even on every side, and keeps you exactly where you are. Down there nothing reaches you. The small currents of the day pass far overhead, up in the thin, bright water near the air, and none of them come down this far. Down here it is only the slow press of the deep, holding you gentle on every side, and the faint, slow tide of the breath, and the warmth that has no edge. And you are heavy in the way a stone is heavy in deep water, a heaviness that asks nothing, a heaviness that has finished with rising, that has come to rest on the soft floor of the dark and settled into it, and does not mean to move again for all the long hours of the night. Let yourself lie that far down, that far under, where the day cannot reach and the light cannot reach, and even the thought of morning cannot reach. Only the warm, slow deep, and the keeping of it, and you resting on the floor of it, low and still and covered over. And feel now how the weight of you has changed, how it is no longer something you carry, but something the dark carries for you. Every part of you grown slow and full and dense with rest, sinking of its own accord, needing no permission, the head sunk soft into what holds it, the shoulders spread and given over, the long bones of the arms lying exactly where they came to rest and staying there, heavy done, the back a wide, slow weight laid down and let go, the hips loosening their last hold, sinking. The legs grown long and full and far away, too heavy now to lift, too far now to reach, only lying there in the warm dark being held, and you would not lift them if you could. There is nothing to lift them for. There is nowhere left to go tonight but further down into this. So let them stay, let all of you stay, exactly as you are, exactly where you are, given wholly over to the slow keeping of the dark, while the weight goes on gathering soft and even through every quiet part of you, drawing you down by no more than its own faint pull, on and on, deeper into the held stillness, hour into hour, without your doing anything at all. The breath knows the way from here. You can leave it now. You can stop tending it, stop shaping it, stop following even the faint slow going and coming of it. Let it fall out of your keeping the way a thing slips gently from an opening hand and is not missed. It will breathe itself all night, low and slow and faithful, needing nothing from you, and you can let it go on far off at the edge of things, a small soft tide sounding somewhere out beyond the borders you have already let soften and lose themselves. In and out, low and even, all on its own, tending you while you tend nothing. And with the breath let go, and the borders let go, and the weight let go into the dark that carries it, what is left is very little now, only a warmth, only a faint, slow being here. Only the softest sense of yourself, grown quiet and small and far, like the last low glow of coals long banked under grey ash at the back of a cold hearth, giving off no light now, only warmth, only a deep even warmth that will hold all through the night without ever once flaring or falling, asking nothing, spending nothing, only keeping, only glowing slow and low and warm at the still heart of the dark. Let yourself be only that, only the low warmth under the ash, only the faint kept glow at the center of the long night, nothing to feed, nothing to tend, nothing to keep from going out. It will not go out. It does not need you to keep it. It will only rest there, warm and low, and even hour upon hour, while the cold dark stands quiet all around it and never once comes near. How far away the world has drawn, how gently it has stepped back and grown faint. The room somewhere out beyond you in the dark, its walls no longer felt, its corners no longer minded, dissolved into the same soft nowhere as your own far edges. And beyond the room the sleeping house, and beyond the house the dark street with its one low lamp and its long shadows lying still, and beyond that the whole slow-breathing town gone quiet under the night, every window dark, every hearth banked low, every last one of them lying just as you lie, sunk and warm and far, kept by the same deep dark, and none of it asks anything of you now. None of it needs you awake. You have been let out of all of it, gently, for the length of the whole long night, set down soft and far below its reach, where nothing is required, and nothing is owed, and nothing waits. Rest there in the middle of all that sleeping, one small warm sleeping thing among the countless others, held by the same wide dark that holds them, sunk as low as they, carried as gently, asked as little. And let the knowing that they too are down here somewhere in the quiet, all of them, all the tired ones, laid down and let go and kept. Let it soften you further, this old company of the sleeping, this common downward drift that has drawn the tired ones under since long before you and will go on drawing them under long after, faithful as the dark itself. You are only doing tonight what the whole slow world does, only lying down, only growing heavy, only letting the night take the weight. And the night takes it gladly. The night has room for all of it, every dropped burden, every loosened hold, every last held thing let go at last into the dark. It gathers them all in and asks no questions and gives back only stillness, only warmth, only the long even keeping that goes on and on beneath everything. So give it yours. Give the night the whole slow weight of you, the last of the holding, the last faint reaching, the last small watching thing that still keeps some soft watch at the edge of the warmth. Let even that go. Let even that sink and slow and dim and be taken until there is nothing left awake in you but the low warmth itself, glowing faint under the ash, kept by the dark all through the night. Slower now and slower, the thoughts that drift by grown few and far between and faint, no longer catching, no longer pulling, only passing through the warm dark like slow dim shapes far down in still water, rising a little, turning and sinking away again before you can name them. And it does not matter that you cannot name them. It does not matter that they came. It does not matter that they went. Let them rise and turn and sink, all of them, unnamed and untended, out at the soft edge of the quiet, while you stay low and warm and still at the center and do not follow, do not reach, do not stir. Each one a little slower than the last, each one a little fainter, each one sinking a little sooner back into the dark it came from, until the spaces between them widen and fill with warm still nothing, long soft stretches of nothing at all, where no thought comes, where nothing moves, where there is only the warmth and the dark and the faint kept glow of you resting in the middle of it. And those wide warm stretches of nothing grow longer now, and longer. And you sink a little further into each one. There is no edge to any of this, no wall the dark comes up against, no floor beneath the warmth, no end to the slow deep quiet in any direction. It goes out soft and warm and even on every side, further than you could ever drift, further than the whole long night could carry you, and you are far, far in the middle of it, held on every side by more of the same warm dark, more of the same slow keeping, more of the same faint even stillness reaching out past all knowing. And there is nowhere in all of it you need to get to, nowhere the night is taking you but deeper into itself, nowhere at the end of the drifting, but more of the warm, slow quiet you are already deep inside. So there is no reason to arrive, no reason to reach any place at all. You can drift as slow as the night drifts, as slow as the hours fall, as slow as the warmth spreads out and thins into the dark and cannot be found at its edge. And every slow drop of drifting only lays you deeper, only wraps you warmer, only sinks you softer into the endless middle of the kept quiet, on and on, with nowhere to come to and no need to come to it. The sounds have gone soft and far. Whatever small night sound might still be out there somewhere, the faint tick of the cooling house, the far low hush of the wind laying itself down again, the sounds have all drawn back and dimmed and folded into the one wide quiet, no longer separate, no longer near, only the faintest low grain in the great smooth silence, and even that thinning now, even that sinking away, until the silence closes warm and whole, and even over all of it, unbroken, complete. A silence with no hole in it, anywhere for anything to reach you through. And in that whole warm silence you grow quieter still, the low glow dimming softer under its ash, the far breath slowing, lengthening, going fainter at the edge of things, the last soft sense of where you are loosening and thinning and letting go, until you can no longer quite tell the warmth of you from the warmth of the dark, nor the weight of you from the weight of the night, nor the faint slow tide of the breath from the faint slow settling of the whole wide quiet all around. All of it one now, all of it warm, all of it slow, all of it sinking together by the smallest soft measure into more of itself, deeper and deeper, into the long-kept middle of the night. Let it blur, let it all blur soft and warm together. You and the dark and the weight and the warmth and the slow, low breath, no longer to be told apart, no longer needing to be told apart, only one warm, slow, sinking thing at the still heart of the covered night, going down and softer and further, with nothing to do and nowhere to be and no end anywhere near. And still the hours are wide before you, the whole deep middle of the night lying open and slow and warm, in no hurry at all, with all the time there is to sink you further, all the time there is to keep you warmer, all the time there is to lay its long, low, quiet down over you layer on soft layer, until there is nothing left of the day in you anywhere, nothing left holding anywhere, nothing left but warmth and weight, and the slow kept dark, and the faint far tide of the breath going on without you. So sink into the time itself now, into the long, slow spread of the hours, the way you have sunk into the warmth and the dark. Let the hours hold you as the dark holds you, wide and even and unhurried, asking nothing, needing you nowhere, only carrying you slow through the deep middle of the night from one warm stretch of nothing to the next, and the next, each one longer, each one softer, each one further down. You are so far down now, so far under, so deep in the warm kept quiet that the surface of things, the light, the air, the day has drawn away past all reaching, past all thinking, up and up beyond the deep slow dark you rest in, and you do not reach for it, and you do not think of it, and you let it go on drawing away further and fainter, while you settle lower and warmer onto the soft floor of the night and stay. Kept, covered, carried, asked for nothing, only lying warm and low and far in the long deep middle of the dark, while the quiet spreads, and the hours fall soft and slow one into another, and the whole wide night goes on holding you gently down, deeper and softer and further still, with no hurry in it anywhere, and no end in it anywhere, only more of the warm, slow keeping, on and on and on. And there is nothing now to do but let it, nothing now but to lie here low and warm, and let the night go on with its long, slow work of drawing you under. Let the warmth go on spreading and thinning at its far soft edge. Let the weight go on gathering slow, and even through every still part of you. Let the breath go on far off and faint and faithful, tending you while you tend nothing at all. And let the deep dark go on closing warm and whole, and even over the whole of it, over the fading room and the sleeping town, and the wide still hours, and the last low glow of you, softer and lower and further, with every slow faint falling moment, down into more of the deep kept quiet that has no floor and no edge and no end. Slower still now, and slower, and let even the listening go soft. Let even these slow, low words drift far off and dim at the edge of the warm dark, no longer quite to be caught, no longer quite to be minded, only a faint low warmth in the great smooth quiet, sounding somewhere out past your softened edges, asking nothing of you, keeping you company the way the dark keeps you company, close and low and warm and slow. And you can let them go on out there without following, the way you have let the breath go on, the way you have let the world go on, the way you have let everything go on without you now, faithful and faint and far, while you lie here needing to do nothing, holding nothing, being nothing but a small warm weight kept low at the still heart of the endless night. And here, this far down, the very idea of edges begins to loosen. Where you leave off, and where the warm dark begins is no longer a line you could find if you looked for it, and there is no reason to look. The stillness has soaked all the way through you, the way water soaks slow and complete through soft ground, until the ground and the water are one dark saturated thing, heavy and low and settled. And you have gone that way too, softened all the way through, until there is no part of you left standing apart from the quiet, no small hard place still holding its own shape against the night. Let it be shapeless now. Let the outline go. Let the sense of a body with borders melt down into the sense of something simply resting, warm and formless, at the lowest place there is. And far off, so far off it is almost not a sound at all, you might feel the night going about its slow business without you, some small settling of the house as it cools, some faint far movement of air past the walls, the deep unhurried turning of the dark toward its lowest hour, and none of it asks anything of you. None of it is yours to tend or to answer. It goes on out there at the soft rim of your hearing, and you let it, the way you have learned to let everything go on tonight, faithful and far, and needing nothing from you at all. You have set it all down, every last thing, the whole long weight of the day and the day before it, and all the small held things you did not even know you were carrying until now, when you feel how they have loosened from your open hands and gone quietly to rest somewhere below you in the dark, out of reach, out of mind, no longer yours to hold through these deep hours. There is such a mercy in it, in having nothing to lift, nothing to keep upright, nothing to watch over, in being allowed, for this one long stretch of dark, to be the thing that is watched over instead, kept and covered and carried while you do nothing, while you are nothing but a small, warm, settled weight at the bottom of the quiet. Let the mercy spread, slow and warm, through every place that spent the day braced, through every place that spent the day ready. Let it find the last quiet corners still faintly holding their readiness, and let it loosen them too, gently, the way warmth loosens what the cold had drawn tight. Nothing to be ready for now, nothing coming that you must meet, only more dark and more quiet, and more of the slow warm settling, on and on through the low middle of the night. And you can feel, if you feel anything at all now, how far the whole world has softened around you, how the hard, bright edges of things have gone, how everything that was sharp in the day has been laid down under the same slow dark and gone quiet with you, the streets emptied and dim, the rooms of the town gone still, the fields past the town lying low under the wide night, and beyond them, the long, slow country of the dark going on and on to the far edge of the world, all of it hushed, all of it settled, all of it sunk into the same deep, even quiet that holds you now. You are one small, warm place in all that vast, gentle stillness, one small kept thing among the countless kept and sleeping things, and there is no loneliness in it, none at all, only a kind of company so wide and so quiet you could rest in it forever, the company of everything that has laid itself down tonight and let the dark come close. The whole tired world gone soft together, breathing slow together, sinking together toward the lowest hour. And you sink with it, a little further with every faint, slow moment, a little lower, a little warmer, a little further past the last faint pull of the surface. Let the sinking be the only motion left, that slow settling downward that asks nothing of you, that you do not have to make happen, that happens of itself the way anything heavy comes to rest in still water, drifting down without effort, without hurry, turning slow and easy through the warm dark toward a floor it is in no rush to reach. And you are drifting so now, easy and heavy, slow and warm, down through the deep of the night with nothing to catch you and no need to be caught, only more soft dark below you, and more below that, endless and even and kind. Nothing to reach, nothing to hold, nothing to be. And the quiet keeps deepening around you, the way the cold deepens under still water the further down you go, except that here it is not cold at all but warm, a deepening warmth, a thickening softness, closing gentle and complete over you as you settle further, until the sounds are all gone, and the light is all gone, and even the memory of light has gone soft and dim and far, and there is only the warm whole dark, holding you low and holding you close, on every side at once. Let it close, let it be complete, let there be nothing beyond the warm dark and the small settled weight of you resting in the heart of it. And notice, if you can still notice, how even noticing has begun to loosen and drift, how the quiet watching that has followed these words all this long while has itself gone soft and slow and half asleep, no longer holding tight to anything, no longer needing to know where the words go or when the next one comes, only floating along near them, easy, unminding, ready at any moment to slip its hold entirely and drift free into the dark. You can let it slip whenever it wants to. There is nothing here you must stay awake to catch, nothing you would miss. The words will go on being warm and low and faithful whether you follow them or not. The way the dark goes on being warm and low and faithful, keeping you either way, holding you either way, asking nothing either way. So let the last thin thread of attention go slack in your open hand. Let it lie there loose, let it drift. And if it drifts all the way off into the dark and does not come back, let that be well. Let that be the whole soft purpose of the night. You sinking finally past the reach of even your own listening, down into the deep kept quiet where nothing at all is asked, and nothing at all is needed, and there is only the warm and the dark and the slow and the low, going on and on with no floor beneath them and no far edge to them and no end to them anywhere. Deeper now and softer and further down. And feel how time itself has gone shapeless with everything else. How you could not say now how long you have lain here in the warm dark, whether it has been a handful of slow breaths or the whole long middle of the night. And it does not matter, and you do not wonder, because time has stopped being a line you travel and become instead a wide, still water you simply rest in, going nowhere, measuring nothing, holding you level and even and unhurried, while the dark hours pool and deepen all around. There is no next thing to get to, no moment you are on your way toward, only this one wide resting moment, open on every side, that keeps on being now, and now, and now, warm and low and endless, with you settled soft at the still center of it, needing to be nowhere else, needing to be no one else, needing nothing at all but to lie here and let it hold you. Let it hold you, let the whole wide still now hold you, and let yourself keep sinking gently even inside the stillness, down past the last faint stir of thought, down past the last faint sense of weight, down into a quiet so complete and so warm that there is nothing in it to feel and nothing in it to know, only the soft dark keeping, going on without measure, drawing you slow and even further under with every faint falling moment. And the dark is so kind now, so wide and so kind, folding close and warm around the last small glow of you the way deep snow folds close and warm around everything it settles over, softening every shape, filling every hollow, laying its slow white silence down over the whole tired world until there is not one hard edge left anywhere, not one sharp sound, only the muffled hush of everything gone soft and covered and still beneath the same deep drifting quiet. Let it settle over you like that, slow and white and silent and warm, filling every last hollow in you where the day had worn a space, laying its soft weight gentle across you until you are covered all the way over, all the way under, tucked deep beneath the drifted quiet where no cold reaches and no sound reaches and nothing reaches but the warmth and the dark and the slow, soft, endless settling of the hush. And under all that covering you grow warmer, not colder, the way the ground stays warm and dark and living under the deep snow all the long winter, held safe beneath its soft white weight, waiting easy through the cold with nothing to do but rest and be kept. So you rest now under the covering dark, warm all the way through, kept all the way through, with nothing to do but lie still beneath the soft weight of the night and let it keep you, hour on slow hour, deeper and warmer and further down. Nothing reaching you now, nothing but the warmth. Nothing asked of you now, nothing but the rest. And the hush lies deeper and deeper across everything, the way the snow keeps falling slow and silent through the dark long after the world has gone to sleep beneath it. Each faint slow drift of it settling softer than the last, laying the quiet deeper, laying the stillness deeper, burying the last faint sounds of the far night one by one under the soft white silence, until there is nothing left to hear at all. Nothing left anywhere but the deep whole hush, and you resting warm and low and covered at the heart of it. Let the falling go on, slow and soft and endless. Let it lay the quiet deeper over you with every faint slow moment. Let it cover the last thin edge of you that still knows itself apart. Let it fold that under too, gentle and warm, until there is no edge left anywhere, no line between you and the deep soft dark. Only one seamless warm stillness going on with no flaw and no far side and no end. You are so far under it now, so deep beneath the drifted quiet, so far past the reach of the day and the reach of the light and the reach of your own slow thought, that there is almost nothing left of you to speak of, almost nothing left but a faint low warmth kept safe beneath the whole weight of the sleeping world, glowing soft and slow and dim at the still deep bottom of the night, asking nothing, needing nothing, wanting nothing, only lying warm and covered and far down, while the dark goes on holding you and the hush goes on deepening, and the slow hours go on drifting soft one into the next, further and further from the far pale edge of morning. And even that faint low warmth is softening now, thinning and spreading and going dim at its edges, the way the last light goes dim and soft at the far edge of the sky long after the sun is gone. No clear line to it anywhere, only a slow warm fading into the deep even dark, and you can let it fade. Let the last low glow of you spread out thin and soft and warm into the wide surrounding quiet until there is no telling where you leave off and the warm dark begins, until you have gone all the way over into the keeping of the night, dissolved soft and complete into the deep slow hush, held everywhere at once and nowhere in particular, resting in the warm dark the way warmth rests in warmth, the way quiet rests in quiet, the way sleep rests in sleep. Let it spread, let it thin, let it go. And let the words grow fainter now with the fading, softer and slower and further apart, sinking down toward the same deep hush as everything else, no longer quite reaching you where you rest so far below them, no longer quite to be heard, only a faint warm murmur left somewhere far up above the deep dark you have gone down into, growing dimmer, growing slower, drawing away soft and kind toward silence, while you stay down here in the warm and the low and the still, needing them no longer, following them no longer, only resting on beneath them in the deep kept quiet that goes on holding you gently down, softer and further and lower still, into more of the warm, slow dark that has no floor and no edge and no end. Slower now, and softer, and further down. Nothing to do, nothing to hold, nothing to be, only the warm dark and the deep hush and the slow faint falling of the quiet on and on and on, keeping you low and covered and far in the long deep middle of the night, and letting you fade soft and warm and unhurried further into it with every faint slow settling moment, while the words drift off far above into the silence and the dark draws close and whole and even over the last dim warmth of you, and there is only the keeping now. Only the quiet, only the long, slow, warm going under that asks nothing of you and has no end. Let it carry you, slow and warm and low, on into more of the deep kept dark. And let it hold you there, softly, and go on holding you, while everything else grows faint and far and still. And there is nothing more you need to follow now, nothing more to reach for, only the warm settling down of everything, deeper and slower, into the long even dark that has already closed soft and whole around you. Let it be like this, just like this, the weight of you gone quiet and low against whatever holds you, the breath moving on its own far below any thought, slow and even and unminded, each long soft exhale carrying you a little further under, a little further down, a little further into the deep kept hush that has no floor. There is nothing to keep track of anymore, nothing to hold in place, nothing left up there in the thinking part of you that has to stay awake to watch it all. You can let that go too. Let the last of the watching soften and slip loose and sink down with everything else, into the warm, into the low, into the still. The body is heavy now in the good way, the deep way, every part of it let all the way down, given all the way over, resting so completely that it hardly seems yours to move at all. The jaw soft, the eyes still and dim behind their closed lids, the shoulders spread wide and low, the hands lying open and forgotten, the long weight of the legs sunk far into the quiet, all of it heavy, all of it warm, all of it let go. And you don't have to gather any of it back, not now, not for a long while yet. There is nowhere to be and nothing to become, only this, only the slow warm dark and the long slow breath and the deep even hush going on and on around you, holding every part of you gently down. Softer now. Slower now. Let each breath out be the whole of it, the whole of the letting go, nothing added, nothing held, just the long, slow fall of the air leaving you and the warm sinking that comes with it, and then the next, slower still, further still, lower still. There is so little left to do, so little left of the day. It has all drained away soft and quiet into the dark, all the noise of it, all the weight of it, all the small, sharp edges of it worn down to nothing, and carried off on the slow tide of your breathing. And what is left is only this warm, low stillness, only this deep-kept quiet, only you, sinking gentle and unhurried into the long middle of the night. Let the dark hold you. Let it go on holding you. You don't have to do the holding anymore. It holds you now, all around, above and beneath and everywhere at once, the soft, even dark keeping you safe and low and warm, asking nothing, needing nothing, only letting you rest, only letting you fade, only letting you go on sinking slow and complete into the deep of it. And the breath grows quieter, and the warmth grows dimmer, and the space between one slow moment and the next grows wider and softer, so wide and so soft that there is hardly any edge left between them at all, only a long, smooth drifting, only a slow, warm blur of hush folding gently over hush, one into the next, further and further from anything that has to be noticed. Nothing to notice now, nothing to follow, only the sinking, only the warm, only the slow, quiet closing soft and whole over the last dim glow of you. Let it close. Let it come all the way down. You are so far under now, so deep in the warm, still dark, so far below the small high murmur of these words that they barely reach you anymore, barely brush the surface of the deep place you have gone down into, and you can let them not reach you. Let them thin and soften and drift off up above while you stay low, while you stay warm, while you stay held in the deep even hush that goes on with no floor and no edge and no end. Down here there is only rest, only the long, slow warmth of it, only the deep kept quiet holding you gently under, softer with every faint, slow moment, lower with every long, slow breath, further into the dark that keeps you. And you can stay as long as the night lasts, as long as the dark goes on. There is no edge to reach, no morning to meet, nothing at all to rise toward, only more of this, only more of the warm, low still, more of the deep, slow hush, more of the long, soft going under that asks nothing and has no end. Let it take you the rest of the way. Slow and warm and low. The words are almost gone now, almost silence. Only a faint, soft murmur left far up above the deep you rest in, growing dimmer, growing slower, drawing away kind and quiet toward the silence they came from. And you don't need them anymore. You never really needed them. They only walked you down as far as the edge of the deep, and now the deep has you, and they can go. Let them go. Let them thin into the dark. And stay here, low and warm and held, in the long-kept quiet, while the last of the sound fades soft above you, and the dark draws close, and even and whole over the dim last warmth of you. So quiet now, so still. Only the breath, slow and far and small, moving on its own in the deep. Only the faint low warmth kept safe beneath the whole soft weight of the sleeping dark. Only the long slow hush, going on, holding you gently down. Nothing to do, nothing to hold, nothing to be. Only the warmth. Only the dark, only the slow, deep quiet, carrying you soft and low into more of itself, further under, further down, further into the long, still middle of the night that has no floor beneath it and no far edge ahead of it, only more warm dark, only more deep hush, only more of the slow, kind holding that goes on and on. Rest now, all the way. Let the last of you soften and spread and fade into the warm surrounding dark, until there is no telling where you leave off and the quiet begins. Dissolved soft and gentle into the deep, held everywhere and nowhere, resting the way warmth rests in warmth, the way stillness rests in stillness, the way sleep rests, finally, in sleep. Let it be. Let it all be. The dark has you now. The quiet has you now. And it will go on having you, soft and warm and low, through all the long, slow hours, keeping you gently under, asking nothing, needing nothing, only letting you rest, only letting you fade, only letting you go all the way down and stay. Down, and warm, and still, softer, and slower, and further under. The words drift off now, far up and faint and kind, into the silence they were always moving toward. And beneath them you go on resting, low in the warm dark, deep in the long hush, held and covered and safe, sinking slow and unhurried into the deep of the night with nothing left to reach, and nothing left to do, and nothing left to be. Only this, only the warmth, only the dark, only the long, slow quiet going on, and on, holding you gently. Down, rest, just rest. The dark stays, the quiet stays, and you stay with it, low and warm and far below, while it carries you softly on into more of the deep-kept hush, slower and dimmer and further. Into the warm, into the still, into the long, slow dark that goes on holding you, and holding you, and holding you, soft, and low, and gone. Rest now, and let it be quiet, and let it be dark, and let it be still. On, and on, and on. Sleep, just sleep. The dark has you, the quiet keeps you. Down here, warm, and low, and still. Nothing more. Only the hush, only the dark, only rest, going on, and on, soft, and slow, and gone, rest, sleep, still now, and warm, and deep, and gone.